After completing this 9 hours long video, you will become a pro Microsoft Fabric developer covering all the components of Fabric from scratch, because you will learn Fabric One Lake, ingesting data from APIs using Fabric Data Factory, covering complex real-time scenarios in Fabric Data Factory, and building parameterized end-to-end dynamic pipelines, transforming data using data flows Gen 2, Medallion architecture using Fabric Data Engineering, virtual data using internal and external shortcuts in Fabric Data Engineering, big data processing using PySpark notebooks, building a dimensional data model aka star schema, and slowly changing dimensions in Fabric Data Warehouse, manage delta tables versus external delta tables in Fabric, building machine learning models using Fabric Data Science, real-time data transformation using data Wrangler, data governance using endorsements and Lineage in Fabric, semantic models and direct lake in Fabric, and finally CI/CD in Fabric using deployment pipelines. I had to refer so many resources to actually complete this 9 hours long Fabric course, and I have concluded all that information and have built one-stop solution for you to learn Fabric, and definitely for free. And I can assure you that after completing this 9 hours long Fabric video, you gonna become an outlier in the crowd. And I know you are really excited to start this video and complete this video, but before that, just hit that subscribe button to support my dedication and hard work, and let's get started with this amazing Fabric video. What's up my fam? What's up? So Ansh Lamba, good job. Why? Because finally you have created a detailed video on Microsoft Fabric. This is the hottest topic right now. This is the most in demand video right now, and you will know the reason. If you know the reason, it's very good. And if you do not know the reason, and if you have some doubts why people are going crazy after Microsoft Fabric, you will get all the answers today. Just hold on. Just hold on, bro. Just hold on. So I finally decided. First of all, wait. Happy New Year. Happiest New Year to all of you. And I really feel and I really believe that all of my data family members will get their dream job this year, because I know my data fam is like hustler family. So I know they're gonna hustle, they're gonna do like hard work, they're gonna consistently learn, and they will just crack their dream offers, dream job, dream companies, everything, I believe. And if you are not my data fam, and if you also want to become the member of my data fam, just hit that subscribe button. That's it. And once you hit that subscribe button, welcome to our family, because we grow together, we learn together, and we have fun together, because I do not like boring lectures. Being the backbencher of my class, I cannot learn without having fun. And you should also not. Why? Data engineering is the industry, okay, or not just data engineering, like data domain is the industry where you need to be creative, and backbenchers are the most creative people. Okay. That doesn't mean that I wasn't studious, okay? So I was carrying a fusion of being studious and being a backbencher. Okay. So today, Microsoft Fabric tutorial. It's basically a complete tutorial. It's like a complete course that will just provide all the information that you need to learn Microsoft Fabric. And let me just tell you, if you think that there's so much hype for Microsoft Fabric, let me tell you, it is just the beginning. It is just the beginning. In the coming 1 to 2 years, let's say in the coming 1 to 2 years, like in maybe 2025 and 2026, you will see 10 times more hype for Microsoft Fabric, because currently companies are in process of thinking and deciding like how they should just plan their migration to Microsoft Fabric. And I think within just a short span of time, when companies will decide, it's not about decided, when they will be actually migrating to Microsoft Fabric, you will see crazy demand for Microsoft Fabric developers. And who will be in demand? The ones who are watching this video right now, because they will know a lot in the world of Microsoft Fabric. And you all, yeah, like you all know, when supply is limited, you will be much more in demand. Simple logic, right? So today we want to learn Microsoft Fabric in detail, that's for sure. And before actually starting this amazing session, just hit the subscribe button. And yeah, that's it. And I know you have already done that, and if you did not, just do it right now, because maybe you are just new to this channel. So just for your kind information. So Ansh Lamba, first of all, just tell us what is Microsoft Fabric, because we want to start from zero, and I love start from zero. So first of all, what is this Microsoft Fabric tool? Like, why people are going crazy for this tool? Just tell us everything. It's your day today. Just tell us everything. Okay. So basically, just try to understand. Just forget about this image. Just look at my face. I know I'm looking cute. I'm just kidding. So just look at my face right now. I will explain. Okay. Just look at this image. Don't look at my face. I feel shy. Okay. So the thing is, Microsoft Fabric is a SaaS product, which is a unified SaaS product. Ansh Lamba, we didn't understand anything that you just said. Okay. First of all, what is a SaaS product? Just forget about unified. What is a SaaS product? SaaS product is like software as a solution. So SaaS product will just take all the overhead, and you do not need to manage any servers, you do not need to manage any kind of, let's say, resources. Everything will be done by the Microsoft company. Why? Because they are offering this particular product, that is SaaS product. And just tell us, why do we call it as unified? That is the main thing. Let me just write it for you. Wait, where is your notebook? If it is with you, then you can continue the video. If you do not have a notebook with you, just pause the video, just go run and bring the notebook right now. Otherwise, do not talk to me ever. Because the thing is, when you just create notes, you are actually feeding your brain, right? You're actually, when you write, you actually think. So if you are just watching this video, and if you think that you are superhuman, that you can just remember everything, so let me just give you the reality check. The answer is no. Notes will definitely help you to revise the concepts. Plus, when you write, you actually think. Okay? And obviously, it will just help you a lot in future as well to refer if you just find any error, or let's say you just want to dig deeper inside any topic. So it's up to you, but just take notes right now. If you are just using technologies, you're using iPads to create notes, it's fine, you can just take notes. I personally prefer taking notes in my normal notebooks, but I will also start using technologies like taking notes and all, using iPad and all. I don't have right now, so I have to use normal notebooks. By the way, that's the best way to take notes. Okay, so first of all, Ansh Lamba, just tell us why we call it as unified solution. Let me just write it for you. Unified SaaS solution, or let's say unified SaaS product. Okay. So basically thing is, why unified? Let me just put more focus on this word. Why unified? Because Microsoft Fabric unifies all the services required to perform any operation in the world of data, whether it is analytics, whether it is exploratory data analysis, whether it is visualization, whether it is charts, whether it is pipelines, whether it is orchestration, whether it is monitoring, whether it is streaming, whether it is data science, whether it is machine learning models, everything, it unifies all the services, all the services. Now you can just look at this image. So if you just see, the first component of microfabric is data factory. What is this data factory? This is Azure data factory. This is Azure data factory. They have just pulled Azure data factory in Microsoft Fabric. Perfect. What is this data engineering? This is your PySpark or Spark capabilities within Azure. They have pulled that as well. Perfect. Then data warehouse. This is your Synapse data warehouse. They have just pulled that and just put it in Microsoft Fabric. Done. Then data science. Then real time. By the way, what is real time? So basically, if you have heard about real stream analytics in Azure, it is the same thing. They have just pulled that here in Microsoft Fabric and just change its name. That's it. Then databases, obviously similar to SQL databases, then industry solution, then Power BI. Everyone is aware of this lovely Power like BI tool. So they have integrated like everything. You do not need to switch platforms. You do not need to worry about anything. So Ansh Lamba, yes, why we should consider Fabric? If Fabric has just unified all the solutions under one hood, bro, do you think it's a small thing to do it? You do not need to worry about integration between the services, between the resources. You do not need to worry about integrating Azure Data Factory with Synapse Analytics, with Stream Analytics, with storage accounts. Bro, everything is unified for you. You do not need to worry about their integrations, networking, nothing, nothing. And obviously, now this Power BI is also the part of our cloud family, because it was like a separate entity before, right? But now it is a part of our cloud family as well. Like you can say Azure family. Obviously, Microsoft Fabric is also part of Azure family, but we consider it as a SaaS product, like different product. Okay, okay. Now, one interesting question that can be asked by current Azure data engineers or Azure developers. So everything is fine. What will be our what will be our storage account, or what kind of storage we will be using? So we will be using something called as OneLake. Okay, what is this? If you are familiar with data lake, it is exactly same, but don't worry, we will be just covering all the things in detail. It is just an overview. Okay, so just have that vibe, bro. Just generate or create that aura around your fabric. Okay, you should have that vibe. You should have that vibe. Okay, so OneLake. What is OneLake? Basically, if you are an Azure developer, if you are not, still you can hear, bro. Still you can hear. So we have something called as data lake in Azure, right? So if we want to create a data lake, we have to create different storage accounts. Let's say I want to create a storage account for one resource, so I'll be just creating one data lake, right? Then second, then third, then fourth, then fifth, then so many storage accounts. Now Microsoft Fabric says just use one data lake and just call it as OneLake, and you can create multiple containers, folders, root folders, directories, put anything inside it. Why it is a big deal? Because let's say you have multiple storage accounts. Let's say you have one storage account, 2, 3, 4, 5. You need to take care of the integration between these storage accounts as well. Now it is all gone. Boom. So it is a big deal. And don't worry, we will be just covering this topic in detail. So it is just an overview. I'm just generating that vibe of Microsoft Fabric. So now we have Microsoft Purview. So if you are familiar with Azure Purview, it is exactly same as this one. Obviously with some enhancements, but it is just like Azure Purview, which is a data governance tool which takes care of your data resources, lineage, data transformations, like from where data is traveling from to where. So everything will be taken care by Azure Purview. But now it is also pulled inside Microsoft Fabric. So everything is available under one hood. That's why we call it as unified solution. And it is not just about performing data analytics. It is not just about performing data engineering. It is not just about performing data science. It is just about building a data solution that includes data analytics, data engineering, data science. And that's how we work in the real world as well. We are not separate domains. Data analytics is not separate from data engineering, and data science is not separate from data engineers. No, we work and we go hand in hand. That's why they have created one solution, like one stop solution to perform all the things. And now you can just work together. Perfect, 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 perfect. And it is the future, it is the present. That's why there's such an amazing hype for Microsoft Fabric. And now you know like why there's hype. Now you will get to know why in future Microsoft Fabric will be very, very, very much in demand. And trust me, after watching this video, you will be like, yes, Microsoft Fabric will be in demand. That's a fact. Microsoft Fabric should be in demand now because you will be well versed with Microsoft Fabric. And obviously, if you know one skill, you will just wish that this skill should be in demand because you can just fulfill that demand, right? And you will just get the price you want. That's how people in universe work. Okay, so this was all about the overview of Microsoft Fabric. And in this tutorial, bro, I'm just repeating this again and again because I'm gonna put my 100% efforts to create this session. So just take out your notebooks. If you have not taken out your notebooks, just take out your notebooks right now and just start the Microsoft Fabric session. By the way, what are the prerequisites to actually start and complete this video? There's a long list. Let me just show you. So as you can see, the long list as our prerequisites. So first of all, you need to have excitement to learn Microsoft Fabric, and I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. If you are like a boring personality and think like how I would learn this, how I would just do this, bro, you will do everything that you want. Just feel excited, just be excited. Okay, so you need to have excitement. If you didn't have excitement before, now just rewatch my videos or like rewatch this part of video again and again. You will have some excitement. Okay, so that is the most important thing to complete this video, to start this video, and to gain the maximum amount of knowledge from this video. So yeah, second thing, laptop or PC with stable internet connection, because I do not want to watch like I do not want you to watch my videos and videos will be running with buffers, so I do not want that. So just have a stable internet connection, and obviously laptop or PC, because you will be just doing everything on laptop, because this tutorial will show you everything with practical sessions as well. This is not just about covering the theories. I love theories, but with practicals. Without practical, do not like put any theory in front of me. No, 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 no. Like being a science student, I love practicals. Like I still remember my days when I was just I'm not talking about that thing. So I love like going to the chemistry labs and doing the titrations and all. So if you are a science, not like non-medical student, so I was a non-medical student. So if you are a non-medical student, you would know like what I'm talking about, like titrations and all. We were just, I don't know if you have done those practicals, because I did it and I love those practicals. We used to have so much of fun, so much fun, not so much of fun. So the third thing is, this is the main one, bro. If you want to crack your dream company, if you want to crack your dream offer, dream job, dream title in the world of data, okay, then you have to just learn this tool, and you should have that caliber, you should have that vibe that you want to crack, because without dedication it will be very difficult. So just have that vibe, and these are the prerequisites, and yes, you need this to start this video and complete this video. Okay, so let's quickly cover our first chapter of the video. But Ansh Lamba, wait, hold on, what about the Fabric account? We do not have the Fabric account. I know, did I tell you that you need a Fabric account? That means I will tell you how you can just create a free Fabric account. So just be with me. I will just tell you each and everything. And before actually creating the Fabric account, I just need to mention one important topic, which will just tell you a kind of hierarchy that we have if we want to create a Fabric resource. So that is required, and that will just take few minutes. And after that, you will create your Fabric account. Okay, just let's start. Okay, so I just wanted to share this knowledge with you first, because this is really important, because we'll be just creating our Microsoft Fabric account, free account, and you need to know these things. Like these are just like 3 layers, or you can say 3 stages available in Microsoft Fabric, and it's kind of a hierarchy that we should know, like how we can create Microsoft Fabric capacities, tenant, and workspaces. What are these? That's why I'm just sharing this knowledge with you. Otherwise, if I would have just speaking about this thing after creating the account, so you would feel confused. But now I'm just sharing this knowledge with you before creating the Microsoft Fabric account. So now the thing is, let me just zoom a little bit. Oops, it's too much zoom. Let me just click on it. So this is a kind of structure that we have. Okay, so if you just observe this, just observe this image. This is a kind of, first of all, tenant. Okay, first of all, we have a company. Okay, we have a company, and then we have a tenant. Let's talk about tenant first. Okay, just first level of hierarchy. So when we will be creating our free Azure account, are we creating Azure account as well? Yes. So when we will be creating our free Azure account, we will consider your email ID as an organization. Okay, because it is your account, and let's imagine that it is your company. Okay, so that particular account will be treated as a tenant. That organization will be treated as a tenant. And in the real world, in the organization you will be working with, in the organization you plan to, or you are currently working with, so that particular domain name system, DNS or just domain, will be treated as a tenant. Tenant is basically the owner of the environment, owner of the Azure environment. Okay, under which it has registered the tenant or their organization. So that will be considered as a tenant. Okay, so this is the first level of hierarchy, and I hope like most of you will be already familiar with tenant, because it is a very common term in the Azure world. Okay, so that will be the tenant, and tenant holds everything, like all the subscriptions, all the users, and like everything. It is at the top level of hierarchy. Then within Azure, we create resources. Let's say you create Azure Data Factory. Let's say you create Azure Databricks. Let's say you create Azure Synapse Analytics. So we create resources, right? So similarly, we create a resource called Fabric. Okay, but while creating that resource, we have to assign a capacity. A capacity. So this is your capacity. Oops. So this is your capacity. Okay, this one. Now, what is this capacity? Basically, capacity is a pool of resources or a bundle of resources, resources such as computation, RAM, your memory, storage, everything. Everything. It is like the bundle of package, like the resources that it consumes to perform all the things in Fabric. Power BI, data engineering, data factory, everything. So you dedicate a kind of capacity. Okay, let's say you want to give, let's say F32 capacity. We will just talk about it, like what is F32. It is a kind of unit. Okay, so you define F32 unit or F32 capacity to your resource. So then the Fabric resource you will be using, it will be considered as a capacity with F32 units. Okay, and it will decide your computation power of that particular resource. Simple. Let's say you have two capacities. That means you have two resources. As you can see, US capacity, UK capacity. let's say you have a business, or let's say in the organization you're working, they have like business in multi countries. Okay, so they have dedicated one fabric resource or one fabric capacity to US, and they have dedicated F32 capacity to it. Just a hypothetical situation. Okay, then they have another business, or let's say another branch of business in UK. They have dedicated F16 capacity, let's say F16 capacity to UK. Okay, so now fabric capacity in US is higher, is more strong. The computation power is stronger in case of F32 capacity, because it is obviously it is like bigger than 16 and it is in the ascending order. So I will just show you all the capacities available. So this is the bundle, this is the, you can say, computation power which is required to do anything in fabric. Okay, so this was all about the capacity. So whenever you create any fabric resource and you just assign, let's say, F32 capacity, so in short we just call it as capacity. This is a fabric capacity. Okay, now what are these workspaces? So we create multiple workspaces within capacities. Okay, so what are these workspaces? So workspaces are similar to resource groups that we have in Azure. So if you are familiar with Azure, so it is similar to resource group. If you are not familiar with Azure, it is a kind of folder which carries your all the resources, which holds everything. And that's why in Fabric we use a different name for it and we call it as a container. So workspace is like a container. To just understand, you can just consider it as a folder which is holding everything for you, like all the resources. And obviously we can just create multiple workspaces, right, like resource groups. So this was a kind of hierarchy that we follow, and let me just show you the documentation now, just for your confirmation that we have discussed so far. So as you can see, when we say tenant, tenant is deployed to Microsoft Entra tenant. Okay, and each tenant is tied to a specific domain name system. In your case, you will be using your own email account, so it will just consider, or you can say register it as a tenant. Okay, so as it says, if you do not have Microsoft Entra tenant, obviously you will not have. You can either add your domain name system if you already have a DNS, or it will, tenant is created for you when you acquire a free or paid license for Microsoft Online Services. So now we will be creating a free Azure account. So it will create a tenant for us using that domain, like our email ID. Simple. So this is our tenant. Now, when we will be creating a Fabric resource, we will assign a capacity. So Microsoft Fabric capacity resides on a tenant, as we just discussed. Each capacity sits under a specific tenant, obviously, then which is a distinct pool of resources allocated to Microsoft Fabric. Simple. Microsoft Fabric means allocated to Microsoft Fabric resource. Okay, and now it is actually divided into SKUs. So you can see all the SKUs written here. So these are all the capacities available: F2, F4, F8, F16 until F2048. The most popular one is this one, F64, and you will also get F64 SKU when you will create your free Fabric account, and it can perform almost all the things that you need to do while learning. Okay, so you will get F64. That's a good news. So, and you can use like maximum, I think, almost all the services with this particular capacity. Almost all the services. That is the best thing. That's why like Fabric is providing you the capacity. So you should just take the advantage of this moment where you do not need to pay even a single buck to just use any service. Nothing. Nothing. Everything is free. That's the best thing. So that's why I just told you, you just need excitement to learn Fabric. That's it. Okay, so this is your SKU that you will define. You will just define, okay, this is my capacity, this is my Fabric resource, and this is the computation power of my resource. That's why it says, that's why it says, it determines what? Capacity determines the amount of computation power available to perform the tasks. Okay, then finally we have workspace, and it is called like containers for Microsoft Fabric resource. And obviously we will be having my workspace as a default workspace every time, but we'll be creating more workspaces within Microsoft Fabric. We're gonna do a lot more, but this structure was required to even kickstart your learning. Okay, so now let's quickly create our free Azure account, because after creating the free Azure account, then only we can just kickstart our Fabric journey. Let's see. So in order to create your free Azure account, you just need to open your incognito mode. If no, then you can just open your normal account, like normal Gmail tab. So I will simply say Azure free account. Okay, simply hit enter and just click on the first link. Okay, click on it, and then you will just land on this web page. And here just pick this try Azure for free. Do not pick this one because it is a paid account and you will be charged as you will be using that account. So we will just pick the free one, try Azure for free. Okay, simply click on it, then it will just load the screen, and then it will just ask you to provide your email account. So you should have your Microsoft account, like it can be your Outlook account, like anything. If you do not have any Outlook account or Microsoft account, simply click on this create one button and just create your free Microsoft account, and will just take few seconds. And you can obviously use that account for like further using emails and also it's up to you. So simply click on this and then just put your credentials and click on this next button. Okay, let's do it. So this is the screen that you will see when you will just put your credentials. So you just need to fill this form, and it's not just a form, like bro, just you just need to put some basic information about you. And as you can see that this is a free Azure account, and on top of it you get 200 US dollars to use it within 30 days. So if you want to just create anything in Azure, obviously we are not doing anything, we are just doing everything in Fabric. So it's just for you. If you want to do, you can, but you do not need to do that. Plus the popular services are free for 12 months, and 55 plus services are free forever, like always free. Okay, so you do not need to worry about anything. We will just create this account and we will use it. So after filling all this information, just click on this sign up button. Then you will be landing on a page where it will ask you to put your card details and everything. And do not get afraid because it will not charge anything. It is just asking that information so that it can just confirm that it is you who will be using the your services. And obviously if they need to just give you $200 credit, they need to just verify that they are just giving this amount to a normal human being. And obviously what will happen after 30 days, that's a genuine question. So once 30 days are over, your all the services will be nullified. And it is not like a subscription where if you do not cancel they will just send you the bill. No, it is by Azure, so it is purely secured way of learning it. So just click on it, and if 30 days are over, they will just nullify your all the services resources that you have created. But I think the way that we need to use Fabric, you do not need to worry because it comes under this popular services that free for 12 months, because we'll be using enter ID. But still you are safe for 30 days. And what can you do after 30 days? You can just create a new account. What a big deal, bro. So it's fine, it's absolutely fine. So just click on that link and just create your Azure account. And once it is created, how can we use our Azure account after that? It is created. Okay, now let's see how you can use your Azure free account. Let me just show you. So after creating everything, just go here and just type portal.azure.com. As you can see, portal.azure.com, just hit enter. So this is the home page of Azure that you'll be seeing. So do not need to worry if you see all these resources. So basically these are the resources that I have already consumed, that I have already used, that I have already created. So do not need to worry. Let me just click on this favorite tab so that you should not see all these things. Okay, so also do not need to worry about these services because it just shows the recent services that you use, that you interact with. Okay, So now, in order to kickstart our Fabric journey, we do not need to actually do, you do not need to actually do, you just need to go here to the search bar. Okay, just type Entra ID. Okay, just click on this Microsoft Entra ID. Okay, so now what we need to do, like why I'm just opening this like Entra ID, and like why this need to do this. So the thing is, if we want to use Microsoft Fabric account, if we want to create Microsoft capacity, if we want to use free Microsoft account, we should have an organization's account, like account registered with the organization, account registered with a domain name, with a domain name. But our account is registered with just as like at gmail.com, right? So how you can just get the account with domain name? There are like so many ways. Like you can just get the account from Outlook, or let's say Dynamics 365 or Microsoft 365 account. There are like so many ways. This is the best way that I follow. Okay, so this is the best way. There are like multiple ways to just get the email account. You would have already know. I think like you would have already know like how to create an email account, a dummy email account with some domain name system. But I'm just showing you the best approach according to me. Okay, so what we'll be doing, we know that whenever we create Azure account, we get registered as a tenant, and it will attach a domain name system, DNS, after our email. So what we will do, we will simply go to this manage tab, and we will simply go to users, and it will show me all the users right now that I have. Okay, so I will simply go to plus new user, and I will simply click on create new user. Okay, then I will simply pick any you can say principal name, or let's say any kind of name that I want to give to my account. So I will simply say Fabric Tute, for like Fabric tutorial. Okay, Fabric Tute. Okay, then it will assign this particular name, or let's say username, to this domain name, which is my tenant, which is my tenant. Then we will get this display name after this. Okay, so display name, obviously I want to say Fabric Tute, simple. And then password, obviously we can just create right now, and it can be like anything, like any password if you want to keep. Okay, and then account enabled, so I will simply click on review plus create, click on create for one more time. So that's why we used Azure. Yes, so simply click on refresh. By the way, no, I will just show you one more thing. So this is my account that I will use to have free trial on Fabric. And for your kind information, we get 60 days of free trial. Wow. And not just this, we get F64 capacity. That's an amazing deal to actually try out the Fabric. Okay, so I will simply click on it. Okay, and this is the email account that I just need to copy. So if you know any other way of creating the account, let's say without using Azure, like there's so many ways. If you just type on Google, like Google or YouTube, like how to create any account using uh, like any domain name account, email account, so you will get like lots of videos, so you can just watch them and just create your account and just come back quickly to this video. But I did not want you to just go to any other platform and just do this work. Okay, so I just wanted to create a simplified solution, so that's why I also covered this solution as well. Simple, man. Anshulam is here to make your life easier, and obviously will be will be filled with success. Okay, so I will just copy this user email ID. I will simply click on copy, and now before actually creating Fabric, I will just show you something. So if I just go to home, okay, if I just search here Fabric, that is the way that you should create Fabric in the organization, because organization will be paying the bill. It will not be you. Okay, so simply click on this Microsoft Fabric. Okay, so when you just click on Microsoft Fabric, you currently do not have any Microsoft Fabric capacity or any resource. Click on this plus create button, and as you can see, create fabric capacity. So instead of displaying create fabric resource, we see a word called fabric capacity, because we assign a capacity to our resource and every resource is different, because we just assign maybe different capacity to every resource. That's why we call it as fabric capacity instead of fabric resource. Understood? I was also confused in the beginning, okay, when I was just learning about fabric and all, but now you do not need to worry. Now you should not be confused. So now you know how you actually create the Microsoft Fabric capacity in the real world, but we are just using Microsoft Fabric to learn. So we do not need to worry about creating Microsoft Fabric, because otherwise you need to pay so much of money to Microsoft Azure. If you want, you can do this, but I'll be creating my free account. So I'll simply copy this, okay, and then I just need to go to a new incognito mode tab. You can just use your own Google tab. So I will simply write app.fabric.com. As you can see, this one, app.fabric.microsoft.com. Simply click on this. So this is your Fabric portal. So that was your Azure portal. This is your Fabric portal. Here I will just copy my new account that we have created, fabrictude@my domain name. Simply click on submit button. Then it will just ask you to put the password. Then you can just put the password. Then click on sign in. And then it will just ask you to create a new password. Yes, it asks you. So you just need to put your current password first. And then you can just put the new password. Okay, click on sign in. And then it will just take a few moments. So now it will ask you to enable Microsoft Authenticator application in order to just continue using this Microsoft Fabric. So it will, you have like 14 days to do this. So you can just click on ask me later, or you can just click next, because you'll be just using this account for 60 days. So you can just do this, and every time you will log into this account, it will just ask you to authenticate. Simple. I will just click on ask later. Do not disturb me when I'm teaching, okay? So this will just open a Fabric portal. So in just few seconds. So click on the sign in button. You have selected Microsoft Fabric free, as you know, sign in, simple. And then it will just ask you to provide the phone number, and then obviously it's your choice. If you want to just put, I would like to do this, and then we just need to put our business phone number, and you can just put your phone number, obviously. Okay. After putting the phone number, then you can just click on get started. Obviously, I will hide my phone number. Why I will give my phone number to you? Why? So, welcome to Microsoft Fabric. Fabric. Your energy levels should be here, bro. You're finally entered into Microsoft Fabric portal, bro. Just show some excitement. Show some excitement. Okay. So, before showing you anything, no, I will not show you anything. Wait. First, I will show you one thing. Just click on this name, account manager, and then you will see license type is free account. So this is a free account and like trial account, I kind of say. Okay. Now it is saying request a 60-day free trial to try a Microsoft Fabric capacity Power BI paid features for free. That means we need to now request that we need to use Microsoft Fabric capacities within this newly created account. So I will simply click on free trial, and then it will activate my services. Otherwise, it will not activate my services. So simply click on Fabric homepage. Now it will upgrade my account to Fabric account. Okay. Now if you just click here, then you will see trial status 59 days left. Then now it is enabled. Now you can use Fabric capabilities. Okay. Now it is done. So first of all, welcome to this lovely page. And as you can see, all the services are listed here. Power BI, databases, data factory, industry solutions, real-time data engineering, data science, data warehouses. Let me give you a hint. We gonna cover every single data fabric component. So just be with me. Today's lecture is very special. So first of all, let's click on this home button, Microsoft Fabric. Click on this and you will see all these services here. So this is a kind of a short way of just going to a particular component. So let's say if I just want to go to a data factory, let me just click on this. So it will just take me to the data factory page, and now you will see all these tabs here. Earlier it was not here, but now it is here, right? So what is this home page? Home page is the page that you're seeing right now. What is this create button? If you want to create anything, you will simply click on this create. Okay, then we have browse, then we have one lake. Wait. This is the very first chapter that we are going to discuss after this overview, and you will learn one lake as the chapter number 1, because one lake is the basis for all the further chapters, and you need to understand one lake in detail, and then only you can just grasp the concepts, any concept, I would say any concept. Okay, so we'll just learn one lake in detail, don't worry. Then we have monitor tab. If you just run your resources, run your pipelines, you can simply click on this monitor tab and you can just monitor everything that you create, all the failures, all the like all the pipelines, everything. Then this real-time tab is the short way to directly go to real-time area where you will be creating stream analytics, or you can say you will be working with data streaming and all. Okay, then this is the workloads. Okay, then we have workspaces. Finally. So as we were talking about that, we can create workspaces within the fabric capacity. So this whole thing is your fabric capacity, and we know that we have got f64 capacity or f64 SKU to this fabric capacity, right? So within this we can create multiple workspaces, multiple resource groups, multiple containers. Okay, and by default we get my workspace, obviously, but we'll be creating more workspaces. We will not be using my workspace. Then click on these three dots, which is a more button. Then you will see deployment pipeline. This is a new feature which creates, or let's say which simplifies the process of CI CD. It will automate the whole process CI CD. I know we currently use Azure DevOps, but this is the simplest way to deploy your resources to different environments. Development, testing, and prod using deployment pipelines. So this is a very good substitute for CI/CD for Azure DevOps. Okay, I told you Microsoft Fabric is crazy. I told you. So first of all, let me first create the workspace. Okay, that is the first thing that we should create. Click on workspaces, and then you will see all the workspaces. I will click on new workspace. Okay, then it is asking me to create workspace and I need to give a name. So I will simply say Anshlamba WS, that is workspace. Okay, it is not available. So they are like more Anshlambas. Okay, I think there's another reason. I can simply pick Anshlamba. No, I will simply say Anshlamba Pro. Okay, Anshlamba Pro is available. Anshlamba Pro workspace, right? So then we need to pick domain. It is optional. So what is a domain? Let's talk about it. What is a domain? I will just cover this thing after getting this workspace, because you need to just see this word or see this keyword in a presentation. It will be a better approach to do that. Okay, then we can also upload an image. So I know I can upload many images, okay, to my workspace. You can also just import your image and you can just upload this image, and obviously you can just upload this image maybe from your PC. Okay, so for now I'm happy, so I will simply click on apply. So this will create one workspace. So it will say task close. By the way, this is a new product added to Microsoft Fabric. Bro, do you know what? That we already have so many features available in Fabric, and Fabric is adding more and more features, like providing you everything. So this is a new feature called task flows, and it is in preview right now. It is not public, but you can just use it and you can just play with it. And what is it? It is a task flow is a visual guide for building your solution. It shows the relationships between tasks, filters, and list of available item types with your items assigned to their respective tasks. So basically, it is very handy to see the relationships and the lineage. And truly speaking, I have not explored task flows yet because it is just added. So you can also play with it. So do not need to worry. There are like so many additions, bro. There are like so many additions. We will just play with it. Simply click on got it. So they were just like promoting the new service. Okay. So simply click on got it. So this is your workspace. It is empty. We know this is empty, but this is your workspace. So now we need to talk about a very important feature of workspace, which is manage access. We have to talk about this because being an efficient developer, you should know how we assign the roles and what are the roles available and what role is responsible for like what task, like what list of like what activities he or she can perform as an admin, as a member, as a contributor, as a viewer, everything. You should know all these things. So let's discuss all these things now, and then let's get started with development. Okay, so now you are good with your Microsoft Fabric account. I know you're really happy, and I'm really happy too. So let's see what are the roles, what is the manage access feature in workspace. Okay, let's see. So these are basically the four roles that we have within Fabric workspace. Obviously, as the name suggests, admin is at the top level of the hierarchy. So admin is the biggest role we can assign to a workspace. Okay, and then after admin, we have member, and after member, we have a contributor. Then after a contributor, we have a viewer. Okay, so this is the level of hierarchies, that levels of hierarchy that we have within Fabric workspace. And let me just tell you one thing that you just need to keep in mind. Let's say, let's say this is your workspace. Okay, let's say this is your workspace, and you have objects within this workspace, and we will just explore all the objects. Don't worry. Let's say we have like databases, semantic models, like everything. Okay, within the workspace. So if this is you, this is you or any user. Okay, so let me just type user one. If you need to assign this user any role to this workspace, any role, let's say you need to just assign the viewer role, then this user will be assigned as a viewer for all the objects, because you are directly assigning the role of a viewer to this workspace. Then you cannot say that, hey, you need to be a viewer but do not view this thing. No, you have to allow viewer role to all the objects which are stored in this workspace. This is as per the recent update. If it changes in future, you can just change this knowledge, like you can just update this knowledge, but so far we cannot just restrict a specific object within a workspace. If you assign any role, it will just use, or it will just apply that role to all the objects stored in that workspace. Okay, simple. Then what kind of capabilities that we have for each role? Let's take some examples. So in order to just see the capabilities, let's say very common capability that is update and delete the workspace. Obviously only admin should have this right to delete the workspace, right? Because deleting a workspace is a critical thing. So only admin can do this. Member, contributors, and viewers are not allowed to do that. Then if I want to add or remove people including other admins, let's say for one workspace, let's say this is your one workspace and there are like 3 users, and all these 3 users are admins. So if you are the admin and if you want to remove the other 2 admins, you can only do that if you are also an admin. Okay, simple. Third one, this is an interesting one. Add members or others with lower permissions. What does it mean? Let's say this is your workspace And within this workspace, you are the admin. Okay, let's say you are the admin, and this guy, the other guy, is the member. You are the admin. This guy is a member. But this guy, this member can add other members. Let's say there's member 2, or there are some contributors. Let's say this is the contributor. Okay, this member can add the contributors as well, or they can add the viewers as well. Like, just to summarize this information, this member can add other users of the same hierarchy, like other members, and all the roles which are inferior to the member. Simple. Okay, perfect. Then we have allow others to reshare items. Then obviously member can also do this. Then we have some similar roles that only member and admins can do, like create or modify SQL database items, create or modify warehouse items. So contributor cannot do that. So now you'll be saying, bro, like why do we have contributors then? Like what they will be doing? So let's say they need to view and read content of data pipelines, notebooks, Spark job definitions, ML models, experiments, and event streams. Basically, if they just want to consume the data that is written there in the Lakehouse, right, they can do that. Or even if they just want to, let's say, build some models, build some semantic models. What are semantic models? Don't worry, we will just talk about that as well. So let's say they just want to build a Power BI report, okay? Or if they just want to run some SQL queries, they just want to do some analysis. They want to connect your data warehouses, databases using SQL endpoints. That thing can also be done by contributor and viewer. Okay, so if you just want to see the whole list, you can just go to the Microsoft documentation page, which is this one, and this has like all the list, and then you can see like all the capabilities. So I was just talking about this particular role. See, read lakehouse or data warehouse through SQL endpoints. Okay, so this can also be done by all the 4 members. Okay, so now you will ask me, hey Ansh, what is the role that contributor can also do but viewer cannot? Because it makes sense that viewer will just view the data and it will just be consumed for the purposes such as like reading the data or building the data, let's say reports, right? But contributor can contribute to that data, right? What are those capabilities? So for that, if you just scroll it down, and then you will see capabilities such as reading lakehouse data coming through shortcuts through one lake, API, Spark. What are these shortcuts? What are these one lake? We do not know. I know. But hold on, you will know everything. So if we create anything, so in Lakehouse, if you're familiar with Lakehouse concept, if not, you will be familiar with Lakehouse in just few minutes. But if you're familiar with Lakehouse, you can say you create a table over the files, over the data stored in the files. So viewer can read data through this SQL endpoint, but contributor can actually read the data from the files. That's why it is written that Lakehouse data and the data warehouse stored in the files. Simple. Simple. So these are like some of the capabilities that contributor can perform, but viewers cannot. And in your scenario, let's say you are a data engineer and you have built a lakehouse. So now you want to give access to this lakehouse, then you will add that user as a viewer, not a contributor. That totally depends upon the requirements. But if you just want to allow the person to just read the data, that's it. Then obviously you do not need to allow the person, and you should just give the person the tag or title of a contributor. No. So this is the whole list that you can just check. Okay, so this was all about the roles that we have within the fabric workspace. So if I just go back to my workspace, I can just show you. Oops. So this is my workspace. And if you just go to home button for one more time, and then if you just go to workspaces and just click on your newly created workspace, click on it, then you will just click on this manage access. So now, as you can see, my current account is the admin, and this account was used to create this capacity. So capacity admin will automatically become the workspace admin. Okay, makes sense, right? Because this account has created the whole capacity, so that will be the admin of all the workspaces by default. So now if you want to add more people, you can click on this add plus button, and you can just click on this add people or groups, and you can even add your personal account as well to this workspace, and by that way you can access this workspace and all the objects stored within this workspace. Okay, and what will be the best scenario why we need to do that? Let's say you are using a third party tool. Let's say you are using a databricks, let's say, and you want to connect your databricks and you want to read the data sitting in fabric. In that scenario you can just allow your account associated with your databricks workspace, and you can create that role here. You can just click on add people, and you can just put that email id here. Once that account has the access to this workspace, the person can just read the data. Simple. Okay, so these are like so many scenarios where you can just actually take those actions. Okay, so now I will show you something special here. And why it is special? Because it is an admin setting. Okay, so simply go to the setting button and simply click on admin portal. So here in this admin portal, obviously you are not seeing all the options because this is a free account, and in reality we have like so many options like tenant settings and every setting, but we have like capacity settings because this is one capacity that we are using, right? If you just go to trial, then you will see this information and you should know what is it about. Okay, and bro, I am assuming that you are taking notes. And if I am assuming, that means that you should take notes. Just note down these things, bro. Just create the bullet points and just write it down. Just write it down. Okay. Then this is the summary, or let's say this is the information about your capacity. So this is the capacity name. This one, trial 2024 and something like that. Then capacity admins. As you know that I created this account fabric tute, so this will be my capacity admin. Capacity admin is the admin of all the workspaces as well. That's why we are seeing fabric tute as the admin of that particular workspace. Okay, so this is the capacity admin. Then we have some actions. I can just click on this button, and then you will see it is just loading right now. So we can actually change the capacity as well. So this is the capacity name. Obviously I can just rename it. I can just simply click on it, and then I can just give name like Orange Lamba capacity and all. Then it will show service admin, then SKU FT1 region Central Canada, so capacity ID and all, and cancel trial capacity as well. Obviously I will not do it. Then what are the units associated? So basically these are the units which are equivalent to F64. So if you just go to that page that I showed you in the beginning, you will see capacity units will be 64 for F64, and for the free trial it's not called F64, it's called trial, but capacity units are same. You should know this. Okay, capacity units are same like 64. Why I'm saying all these information? Because bro, in the real world as well, if you're just performing anything under POC, you should have this information. It's not just about the information is not useful, it is useful, it is very useful. Okay, then region and then status active. Okay, and then it is saying, this is very important, it is saying, as I just talked about POC, see, this is directly linked to the real world scenarios. Let's say your organization is planning to migrate to fabric. Okay, and you created one project under POC. POC is like proof of concept. And then you may decide to just upgrade your account to the normal account so that you can continue using those services. But let's say if your organization does not finalize or does not say okay to just migrate to Fabric, then what will happen? All the services that you will create, all the resources, all your work, within the 7 days after your trial ends, that means 60 days, after 60 days, all the resources will be permanently deleted. If your POC is completed, let's say in 60 days, then it will be permanently deleted within 7 days if you do not decide to just upgrade your account. Okay, so this is the information that you should have. Let's say next week, next month, your company will come to you and they will say, hey, how are you? And you will say, yeah, good. And then they will say, we are deciding to just try Microsoft Fabric. So can you just complete a project under POC, and you as a data engineer should know everything about it, and we hope that you know. Obviously. And then what you will say? You should know all these information. And if you reply back, yeah, I know, and just a quick point that you should consider in your mind, that we have to complete that project under 60 days. And if that project does not get completed within 60 days, all the saved work will be deleted permanently after 7 days, like once your trial ends. Then your manager or the person who contacted you, they will think, okay, then we need to just create a small project which will be completed under 60 days. See, and if you do not know this information, you will say, yeah, I will just do it. I will just look into it. And then you will just take the project. And actually, that project can be of like 3 to 4 months long, right? That can take like 3 to 4 months to complete. And then after 2 months, you will realize after completing half of the project that you cannot save your work after 60 days. It will be permanently deleted after 7 days. Then your manager will say, you should know this thing, that you cannot further create the things after 7 days once your trial ends. Then you cannot say that it's not your fault. It's your fault. Actually, it is not your fault, but it is your fault because you didn't actually dig deeper inside the updates or like the information that we have, right? Okay, so just be updated. Just be updated. So this is information that you should have. Now people will be thinking like, is this knowledge required? Yes, this knowledge is required. And for all the new technologies, these kinds of informations are really required, because that's how a company and organization adapts a new technology. When Azure was new, all these information were required, and now Fabric is new. Okay, okay, that's good. So we have discussed about the capacity settings and we have seen the roles as well. So now let's see something special that we have in Microsoft Fabric. So now it's time to actually discuss one lake, one lake, which is also known as OneDrive for data. So this is a famous tagline that Microsoft always uses. One lake, that is OneDrive for data. So I thought like, let's understand this concept using this tagline. Okay, so you would have already familiar, you would have already familiar with this player, which is OneDrive. If you have already worked with Microsoft Outlook email, you automatically get OneDrive, right? Where you just store your files or everything. So this comes automatically whenever you create an Outlook account. Okay, simple. Similarly, that's why we call it as OneDrive for data. So whenever you create your Fabric capacity, whenever you create the tenant, you automatically get one lake. You automatically get one lake storage account. That's why we call it as like OneDrive for data, where you can just put everything and you will automatically get the one lake storage account. Now, okay, we got this concept, like why we use this tagline, but what actually is one lake? Let me just tell you what actually is one lake. So basically, one lake is built on top of ADLS Gen 2. Okay, let me just write it for you. So this is built on top of ADLS Gen 2, which is data lake, Azure data lake. Okay, so this is built on top of Azure Data Lake Gen 2. And obviously, if it is built on top of Azure Data Lake Gen 2, that means it can easily handle, it can easily handle semi-structured data. Okay, okay, that makes sense. It can efficiently handle unstructured data as well. Okay, perfect. It can also handle structured data as well. So now I know you have one question. Let me just write it for you first. So structured data as well. So structured. Let's write just this. Oops. Structured data. Okay, so it can handle structured data, semi-structured data, unstructured data, everything. Okay, as similar to Azure, like not a new thing to know, right? Because if I'm saying that one lake is built on top of Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, then obviously it can handle all those things that Azure Lake was handling. Now the question is, we got to know like semi-structured data can be like CSV, JSON and all, right? So this is done. Unstructured data can be your pictures like PDFs or like videos. How it will handle structured data inside the one lake? How? So it uses something called as, you would be familiar with it, it's called delta Parquet file format. So it will store all the data, all the structured data in the form of delta Parquet file format automatically. Okay, this is also sorted, and you already know a lot about Azure Data Lake. Okay, so this is like, if you are new to Azure or if you are directly learning Fabric, so basically Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 is a data lake solution. Okay, it is called as Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. In Amazon or AWS, it is called S3 buckets, and in Google, it is like Google Cloud Storage. Simple. Okay, so this is just like simple solution. Now, the main question is, if everything was fine with Azure Data Lake, if everything was fine, why do we need to create one lake? The answer is, actually there are like 2 points. Let's cover one by one. First point is one data lake. First point is one data lake. What does it mean? As I just mentioned, that it is built on top of data lake. Okay. So when we create or when we work with data lakes, we create multiple storage accounts, which are also called as data lakes. So we create multiple data lakes for any purpose. Let's say for uh, one resource, let's say for Azure Databricks, I created different storage account. For Synapse Analytics Workspace, I created different storage account. For Azure Data Factory, I created different storage account. For let's say an event stream, if I just want to uh, push my data to storage account or just say to the blob storage, so I can just create a different storage account. So in that particular scenario, there will be so many storage accounts, and with the course of time, it will be such a headache to connect, to manage, to maintain all those storage accounts, right? It will be such a headache. Now, this Microsoft Fabric One Lake says you do not need to worry about all these storage accounts. Just use one lake, and everything will be done by Microsoft Fabric. So that's why it is also called as logical data lake. So now you do not need to manage different data lakes. You do not need to worry about their networking. You do not need to worry about their integrations, their role, their RBAC. RBAC is like role-based access control. Nothing. Everything will be done by Microsoft Fabric. Why? Because we always get only one lake. Only one lake. By the way, this can be your interview question. Okay. So I know people have not started taking interviews for Fabric, obviously, but in future, like, you can expect these questions as your interview questions, because this is a new technology, right? Maybe interviewers are also watching this video, so they can just take the interview question. That's how they also prepare the questions. It's a new technology to them as well. So obviously these can be your interview questions, right? So there can be only one lake. So they say, do not need to create multiple data lakes, just create one data lake, one solution. Okay, now you know like how powerful it is. Second, one copy of data, only one copy of data. So I will just explain this concept with the help of an example, because then you can just relate better to this point. Okay, so let's say this is the data. Okay, this is the central data. Okay, central data, as I can just write it as well. This is the central data, or just, you can say, sales data. Okay, sales data. Perfect. Sales data of the whole organization, let's say overall sales data. Then this is the storage account associated with this data, and that data is residing inside the storage account. Okay, then you created another storage account to store the data, let's say only for finance division. Okay, then you pulled this data, maybe a subset of this data or the whole data, and then you move this data to this finance division storage account. Perfect, got it? Sorted so far? Okay, very good. Then you created another storage account to store the data, let's say for marketing. Okay, marketing team or marketing division. Then maybe they just need to get small piece of data from this storage account. Okay, similarly, you are requested to get the data for another division. Let's say this time someone came from accounts team. Okay, then they requested some data, and finally the last one is your, let's take HR department. Okay, by the way, why do HR team need this sales data? But let's say they need it. Let's say, okay, so now this sales data will make so many duplicate copies to so many storage accounts, right? Then this player again came in the picture and gave us the solution. It says there is no need to create so many copies of the same data. Why you are paying so much for the same data? It says just eliminate all the data movements. There will be just one copy of the data. Perfect. There will be just one copy of the data, and if anyone wants to use the data, just use it from one source. Sorted? Because there can only be one lake, not zero, not two, just one lake per tenant. Now, one important question. Let's say a data engineer, okay, let's say a data engineer pulls some data using Spark notebooks, okay, and he or she loaded the data into the Lakehouse. Okay, into the Lakehouse. Let me just write it for you. Just listen to this concept. It is very important. Into the Lakehouse. Okay, I loaded this data using data engineering Spark notebooks, and I loaded this data to the Lakehouse. Okay, then let's say same data engineer or a different data engineer loaded the data into the data warehouse. Okay, into the data warehouse using T-SQL. Let me just write the language as well. It will be easier for you. Using T-SQL, and this person used Spark. Okay, then in that scenario as well, both the developers are contributing to the same storage account, because there is only one lake. There's only one lake. So this person this person loaded the data from here. Okay, this person loaded the data from here, and push the data into a lakehouse. Okay, then this developer loaded the data from here and push the data to the data warehouse using T-SQL. Simple. But actually, I know Lakehouse is a different entity, data warehouse is a different entity, but underlying data is written in the same one lake because there's only one lake. Okay, I know it eliminated so many overhead like networking, integrations, and everything. So this was all about one lake. And if you just want to read the documentation for this one, so you can simply go to the Google, and this is the whole documentation for one lake. It is amazing. And if you just understood everything, so it's fine. Otherwise, you can just have a look. So it is about like one lake for whole organization, one copy of data. That's what we saw right now. Then you can say one lake for entire organization. The same thing is written here, that before one lake, it was easier for customers to create multiple lakes for different business groups, right? Rather than using a single lake, but they have to, because they just have like one lake. Okay, and it is written there cannot be more than one and can never be zero. Okay, simple. Then it is also written that one lake is open at every level. That means one lake is built on top of ADLS Gen 2 and support any type of file, structured, unstructured. But one lake stores all tabular data, which is the structured data, in Parquet format, Delta Parquet format. Just remember this thing. Just remember this thing. Delta Parquet format. What is now Delta Parquet format? So basically, Delta Parquet format is a Delta format, which is also known as Delta Parquet format. So you can just use any name. So basically, Delta Parquet format is nothing but the Parquet files. Let me just show you like what is the Delta Parquet format if you are unaware of that thing, because the whole fabric workspace, or let's say the whole fabric capacity, uses Delta Parquet format by default. So before continuing anything, before just explaining anything else, I think I should first explain you what is actually a Delta Parquet format. And if you already know what is a Delta Parquet format, it will be a good revision for you. And if you do not know, then it will be a gold mine for you. You can just know Delta Parquet format like this, and then we will just learn obviously a lot in the further chapters. So let me just quickly summarize all the information. Then you can say, oh yeah, this is very important. This is very important. Now, if you want to just manage your one lake, because if you are a data engineer and if you have already worked with Azure, you would be familiar with Storage Explorer, right? Storage Explorer that we download on our PC, and then we just connect that with our storage account. So you can do the same thing here as well. We have something called One Lake File Explorer. Instead of Storage Explorer, we have One Lake File Explorer. You can download this on your PC, and then you can just connect and sync your all the files, and then you can just see the changes. It's up to you. So I can just show you as well. If you just click on this, it will just take you to this UI, and then you can see it is your personal PC, and here is your One Lake. It is under preview, but you can still download it. Okay. Then we have like one copy of data, as we just discussed, that one lake aims to give you the most valuable possible out of single copy without data movement or duplication, because we do not need to just distribute the data or move our data from one place to another. So just remember, one lake provides a solution in the way such as one copy of data and one data lake. One data lake eliminates the overhead of networking between so many storage accounts, and one copy of data eliminates the problem of data duplication. Plus, it eliminates so many other problems as well. What are those? What are those? Let me just ask you, what are those? You can just tell me, bro. Just related with your Azure data lake. So the problems it eliminates is, let me just write it here. So it can eliminate the problem of data redundancy options. Redundancy, that means LRS, GRS, GZRS. So if you are not familiar with these terms, so basically let me just give you an overview. Whenever we create the storage account in Azure, we have to pick one data redundancy option. because that's how it stores our data into multiple copies, and that's how our data is secured in Azure Data Lake. But we have to decide it manually. But now we do not need to take care of that thing. That thing will be taken care by Microsoft Fabric OneLake. And by the way, it is not called as OneLake. It is called as OneLake, but actually it is called as Fabric Data Lake. But now it is commonly referred as OneLake, but actually it is called Fabric Data Lake. So in Azure we call it as Azure Data Lake. It is called as Fabric Data Lake. Okay, but nowadays it is very popular as OneLake. So Microsoft also decided to just say it as like OneLake. Simple. Okay, so this was all about OneLake, and now I think you have a strong grasp over OneLake, and obviously you need to just work with OneLake more and more. And don't worry, in this particular session we're gonna work with OneLake because that's where we store the data. That's where we store the data. Either we are working with lake houses, data warehouses. Bro, you have just used word lake house many times and you have not talked about it even a single time. No worries, because I'm going to talk about it in my next chapter, because I'm going to talk about what are the storage solutions that we have under Fabric. What are the storage solutions and how we can just store the data. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Oh, wait. I know. I need to just explain Delta Packet format first. So let's cover that first, and then we can just get the concept of like storage solutions. Okay, let's see. Now, let's understand what is this Delta Packet format. What is this? What is this? What is this? Basically, it is also referred to as Delta format. Okay, so do not get confused if someone says, "Have you worked with Delta format?" No. I have only worked with Delta Packet format. No. Do not talk like this. So let me just be very clear. Both are same. Okay. So the thing is, let me start from the scratch. Actually, Delta Parquet is not even a format. Yes, we just have one file format called, let's say this is my file. Okay, this is my, let's say, data lake, or let's say this is my data lake. Okay, let's say in this I have this file and its name is data1.parquet. Okay, perfect. So this is the only file format that we have. Now don't ask me what is the Parquet file format. Okay, you can ask anything from me. Don't need to worry. So basically, just to give you a brief, Parquet file format is a columnar file format. So what is a row based file format? What is a columnar file format? So basically columnar file formats are used for big data processing because we fetch the data column by column instead of row by row. So we read the data column by column instead of row by row. Simple, sorted. Okay, perfect. So it is very simple, like do not make it complex. It is just any file format that you have, like .csv, .json, .org, .avro. So it is another file format, but it is a columnar file format. Okay, now we have data in Parquet file format. Okay, but we can convert this Parquet file format into Delta Parquet file format or Delta format. How? By just adding this magical box. Ansh, be serious. I'm serious, I'm not kidding. So when we add this, a little folder, little box, little log, it becomes Delta Parquet format. What is so magical in this box that it creates or converts this Parquet file format into Delta Parquet, or just converts the file into Delta format? So the thing is, it is called Delta log. This is not just a normal box or normal folder. It is a Delta log. It is a Delta log. So when we create this Delta log, okay, don't worry, we do not create Delta log. Fabric, or let's say Databricks or the Spark cluster will automatically create this Delta log for us. We just need to specify the format type. Okay, so let's say I want to create Delta format, so I will simply say dot format equals Delta. Okay, then it will create this folder on top of this data. When it does that, it becomes delta packet file format. Okay, so now one more question before proceeding. If I have another file, it's called, let's say, data2.packet, will it create another folder? Will it create another delta log folder? No. This information will be stored in this delta log format. You do not need to create like a new delta log folder for a new file. That is the power of this delta log. So Ansh Lamba, we understood that delta log is the backbone of the whole delta packet format. That's correct. So just tell us more about this delta log. Okay, let me just tell you. So what is so magical in this? Basically, this delta log is also called as transaction log, which which stores all the transactions. All the transactions mean all the transactions. What do I mean by transactions? So basically, let's say this file is added. Okay, this file is added. Let's say you remove this file. So there are total 3 transactions. First, you added this file. Second, you added this file. Then third, you remove this file. All the information, all these 3 information will be stored in this transaction log. That's how it just tracks the history of the data. So Ansh Lamba, okay, that is also understood. Why do we just need to work with delta packet file format, and why can't we just work with packet file format if we want to just work with, let's say, Fabric or any data engineering solution nowadays? That's a very good question. It's a very good question. Very good, very good, very good. So the thing is, this delta log, this transaction log guarantees asset transactions. What do I mean? So if you're familiar with SQL databases, so you would have heard about asset capabilities, which stands for atomicity, consistency, isolation, durability. It guarantees that. Plus, it supports time travel. Let me just write it for you. Just make notes, bro. Just make notes. Just make notes. So it supports, along with asset, it supports time travel. What do I mean by time travel? Let's say you just deleted one record. Let's say within this Parquet file, you deleted one record by mistake, and you just need to bring back that record. You can just time travel. You can also enable data versioning. Data versions. You can just see what are the versions, what are the current, what is the like latest version of the table, what is the, you can say, third or fourth or any specific kind of version, any specific version of that table. Data versioning. Similarly, like there are so many specifications that it adds up to our Parquet file format. So if we just work with Parquet file only, we cannot get all these functionalities. But when we just work with delta log, it brings all these capabilities. And once we have these capabilities, then we can efficiently work with, then we can efficiently replicate any transactional data warehouse with Lakehouse. That's why when you just hear the word Lakehouse, we will just talk about Lakehouse in the next chapter, don't worry. I'm just setting a strong base for you so that you do not need to worry about Delta Lake. Then you will be just understand the concept of a Lakehouse. So when we say Lakehouse, Delta Lake is the backbone of Lakehouse. We cannot imagine a Lakehouse without Delta Lake. We cannot. Or you can say without Delta format or Delta Packet file format. We cannot. Because in that particular scenario, we cannot match the capabilities of a transactional data warehouse. We cannot guarantee asset transaction. We cannot guarantee commit rollback. We cannot guarantee data version. Nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. We cannot guarantee even indexing to improve the query performance. So in order to work with Lakehouse, in order to just eliminate the transactional data warehouse and work with the modern data warehouse, that is a Lakehouse, we have to work with files, and the best file format is delta packet file format, and which is nothing but a packet file format with transaction log. There's not a specific kind of file format that's called dot delta or dot delta Parquet. No, files are stored in the form of Parquet file formats. Simple. It's the transaction log that it adds with Parquet files. Simple, sorted scenes, sorted scenes. So this was all about delta Parquet file format, and now you are all set. Now you are ready to understand the concept, which is our new chapter, and we're gonna see what are the storage solutions that we have within Microsoft Fabric. Obviously, now we know that every data is stored in one lake, but what are the endpoints? What is built on top of that one lake? Like how we can actually store the data. So let's see what are the storage solutions, or let's say what are the data serving solutions, I would say, like how we can just serve our data. Okay, let's see. So let's talk about data serving facilities, capabilities in Fabric. Okay, so first of all, let's see the first one, and you can say the most popular one nowadays, and I would say the technology of future as well, because Lakehouse is Lakehouse. So basically, when we say Lakehouse, what actually is it is what actually it is. And I would say if you genuinely want to understand the Lakehouse, you first need to understand warehouse. So let's cover the warehouse first, then we will just jump to the Lakehouse. So basically, warehouse, obviously it's a very generic term, and you would be aware of this, like what is a warehouse. If not, warehouse is the central unit of, or let's say central repository of data. I can just write it for you as well. It will be very helpful. So it is also referred to as central repository of data. Okay, where we just store all the data of the enterprise, and it is the data hub, a kind of hub where we store everything. Everything means like each and every information, historical data, present data, everything. And how we just store the data, and like how we just design the data, how we just model the data, that would be the right word. How we model the data within data warehouse, we create something called as, I know if you know all these things, it's fine, because these are just the fundamentals. Okay, and we're gonna see each and everything in detail. I'm just covering the fundamentals for those who do not know, and for those who are very much interested to revise their concepts. And I love those people who love to revise their concepts. Okay, if you know, do not feel like I already know this, bro. Just revise your concept, just revisit these areas whenever you get time. Now you're getting the opportunity, just revise these concepts. It's just a matter of few minutes, that's it, bro. Okay, so central repository of data, and we model this data in the form of two things. One will be your fact. Okay, and then the second will be dimensions. So this is a kind of data model that we follow, and it's called as dimensional data modeling. Just make notes because I'm writing it for you. Dimensional data model. Okay, so this is called dimensional data model, and we create dimensional data model in the data warehouse. Okay, so what are the current solutions that we follow in the world of data engineering? There are many solutions, such as let's talk about that. So we have like so many solutions, such as, let's say, Google BigQuery, if you are GCP lover. Okay, oh man, Google BigQuery. Okay, or Redshift, if you are an AWS lover. If you are an Azure lover like me, then Synapse. Okay, Snowflake is also there, but it is independent of cloud. Okay, obviously Databricks is also there, Databricks Lakehouse, but it fits better in Lakehouse, not in the warehouse. So these are like some popular tools currently in the market for data warehousing, where we create dimensional data model. Okay, so when we say these are the current data warehouses, how Fabric data warehouse is different from these data warehouses? So the answer is very simple, very simple, and you need to just grasp the concept for it. Okay, so let me just show you what is the difference. So if you just go to this documentation, Microsoft, what is data warehousing in Microsoft Fabric? So the difference is, just scroll this up because I will just show you everything. The difference is, it's I think here. Where is that? Where is that? Where is that? Yeah. So basically, Fabric data warehouse is not a traditional data warehouse. That means it does not hold any data in the form of traditional databases. It does not. It follows lake semantics. It follows the concept of storing the data in the lake, like one lake, data lake. So it is not holding your data physically in the form of traditional databases. That makes Fabric warehouse different from all those warehouses. So do we see any kind of performance issue? No, no. That is the power of Fabric data warehouse or Fabric warehouse. Okay, so as you can also read it here, it's written like it's a lake warehouse that supports two distinct warehousing items. One is your warehouse, which is this one. Second is SQL endpoints through which your, let's say, Power BI developers will connect their reports to actually build the reports, or your data analyst can just connect that data warehouse using SQL endpoints to query some data. Don't worry, we will be just practically using all these things, and I think I can just show you, because I know you are saying, Ansh, can we just have a glimpse of it, how it looks, how we create. Okay, let's see, bro. Whatever you say, we'll do it. Okay, so we were at this stage, so let's go to our workspace and let's create a data warehouse, bro. Let's see. Okay, this is my workspace. I will click on it, then I will go and click on this new item. Okay, because I want to create a data warehouse. Okay, let's see. I will go here and I will pick my data warehouse. Where is it? You can either just scroll and search it, or you can simply just scroll and just find your object that you need to create. So this is the one, warehouse. Simply click on it and it is asking you to just provide the warehouse. So I will simply say Ansh warehouse. Okay, then click on create. So it will just create your warehouse in just few seconds and you will actually see the warehouse in front of your eyes. I know you were so desperate to actually see that data warehouse, that information in front of your eyes. So I thought I should not deny you and I should actually show you. So this is your homepage that you get. Now it is saying build a warehouse. Baby, we will build a warehouse, but hold on. So as you can see, this is your Warehouse Explorer. This area is called Warehouse Explorer. Just take notes. So this is your Warehouse Explorer. Okay, this is your Warehouse Explorer where you can just manage schemas. Obviously, schemas are like the objects that we create under Warehouse. So if I just click on this, I will see nothing because I do not have any schema right now. This is the security, and we get some roles assigned like built-in or custom. Then I'll just close this. Then these are my queries where I can actually store my scripts, SQL scripts, right? Let's say I will just click on this and I will see nothing. Okay, these are shared queries, obviously nothing. Let's create one query just for you. Obviously we're gonna cover this in detail. Let me just click on this new SQL query. As you can see, new SQL query and new visual query. Bro, Anshlamba, what's that? Now hold on, I just showed you this. So now I will just talk about all of these things in detail in just few minutes, in I think in the forthcoming chapters. So do not need to worry. I will just click on this new SQL query for now. So as you can see, this is the kind of interface that you can see or that you can use in Fabric warehouse. It is similar to MS SQL Server. I know it is similar to PostgreSQL. Obviously colors are not similar, but I'm just talking about the UI thing, right? So here you can just write anything. Let's say I want to query select, but Anshlama, you do not have any table. So what? I can still query. I can just create one query like select one as Anshlamba. Simple. I can run it. I can simply click on run. I'm not picking any tables. So see, this has given me the results the same way that we get the results or that we run queries in the traditional databases. But this is not a traditional database. This is a lake centric data warehouse. This is a lake centric data warehouse. Okay, so if you are familiar with Synapse, then it is similar to Azure Synapse serverless SQL pool, where we do not actually store the data in the traditional databases. Mr. Ansh Lamba, we are not familiar with Synapse, so shut your mouth. Okay, okay, okay. I will not use any references now. Okay, my bad. So basically, serverless SQL pool in Synapse is like similar to this one, and it has just adapted that technology into Fabric, and obviously with many enhancements. I will not say like with few enhancements, with many enhancements, and you will see everything in detail in just in the forthcoming chapter. So I'm just warming you up. I'm just warming you up. Okay. Okay. So this is the result that you saw, and obviously, as like other data warehouses, you can save this information as table. It will just create the table on top of it. You can open this information in Excel. Okay. And then messages, obviously, if it throws some error, then obviously you will see messages. So I just fulfilled your wish to just actually show you what is a data warehouse and how it looks like. So now you can actually relate to it better now, because you have visually seen that thing. Now you have tried it on your PC or laptop. I hope you are just doing with me. Okay. So obviously we will just explore this area in detail in the forthcoming chapters. So hold on, baby, hold on. So now this is done. Now let's understand the second way of serving the data in the form of lakehouse. And to explain the concept of lakehouse, I actually need to go to the databricks page, because I love this visual, and you're gonna like get the whole concept if you do not know anything about lakehouse, like what is a lakehouse and anything. So now you will know. Okay, so the thing is, this was our data warehouse, right? Okay, this is not the data warehouse that we are talking right now, because Fabric is a modern data warehouse and it is a lake centric data warehouse. I'm just talking about the traditional data warehouses where data was actually being stored in the traditional databases, and you can just relate it with your on-prem SQL data warehouses, where you just create facts and dimension, then not create, used to create in PostgreSQL, MS SQL Server, everywhere. Okay, done. Now, now, this practice was going very well, but after some time, yeah, because data warehouses were very popular around in 90s. Then, when era of 2010 came, then we saw a huge growth in data. And because of, I think now we have six V's of data, let's say velocity, variety, veracity, and I think volume, and like two more. So there are like so many V's of data, that are also known as big, like four V's of big data, three V's of big data, six V's of big data. Like every year or every 5 years, they just add one V. So just ignore that. So after having so many V's of data, we were unable to work with data warehouse. Why? Because storage was so expensive, so expensive. So we were not able to actually work with data warehouse. Then we introduced data lake. Everything was fine with data lake, but, and we know what is data lake, right? Which can store like all the structured, unstructured, semi-structured data. Everything was going very well with this data lake, but we were not able to efficiently build reports. So what did we do? We started creating data warehouse on top of data lake using ETL. Then, then this lake house came into the picture, and it said, bro, I will create a solution for you where you do not need to just replicate your data and just build data warehouse on top of it. Now you can directly build the reports on top of it. Now let's see how we can use lakehouse. Let me just go back to my presentation, and now let me just take you to the bigger view. So lakehouse, now you understand the concept of delta lake. Okay, that's why I explained that concept before explaining lakehouse. Okay, so the thing is, lakehouse is nothing but storing the data, in delta format. Okay, delta format or delta packet, same thing, in the delta format. And when we store the data in delta format, we can, let's say these are the data file formats, we can actually build the data warehouse on top of it. And that's why it is called Lakehouse, because it combines both the worlds, data warehouse plus data lake. It becomes data lakehouse. So data is actually stored in the data lake, but it can also be used to build the reports because of delta packet file format, and it supports all the functionalities that are required to eliminate any traditional data warehouse, asset transaction, like all those things that I discussed. Okay, this is the reason. This is the concept of lakehouse. Okay, this is the concept of lakehouse. So I can just write it for you. Lakehouse equals to warehouse plus data lake. So it becomes Lakehouse. Simple, perfect. So I'm just building your fundamentals as well, because it's not about just learning one technology. It's also about building strong fundamentals, because in the forthcoming chapters, we gonna just work with Fabric practically. And if you have strong fundamentals, then you can excel, right? Otherwise, you will be thinking, bro, just tell us how to create a lake house. We will know everything. And then when I will actually show you, then you will say, hey, what is this delta format? What is this delta packet file format? What is this lake house? So hold your excitement and just cover the fundamentals first. Okay. And do not think that these are not important for interview point of view. It is the most important thing. Okay. So I'm just building your fundamentals as well. You do not need to go here and there to just first cover the fundamentals and then cover the technologies. No. Ansh Lamba is giving you the end-to-end knowledge, in order you to succeed. Okay, okay. And I'm really hungry now. I want to eat something. Because I haven't eaten anything since, oh, I ate, I think, a little in the morning at 8 or at 9, and now it's 4. Oh man, I want food. Okay, let me just cook something after this session. I cannot leave this session in the middle. Okay, so this was all about Lakehouse. Okay, now what is this KQL database? By the way, it is very popular nowadays. What is this? It stands for, I know, bro, you worry a lot and you are worried right now for my food. Don't worry, I will eat it. Don't worry. So this is called custo query language. Okay, what is this custo query language and what is this KQL database? Basically, this is very much in very handy whenever we want to use it with the streaming data. If we want to design a system, design a database where data is coming in the form of streams, then we have to use KQL database. So it is for streaming. Ignore my handwriting. I know it's lovely. Yeah, so do not fall in love with my handwriting. No, you should not. So streaming data. KQL database is for streaming data, where you want to query the data, but at the same time in that particular database, data is coming like continuously. Okay, so let me just show you. Let me just show you. Let's say this is your database. Okay, and this is you. Okay, this is you. Let's say this is a girl this time, so I can just draw here. Okay, perfect. So let's say why we should always create boys, right? I believe in equality. See, I'm such a lovely boy. So let's say you are querying this database and data is coming continuously, but you also want to see the results. And in that scenario, you have to use KQL language. So this is a different language similar to SQL query language, but not exactly similar, but it is very much similar because we simply need to write English words like table name, take 100 if we just want to fetch top 100 records, or just like want to use limit. Do I know everything about KQL? Answer is no, because I am more inclined towards SQL. But I don't know if in future we need to just master KQL as well, because right now SQL is the backbone of every data role. But I can see like industry is adapting streaming data streaming like rapidly. Maybe we need to master KQL language as well. Not a big deal. So I'm just telling you. So this was all about streaming data for KQL databases. Now, Mr. Ansh Lamba, we have one question, and I can read your mind. I know your question. I know your question. We know that this is for streaming data. Yes, but this is for batch data or like normal data warehouse that we build. How should we pick the best one between between these two? So, bro, actually, I also raised this question and I directly called Bill Gates, and they just added this question here in the documentation. I'm just kidding, bro. I'm just kidding. So the question was already added. So it has added that question that, where's that question, bro? Have they removed it? Wait. Uh, uh, uh. I think it was here, man. I think it is in the data warehouse. Okay. So let me just go here and let me just type fabric warehouse. Okay. So let me just click on this. Yeah, I think it is there. So it says how we can just pick the best one, warehouse or lakehouse. So it has just covered this question. So the thing is, if you want to build a traditional data warehouse like solution, okay, if you just want to be very focused towards building enterprise level data warehouse, then you have to pick data warehouse. Okay, like you want exact replica of the data warehouse that you were working with in your current organization, and you want exact replica and you want just exact alternative, then you should just pick data warehouse. But but if you want to create a kind of solution where you have like so many sources from where data is coming, like such a high amount of data that is coming, plus you are using so many APIs, basically, to highlight that word, you are using Spark as your primary data transformation and primary tool to just do everything. And you just need SQL endpoints to query the data, and you just need to build a lightweight data warehouse that they have used here. The word is lightweight data warehouse. Then you can just go with Lakehouse. Now, Ansh Lamba, we have one more request, and then you can just eat your food. Okay, sir. What's your request? The request is we also want to see how Lakehouse look like. I know. I knew it. Okay, let me just show you, bro. Let me just show you. No need to worry. So, now let me just close this first. Okay, let me just go to warehouse, and I can just close this warehouse from here as well. So let's close this. So as you can see, now you will ask, hey, what is this? What is this? Hold your excitement. Hold your excitement. Now I will simply create Lakehouse only. Then we'll just cover each element in detail, because that makes sense, right? Once you have fundamentals ready, once you have seen, once you have ground ready for further learning, you will deeply cover everything there. It's not about what is this, what is this, what is this, what is this, what is this. We'll tell you everything and will answer all your what is this questions. Okay. Simply click on plus new item. Hey, by the way, I have a news to share with you. Okay. I will just share after creating this lakehouse. Okay. So now, where's lakehouse? This is my lakehouse. So when I just click on it, it will just ask me what will be the name of my lakehouse. I will simply say Ansh Lakehouse. Simple. Do I need to enable schemas? It is in preview right now, like public preview. I can just simply ignore it and I can simply say create. Okay. create. Thumbs up, thumbs up. It will create a lakehouse for me, and you will see that we have a lakehouse ready in front of us. Now, Ansh Lamba, I really loved this Lakehouse Explorer. I know you didn't love it, you just want to know about it. I can just tell you. So we have like two options. Okay, you can say we have, just go man. So we have two kinds of, you can say, directories, or you can say two kinds of methods, or two categories how we can just store data within Lakehouse. Okay, as I just mentioned that in Lakehouse we store the data in files. Okay, and then we create table on top of it. But creating table on top of it is optional point, is an optional thing, right? We can just store the data in the files directly. Okay, so if I just click on this files, obviously I have no files. I can actually click on these three dots. Okay, and then I have options. Wait, Ansh, come back, come here, come here. Just click on these three dots. What is this? What is this? What is this? I will tell you. Don't worry, don't worry. Hold on, bro. So just ignore this new shortcut, because I'm gonna talk about shortcut this about shortcut in detail. So do not need to worry. Okay. Now, what is this subfolder? Actually, you can create subfolder within files. So, Ansh, just a quick question. Yeah. If I create a lake house every time, like if I just create 2 to 3 more lake houses, will I get this folder and this folder every time? The answer is yes. So these are basically the root folders, root directories. Okay, so you will definitely get files and tables folder every time. Then you can create a subfolder inside it, or you can directly upload the file here. Wow. So if I just click on this, and if I just click on upload files, so I can upload file using my local computer. Like any file if I have on my machine, I can just upload it and it's done. It's done. Then I have one more thing, properties. I can click on it. Then it will say URL. This is very, very, very important. And let me just talk about this as well. Ansh Lamba, just hold your hunger, because they are hungry as well for their future. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I will just, I actually want you to explain this format, like how it is generated and how it is referred to the Azure data. Like this is very important, trust me. This is, I think, one of the most important things, because when I was just learning this, I'm really hungry, man. When I was learning this, I used to think like, where actually we are storing the data, where actually we are storing the data. I got the answer that we are storing the data in Lakehouse. Makes sense. Makes sense. I related that concept with Synapse. Okay. In Synapse as well, we store the data in serverless SQL pool, but the actual data was residing in the data lake. And bro, hold your hands. Ansh Lamba, hold your hands, because you cannot do these things in winter. Okay. Ow. So we were storing the data actually in the data lake, and if I want to query that data using, let's say, any other resource, let's say I want to query the same data using databricks, I was using a storage link, right? Storage URL. I was asking this question from myself, like, what is the storage link? I know that this data is stored in Ansh Lakehouse, but what is that storage URL? Then after exploring, after exploring, after exploring, I got the answer. Do you need to explore so much? No need to worry, because I will just tell you the solution right away. And I will just actually show you what do I mean. Let me just copy this. Okay. Let me just go back to my lovely presentation. Oh man, let me just do it. Okay, so let me just open this bigger picture. Okay, let me just paste this URL here. Oh, I cannot paste it. Okay, can I do it right now? Yes. And I think, let me just do this. Yeah, perfect. Let me just show you what I am exactly trying to say. So this is my storage URL, storage URL. Okay, storage URL. Let me just write the storage URL for a for an Azure storage account. Then you will get to know what I was actually trying to figure out. If let's forget about one lake for now. Okay, just try to focus. Okay, Ansh, just let's do it. Then you will have your meal. Promise, 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 promise. Okay, what promise, man? I haven't cooked anything, so I have to cook first. Okay, so the thing is, if I am using Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, okay, let me just write it for you. ADLS, okay. Then if my file, if my data is stored within a container called Ansh Lamba, uh, let's say Ansh Lamba house, okay, just to actually relate, or let's say any other container, let's say any other container, because otherwise you will get confused. Okay, this data is stored in this container. Okay, and what is the container name? Container name is raw. Okay, that is the general container that we like create all the times. Okay, this is the raw container. Okay, then within this raw container I have one more folder. Okay, and the name of that folder is, let's say, sales. Perfect. And then within that container we have something called, let's say, till sales. It's fine, you will understand the concept. Now if I want to just use this data, okay, if I just want to use this data, how I was using it before, let me just tell you. I was writing ABFSS. Why ABFSS? If I want to just pull the data sitting in Azure Lake, I have to use this protocol ABFSS. So there are like two protocols, ABFSS, HTTPS. So we can use any. Okay. So ABFSS. Then I was writing my container name. What is the container name? Raw @ storage account name. Let's say the storage account name is Data Lake. Let's say. Okay. Data Lake Ansh. Let's say storage account name is Data Lake Ansh. Then I was writing dfs.core.windows.net. Within that I have a folder called sales. This was my URL I was looking for. I was like, where is that URL? Where is that URL? Now you will understand everything. So if I just relate this URL with this one, you will actually grab everything in one link. Trust me. Just be with me. Just be with me for few more minutes. Okay. This is same ABFSS with ABFSS. What is this? What is this? Ansh Lamba Pro Workspace. This is the workspace name. This is the workspace name. Okay. That means our container is equivalent to workspace. Our container is equivalent to workspace in one lake. Okay. So whenever you create a workspace, you actually create a container. That's why when we say what is a workspace, we refer it as a container. Okay. Then @ storage account name. Now what is the storage account name here? It is called one lake. But why it is called one lake? Because in one tenant there can be only one lake. So they decided the name and they put it as one lake. So this is the storage account name. Then dfs.fabric.microsoft.com, these are the semantics, these are constant. Then within that I need to specify the object name. And what is the object name? It is called Ansh Lakehouse. It is called Ansh Lakehouse. And what is it? Lakehouse. It is just referring that this is a lake house, because there can be like so many objects. Like maybe there can be a warehouse with this name as well. So Ansh Lakehouse. So this is, that means a kind of folder. Like every time if I just create any object, let's say if I create any lake house, I have actually created a folder inside a container. Okay. And now you know that whenever we create any lake house, we get two folders, files and tables. That means this is my files folder. If I need to draw this design according to Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, this will be this will look like this. This is my one lake. Okay, one lake. I can hear the sound from my stomach. Okay, one lake. Then I have a container called Ansh Lake Ansh Lamba, a Pro WS. Okay, then this is the container. Then within this, I have one folder. I have one folder. It's called Ansh Lakehouse. Okay, within this folder, I have two folders, files and tables. I have files and tables. Perfect. And in our scenario, we put the file under files. We haven't put any file, but if we will be ever putting any data, it will go under this. See, it took me a lot of time to actually replicate the design because it is not written anywhere. It is not drawn anywhere. I just put it using the logic, comparing the values and everything. But now you got this concept like this. That is my intent, bro. That is my intent. You should know everything, right? You should know all the things. So this was all about one lake as well, and now you are very well versed with all the data storage solutions. Okay, so now there is one more thing that we need to cover as part of fundamentals, and it is very important, and it will just take, I think, few minutes. And after that, we gonna cover each and every segment practically. And before that, we should actually do that as well. So let's see what is that, and this will just build your strong terminology with like what are the things available, what are the things available, and that can be your interview question as well. Like, it is a very common question, and now this question aligns with data analyst and data engineers both. It is called data ingestion. Now data analyst will think, why do we need to just pull the data in Fabric? Bro, we have something called data flows. Okay, and we just use this to pull the data. So now the next area, next chapter, it is a short chapter, but it is very important, and it is one of those chapters that will be used throughout the video. We will use terminologies from that particular chapter. Okay, so let's see what is that. Now let's discuss data ingestion in Fabric. Trust me, it is one of the most important topic in Fabric. It is one of the most important topic. Why? Why? So the thing is, let me just eat my carrot. So okay, so I ate this. This was the quickest thing I could cook. Not cook. I just peeled it and washed it. That's it. I'm just kidding. I just had a bowl of lentils. I just cooked it like this. So it was already boiled in the morning. So I just added some ingredients, hidden ingredients, and then I just ate it. And after that, this carrot. So data ingestion is one of the most important. It is one of the most important. It is one of the most important feature, or let's say functionality of Fabric. Why? Any guesses? Why? You can guess till the time I'm just doing. So the answer is Microsoft Fabric is a new tool. As you all know, data is already residing somewhere else outside of Microsoft Fabric. So we need to ingest the data to Fabric. That is the most important thing right now, right? And that is one of the most important factors for Fabric. Make sense now? Make sense? Okay. So, and do you know why Azure Data Factory was very much in demand? This was the reason. Because Azure Data Factory was responsible to bring all the data from other sources to Azure. That is why now this area will be very much in demand. And I know now you will say, Ansh, will you also cover this area in detail? So the answer is yes. I'm gonna show everything in detail for like data ingestion. Practically as well, I will just show you actually pulling the data from different sources and pushing this data to one lake. Don't worry. But before that, you actually need to understand these concepts, because as you can see, you would not hear these words like shortcuts, mirroring. So one way of doing it is just take you to the practical session and just use these words, and now then you will be feeling lost. I don't want that. I want you to be fully ready, and this is our last chapter for our fundamentals, and then we'll be just doing everything in Microsoft Fabric practically. But before that, I just need you to understand this as well, because this will definitely help you to understand what exactly we need to do. Okay, so let's see. First of all, the first way of performing the ingestion. Before performing the ingestion, okay, what is the source? What is the source? This source can be anything. It can be your Azure SQL DB. It can be your on-prem DB. It can be anything. It can be something else. It can be like your, you can say AWS source, AWS data, GCP data, anything. Okay. Now I will have one lake, as we all know, right? Yes. This is my one lake. Perfect. So now I want to bring this data to this one lake. Perfect. One category, or you can say one way of doing it is through ETL. ETL. It's called extract, transform, load. So it is kind of a sequence of activities that we perform, and we actually travel our data, make our data travel. Okay. So within Fabric, what are the ETL facilities, or you can say ETL options we have in Fabric? Let's see. First of all, very popular, and it is popular one of the most popular activity, or you can say way of pulling data, and all the Azure lovers already know this. What's that? And I think you would have already guessed it. It's none other than, oops, it's none other than copy activity. Oh, do we have copy activity here? Yes, bro, we have. I told you. I told you that Fabric is like one-stop solution for everything. But is it exactly same with Azure Data Factory? The answer is not exactly, but almost same. So those who are not familiar with copy activity, so basically it is the main activity that we use to perform in Azure Data Factory to migrate the data from one source to another. Simple? Yes, it is very simple. So this is one of the most important and most famous activity. So we can apply copy activity with our source, and we can push this data to one lake. That makes sense. Okay. And this can just write this data here in one lake. Okay. Understood. Understood. And we know that copy activity is very much performant with big data sets as well. So that's why I have just picked this, and I have just discussed this uh, initially as well, like when I was just discussing about the fundamentals. So now, what is the second way of performing ETL? What is the second way? The second way is using data flows. Okay. Now, if you are already familiar with Azure Data Factory, do you know data flows in Azure Data Factory? The answer is obviously yes, right? You know it if you are familiar with Azure. So here we have two kinds of data flows. Okay, what are those? So we have Gen 1 and Gen 2. Okay, and what is the difference? Telling you, bro. hold on. So if I talk about Gen 1, it is exactly same as the Azure Data Factory, okay, or exactly same as Synapse. So those who are not familiar with Azure, so this is a kind of data flow that we have where we just perform transformations, where we just process our data without writing any code. It is all automatic and with visuals. Okay. What is the second way of doing it? The second way of performing ETL is using Gen 2, and Gen 2 is also a code free option, but this is even more simpler than Gen 1. Why? Because it uses the same UI as Power Query Editor. So if you know how to use Power Query Editor, you can ingest the data, you can perform ETL on top of the data, and you can push this data here in the one lake. Perfect. Now, what is the third way of doing it? And this will be loved by all my coders who love to code, who love writing Python. So this is none other than notebooks. Oh, notebooks, yes. So these are notebooks, Spark notebooks, where we just write the code either in Python language, SQL, Scala, and R. And I don't know who uses R language, man. It's yuck. If you okay, if you use R, you can, but I hate it. I hate R language. I don't know, man. I hate R. So within this notebook, you can create your code and you can actually perform the ETL, and you can push this data to this one lake. Okay. And then the fourth way, the final one is event stream. And this is, as the name suggests, it is for streaming data. So if you have like streaming data, then you can just create this one. Maybe let's say your source is an IoT hub where you are just receiving data continuously. Then if you want to perform ETL, you can perform through event stream, and this way as well it will just push the data to one lake. And let me just show you all of these features, how it look like. Do not need to worry, we gonna discuss it in detail in further sections, but let me just show you because I know you are really excited to see the icons and to just see it, because I'm also that kind of person. I really like it. So let's click on your workspace name. Okay, then click on plus new item. Now the first thing was copy activity, right? So now you will say, hey, is this the one? So the answer is no. This is just a new feature that they have just added, and it is in preview right now, which makes it easy to copy data in Fabric. Includes full copy, incremental copy, and event-based copy modes. So it is a kind of new feature that they are just enabling right now. It is not that copy activity. It is this one, data pipeline. So basically, when we create copy activity, we are actually creating that activity inside a pipeline. Okay, so that particular feature is available inside this data pipeline. Okay, perfect. The second thing was data flow gens, like data flows. Then we have two, data flow gen 1 and data flow gen 2. This is similar to the data flows in Azure Data Factory. This is exactly same as Power Query Editor edition, and like uh, like if you have transformed the data in Power BI, it is exactly same, and it is just renamed as data flow gen 2. Okay, perfect. What was the third thing? Let's discuss what was the fourth thing. Fourth thing was event stream. This one, event stream. So it will just create the ETL for continuously flowing data. Now, what is the third thing? We discussed about notebook, right? Yes. If I just scroll it down, then I can see notebook. I can create notebook, and inside that notebook, I can just simply write my Spark code. Got it? Got it? Got it? Very good. Very good. Okay. Let's discuss another important way of pulling data. Now you will say, hey Ansh Lamba, this is my one lake. Okay, this is my one lake. Let me just write it, one lake. Okay, now we know how to pull the data using ETL, but what are these shortcuts, man? What are these shortcuts? Before explaining this concept, I want to ask you a simple question. Okay, it is very simple. Let's say, because it is directly aligned with the concept, you have a data sitting somewhere else, maybe on-prem, maybe AWS, maybe GCP, maybe on Azure data lake, anywhere. Okay, how you can use that data? The answer is by pushing that data to one lake. Simple, that makes sense. But what if I say that you can use this data like without even pulling this data to one lake? What nonsense. That's not nonsense. Okay, let me just explain this concept with an example, with a real life example, then you will just understand better. In your childhood days, you would have installed a game on your PC. Oh, come on, Ansh, what are you asking? Bro, just answer. I will just relate that concept with this one. Okay, you would have installed one game. It can be any game. Okay, like there were like so many popular games at that time. Okay, you would have installed that game in your PC. Okay, where did you put your main file, in which like setup was there and the main exe file and everything? You would say maybe in local disk C or local disk D of your PC. Let's take local disk C. Let's say you just put your game or the main folder in local disk C. Then you would be playing that game daily, almost daily. Let's say, okay. Now, I am so sure that you would have created a shortcut of that game on your desktop. I'm so sure. And I know your answer is yes. So just tell me one thing. Why did you create that shortcut? The answer is you wanted to keep your files in local disk C, and you wanted to just run your game by just clicking on that shortcut available on the desktop. Very good. Very good. So just tell me one thing. When you used to just click on that shortcut, were you actually running the game using that shortcut on the desktop, or when you click on that shortcut, when you used to click on that shortcut, it actually went back to the main file and ran the game from that file? So the answer is that second option. So whenever you were just clicking on that shortcut, it went back to the main file because that shortcut referred to that location and it ran the file from there. Got it, right? So it is exactly same here as well. So what we will doing, we will create a shortcut. Instead of pushing data inside one lake, we will just create a shortcut. We will just create a shortcut of this data source. Simple. Then we will say we will read this data, okay, using the shortcut, because we can just see the data is available. But when we will be querying this data, it will go back to the source and actually return the result from there. So that is why, if we go by definition, shortcuts are the objects which just point to a particular location, which eliminates data movement at all. There will be no data movement. It will just point to a particular location. So simple and so powerful. Now, one question, Ansh. Okay, go ahead. If my data is sitting in Azure Data Lake Gen 2, it makes sense that it can just create the shortcut because both are powered by Microsoft. I have my data residing in S3 bucket of AWS. Can it read the data? So the answer is yes. You can even create shortcuts external to the Microsoft services. It can be AWS, GCP, Dataverse, anything. You can create shortcuts. You can create shortcuts. Wow, man, that's insane. I know, I know, I know. So you do not need to move your data. If you want to migrate to Fabric, so now you can just tell your manager or anyone that we have an option available. Even if our data, like it can be big in size, if it is residing in some other location and you do not want to just do the heavy lifting in one lake, you can just use your existing data. What's the big deal? You can just create Spark notebooks and do everything that you want. You can just build the lake house on top of it, and then you can just query that data using SQL endpoints, everything that you can do. That's insane. And we want to see like how we can just create shortcuts. Hold on, we will just see in just few minutes. Okay, now we just need to discuss the third option, the last one. Okay, what is this mirroring? What is this mirroring? So basically, in order to understand the mirroring, let me just give you a simple definition what it does. So what it will do, it will just use this one lake, obviously. Okay, this is our one lake. Perfect. This is my one lake. Okay, perfect. This is my one lake. So what mirroring will do, it will create a connection with the source, with a source, this one. It will build a connection and it will replicate all the data to my one lake automatically. Automatically. That's why it's called mirroring. It will just create a mirror copy of the data. That's it. And why it is so good to have? Because you do not need to apply complex ETL logics. No, you do not need to apply those logics. You do not need to manage or maintain that ETL pipelines. No, everything will be done by Fabric. So let's say you committed some changes, right? You inserted some new data. So what? It will be replicated continuously in this source, like in this destination. Here, let me just show you the documentation as well. Okay, so this is the documentation for mirroring. So I can just show you what is written here in, like, just to sum up. So Microsoft Fabric is a low cost, low latency solution to bring data from various sources into your one lake. As you can see, you can continuously replicate your existing data directly into one lake. Okay, either from Azure databases or external data sources. Simple. Then why use mirroring? Why? As I just mentioned, working with this data today requires complex ETL logics, right? So you do not need to apply those logics. Simple. Now you have three options with mirroring. Like there are three types of mirroring. One is database mirroring, which will mirror databases, schemas, data, everything. Like in short, including data. It will just create the replica of data as well in one lake. Everything will be done automatically by Fabric, and data will be stored in the delta packet format. As you all know that it stores data automatically in delta packet format. Then what is this metadata mirroring? Basically, if you do not want to mirror your data, you just want to mirror the metadata. Like let's say you just want to mirror the schema, the table name, that's it. And you just want to apply queries and you just need to keep the data there. So you can just do metadata mirroring as well, in which it will just pull the metadata. That's it. As you can read, instead of physically moving the data, metadata mirroring fabric synchronizes metadata such as catalog names, schemas, tables. Simple. Then we have open mirroring. Open mirroring is designed to extend mirroring based on open delta lake table format. So I think this is in preview right now. And after this, I want to show you all the popular services offered by Microsoft Fabric to apply the data mirroring. Let's say you want to apply database mirroring on Azure Cosmos DB, you can do it. Answer is yes. And replication will be near real time. Okay. And what type of mirroring it will be? Database mirroring. That means we can replicate the data as well. Then the second one is very popular, Azure Databricks. we can do the mirroring, but it will only be metadata mirroring. We will not pull the data, we will just pull the metadata. Why? Because bro, if you are experienced with Databricks, we do not store the data. Oh. Ansh, control your hands. So we do not store the data in Azure Databricks. We just refer the data, like the external data. Now you will say, what about managed tables? Managed tables as well be stored in the external data lakes or data lakes. Okay. So now the third one is Azure SQL DB. So it will again a database mirroring. Okay. Then like we have like more features, Azure SQL Manage instance, Snowflake. In case of Snowflake, we can do database mirroring. Okay. So this was all about mirroring, and let me just show you the options that I'm just talking about, like these options. I can just show you as well. So if you just go here, our fabric. So if I just go to my workspace, click on plus new item, and then you will say mirrored Azure Cosmos DB. It is in preview right now, obviously, but it is the same thing that we discussed. Then mirrored Azure Databricks, mirrored Azure SQL Database, mirrored Azure SQL Managed Instance. See, these are the services. You can actually create the mirroring in Fabric. So cool, man. So cool. It is just taking care of all the complex ETL logics and everything. You can directly push the data to one lake like a magic. Obviously, it is a magic because you do not need to do anything, right? It is a magic. So I think you are satisfied now that it is a technology which will be very much in demand. But it is such a wide variety, like it is such a wide tool, and there are like so many services, so many, and you can see even having these many services, it is adding more and more features. See, copy job, it is in preview, it has just added this feature, so it is continuously upgrading. So you know the hype of Microsoft Fabric, the level of hype, it's gonna be really crazy, man. So you should feel happy that you are investing your time for future. It's not just about future, bro. You can see the change in the industry in just few months as well. Why people are doing like certifications for Fabric? You just see on LinkedIn like people are just posting, have done Fabric certification. People are attending workshops. Why? Because it is a technology of future. And obviously, like how I can just say this, like they're just doing the publicity as well. Like Fabric is doing some publicity, right? And they need to do because they have built such a strong tool, man. They deserve this. They deserve this. And I'm really happy that you are watching this video and now you want to be a pro Fabric developer. Am I a pro Fabric developer? I'm just a learner. I'm just a learner, and I'm just sharing the knowledge that I've gained so far with you so that you can be ready for your upcoming learnings in Fabric, right? Do not consider yourself as like you know everything. No, you should always be a learner. That doesn't mean that you should underestimate yourself. No, no, never. Okay, keep a balance, maintain a balance. Okay, balance is life. Okay, so Anshlama, now just okay, just buckle up because now we gonna start working like heavily with practical sessions with Fabric. So now you know all the terms, all the terminologies, you have like fundamentals clear, you have a strong base ready. Even if we feel that we need to discuss a concept, we will just take that concept along the way. Okay, so now you are all set to actually start working with all the components available in Microsoft Fabric. And are you excited to cover or to learn the first component of Microsoft Fabric? And any guesses? What's that? Let me just show you. So first of all, we gonna cover this particular component of Fabric. It's called Data Factory. Data Factory, Data Factory, Data Factory. Like it is the most popular, most in-demand tool, like since the beginning. When we were using Azure Data Factory, obviously we were using like all the activities within Azure Data Factory. Then we got Synapse. Within Synapse as well, we got this Azure Data Factory embedded in it with the name such as Synapse Integrate. Now in Fabric, they have again embedded Data Factory, and this time the name is also same. Instead of we call it as Azure Data Factory, or you can say ADF, which is another popular abbreviation for it, we call it as Fabric Data Factory or just Data Factory. It is so much in demand because of its capabilities, because of its scalability, like everything. So one question that you can ask, is it exactly same as ADF? Is it exactly same as like Azure Data Factory? It is almost same, but there are like some differences. Plus there are like enhancements that they have added in Fabric Data Factory. So the answer is no, it's not exactly same. So it's your duty to learn this tool, and Ansh Lamba, your boy, is all set to just give you a detailed tutorial on Fabric Data Factory right now. So now some of you will be thinking, hey, we do not have any experience with Azure Data Factory, or we used to use Azure Data Factory, but now we do not know much or we do not remember much. Do not need to worry, bro, because this will be a detailed tutorial for those who do not know anything, for those who forget like some of the stuff, for those who already know all the things. They can just compare this knowledge with the Azure Data Factory, and this will be a good source to grasp knowledge in Fabric Data Factory. So this will be a detailed tutorial, and without wasting any time, let's get started and actually see what is this tool and what are the features, like everything. Let's go. So let me just go to my Microsoft Fabric. So I will simply click on Microsoft Fabric, or you can click on this Data Factory. Okay, so like both the ways, you can simply click on it and then you can just go there, Data Factory. That's the easiest way. Okay, simply click on it. So now it is asking us, do we need to create this Fabric Data Factory in a new workspace, or you need to just create the Fabric Data Factory in the existing workspace, which is this one? So I would say create the new data factory in the existing one, because we have already created the workspace. So first of all, let me just close this, and simply I need to click on this workspace. Then I will click on this new item. Okay, click on this new item and then just pick data pipeline. Yes, just pick this. This is the data factory, and within this you will create all the things. So just click on this. So it is asking me like, what should be my pipeline name? What should be my pipeline name? So let's say I want to pick name as tutorial 1. Okay, tutorial 1, and click on create. So it will just open the data factory for me, and it will just create one pipeline. So this is my data factory. This is the, you can say, home page for my data factory. So now this is my pipeline, as you can see. Okay, this is my pipeline. So pipeline, as we know, is the set of activities, is the collection of activities in which we perform all the transformations, like all the steps, and we orchestrate it. Okay, like we run the activities in a sequence. Okay, so now this pipeline is created, we know this. Okay, so now what is this thing, pipeline activity? So basically, as I just mentioned, that within Azure Data Factory we have so many activities, like copy activities, like so many activities. Similarly, in Fabric Data Factory we have all the activities, almost all the activities, plus some new activities as well. I will just show you what are some new activities. So within this we have all the activities as we have an Azure Data Factory. Okay, let's forget about Azure Data Factory now. I don't want to use that term. Let's focus on Fabric Data Factory and let's start from scratch. Yep. Then this is fine. What is this copy data assistant or start with guidance? So basically, Fabric Data Factory has provided us some guidance or provided us some templates that we can use to just get started with this. But I would not recommend you to do that because I am here to just tell you everything. You can use templates, but in the real world we hardly use these templates. We just create our own solutions because we need to just build our own pipelines, right? And it is pure customized. So that's why I could have showed you just everything using template, but I don't actually want to show you working with Data Factory through templates. I want you to learn everything. So without delaying, I will simply click on this plus pipeline activity. Let me just click on this. Don't worry, we will just talk about all these sections. These are not going anywhere. Let me just show you. Let me just click on it. Then it will ask me, what do I need to do? Should I just perform copy activity, data flow, delete activity? Just forget about all these things first. Let me just pick copy activity first because we also talked about it. Let me just pick this. Okay. Okay. This is the canvas. This is the canvas. Okay. I wanted to just take you to this canvas because now it is our canvas. Now it is our canvas of the whole pipeline. So basically, now I just want you to know that this whole canvas is owned by this pipeline. What did I say? This whole canvas is owned by this particular pipeline, which is called as tutorial 1. Okay. Now just forget about what is this copy activity, what is that, what is this. Just forget about everything. One simple question. We just clicked on plus activity and we just created this copy activity. Got it? But Ansh, you just said that in the pipeline, we create sequence of activities. So how we can just add more and more activities? Let's say I want to add another copy activity. Like I want to just copy the data from another source. How we can do this? Should we just create a new pipeline? The answer is no. You can simply see all the activities here. Okay. So I know this is a new UI for you. Just be familiar with this. So these are the areas where you can see all the activities. If I simply click on this drop down, I will see copy activity add to canvas and use copy assistant. So if I just click on this, let's say add to canvas, it will just add another copy activity. Let me just click on this. See, it is called copy data 1, it is called copy data 2. So this is another set of copy data activity added to my canvas. Simple, sorted. That means we can just orchestrate it. We can just run multiple pipelines. So I can just copy the data using this copy data activity, and I can just use this copy data activity using this activity. Let's say these are like responsible for different copying data from different sources. Okay, very good. Now Ansh, in the beginning you just showed us so many activities, right? If I want to just use a data flow activity or any other activity along with copy data activity, and I actually want to orchestrate it, you can do that. For that, you just need to go to this activities tab. Yes. So just click on this activities tab and then you will see a long list of activities. These are all the activities. So let me just show you how many activities do we have. Just click on these three dots and then you will see, wow man, these are all the activities that you have within Fabric Data Factory. That means Fabric Data Factory is let me just write it for you. Bro, just take notes. I know I'm repeating it again and again because you should feel the importance, like why I'm repeating it again and again. Please, bro, please. So basically, Fabric Data Factory is a low, no code tool where you can use ETL, ELT, You can build pipelines with like you will hardly use the coding. You will hardly use the coding within Azure, within Fabric Data Factory. Ansh, forget about Azure Data Factory. Okay, just for a few minutes. Okay. Within Fabric Data Factory, you hardly need to use any code. Hardly. Like 90% of the time, it will be all UI, or you can say low no code. And these are all the activities which is the evidence that all the things can be done using drag and drop thing. That's why it is very much popular. Plus, it doesn't mean that it is not scalable. Bro, Azure Data Factory is popular, I think, since past 5 to 6 to 7 years. And the demand is consistently growing. Why? You will get to know when you see the power of Fabric Data Factory, right? So it is very much in demand, and don't worry, I know these are like so many activities. I will try my best to just take almost all the popular activities or most in demand activities so that you can learn the most. You can just learn everything about Fabric Data Factory because I want you to grow as a Fabric developer. Okay, and the Fabric Data Factory is like the backbone, like right, like these are like one of the most important components reside in Fabric Data Factory. Okay, and being a data engineer, you know, like the importance of it. Okay, so now if I want, by the way, my Azure lovers, see, don't worry, I will just talk about it later. So by the way, let me just pick any other activity. Okay, let's see, I want to pick this lookup activity. Just do not put much focus on what is this activity. Just say, let's say I want to use this activity. I will just click on it and it will come to my canvas. Okay, but right now it is not orchestrated. What do I mean? It is not in a sequence. It is not in a sequence. If I just run this pipeline right now, like obviously after configuring each activity, if I run this pipeline, all activities will be running independently, but this will not be running in sequence. Let's say I want this activity to run first, then this activity to run at second position, this activity to run at third position. And just not this, I want this activity to run only and only if this activity fails. Let's say this is my condition, and I want this activity to run only and only if this activity succeeds. Let me just show you how you can do that. So basically, let me just arrange them nicely. So basically, if we want to connect the pipelines, we have something called nodes. Okay, so within that, let me just hover over this activity. I have not clicked anything, I have just hover over this. Now you can see all these 4 nodes. Nodes is like mean a point or connector, anything. Okay, so these are 4 different types of nodes that we have. Okay, number one is this one, gray color node. It is called completion. It is called on, no, it is for skipped. Gray is for skipped, so it is called skipped. So skipped. Okay, then this green one, it is for success. It is for success. This one is for failure, if any activity fails. Okay, fail. And this one is for completion. Okay, this one is for completion. Perfect. So if you want to connect your activity with this one and you want only run this activity if this activity fails, so which node you will pick? Obviously this one. Makes sense. Yes, you are absolutely right. So I will simply connect this activity. How? Simply go here, hover over this activity, and then just pick this, like just put your mouse on this small cross, and then you will see the word as well. See, it is written on fail, on success, on skip, on completion. So I will simply pick red and I will connect this to this activity. Now this activity, this lookup activity will only run if this activity fails. Only. Then I will connect this activity with this one on success. Okay. So this is the flow. Now if I run this pipeline, then first this activity will run. Then if this activity fails, only then this activity will run. And then if this activity succeeds, only then this activity will run. This is the end-to-end orchestration using Fabric Data Factory. Sorted? Perfect. Now one curious question can be asked from you, that what if this activity does not fail? That's a valid question. What will happen? Then this activity will be skipped. This activity will be skipped. This will not be running. And what will happen to this one? This will also be skipped, because this activity will only run if this activity succeeds. And if this activity skipped, then obviously this activity will not be running. Simple. This was the kind of orchestration that we built. Okay, and these are really important. And these nodes, like if you are just appearing for the interviews as well, these are the areas where you can just like expect the questions from these areas, right? So now let me just delete all these activities. Why? Because now you need to first learn copy data activity. That is the most important activity, and we also saw this activity when we were discussing about ETL and ELT. Okay, if I just click on this, you will see two things. One is source, second thing is destination. And as we just talked about in our fundamental C, that's why fundamentals are so important. That's why I covered fundamentals first. Now you know in this copy activity what it will do. It will simply connect with source. See this source, and then it will push that data to destination. Now you know, because you have seen that. And what will be the destination? Obviously one lake. So I can just cover this with one lake. That's why I covered fundamentals first. Okay, that was the reason. Now we need to learn something important in order to actually proceed with copy data activity. So you know that we need to connect our copy data activity with source. Okay, that's fine. And then we need to connect our copy data activity to destination. Yes, but how you will do that? In order to connect to your source, in order to connect to your destination, you need to create a connection that is also called as linked service. You need to build that. So it is just a fancy name, it is just a connection. And how you can build the connection with your source, it depends upon the type of source that you have. Okay, it depends upon the type of source that you have. So let's say in our scenario, I want to pull data from the API. Really, Ansh? In the first activity, you were asking us to pull the data from API? Yes. That's how you grow. I told you in the practical session, we're gonna kill it, man. So in the very first data copy activity, I will ask you to copy the data from API. And what will be the API? It will be a GitHub. Okay, so it will be my GitHub account. Okay, and you need to pull data from GitHub. Okay, and you need to push data to this destination. And what will be the destination? Destination will be the Lakehouse. Okay, let me just write it here. And you already know that we have created Lakehouse. Okay, so I will simply say Lakehouse, and the name of that Lakehouse was Ansh Lamba Lakehouse. Yeah, so we will push that data to Lakehouse. Do we need to create tables? No. We will just put that data under files folder. If you remember, there were two folders. Now you see the importance of fundamentals, bro. So we just need to put the data under files. Okay, simple, sorted, very good. How you can do that? How you can do that? So first of all, let me just show you the data which is in my GitHub repository, and then I will just show you what exactly we need to do. Okay, let me just show you. So by the way, this is the original data set in the Kaggle, and you can just go, and this is uploaded by Johar Ashfaq, updated 5 years ago, and this is the original link. And I have also downloaded these files, and I have just uploaded these files into my GitHub repository. Let me just show you that as well. So this is my GitHub repository. Don't worry, I'm not promoting my GitHub repository, so I'm just showing you that this is my GitHub repository. So basically, oh, by the way, one more certification is added now of Fabrics. I have not updated yet. I will just update, don't worry. So I will simply go to repositories, and I will simply click on Fabric tutorial, because I have just saved all the files here. So if you just go here to data folder, you will see all these files here. Wow, all these files, all are the CSV files. Okay, now don't worry, we are not just copying all the data now. So for example, if I want to just copy, let's say, customers data, I will simply click on it. Okay, and this is my CSV folder, as you can see in the preview. Okay, all are the comma separated values. I want to just copy this data, and I want to just copy this data through API, and I want to push this data to my Lakehouse. Okay, okay. So let me show you how you can do it. Okay, so this was my data. Okay, so now let's go back to our copy activity. Let me just click on it, and let's start configuring it. First of all, you need to go to general, and you need to just give a meaningful name, because that's why we can just actually understand like which activity is performing which step. So I will simply say copy get data. Simple, it makes sense. Copy get data, or I can also add space, copy get data. Perfect. What are these options here? Description, you can just give description if you want. I can simply say copying customers data. Okay, makes sense. It is optional, you do not need to give it. So then we have activity state. Is it activated or deactivated? It is activated. If you want to deactivate, you just can click on this button, so it will just gray out this activity. See, now it is deactivated, but we need to keep it activated. Now this is the timeout. So it is the timeout, like let's say, let me just click on this I button. So it is the maximum amount of time an activity can run. Default is 12 hours, as you can see, and it is like hidden right now. So you will see this box has already the value for 12 hours. So the thing is, if you just run this copy activity, and you know that your data should be copied within half an hour, okay, within 30 minutes, or let's say within 1 hour. And if your copy activity is running and taking more time than 1 hour, then you should just say that timeout my activity and I do not need to run because there's something wrong. This function is really helpful, and it says the minimum is 10 minutes and the maximum amount of time allowed is 7 days. After that, it has to fail, because no copy activity should take more than 7 days, right? So I will simply say, like, I will just keep it as like as it is 0.12. I can just keep it as like 0.01 if I just want to just keep it running for 1 hour. That makes sense, but I know my data will be copied in 5 minutes, so not in 5 minutes, just few seconds, bro. Then retry. If our copy activity fails, then we can assign like how many retry it should have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For now, it will just have 0. Then just go to your source, and then as you can see, it is asking me to provide the connection with what? Connection with source, and in our scenario the source is GitHub. So I will simply click on this drop down, and as you can see, two connections are already built, Ansh warehouse and Ansh Lakehouse. Obviously we know because these are Fabric objects, so it has already created the connection with those, but we need to create a new connection because GitHub is not familiar with Fabric, right? We need to assign a connection. So I will simply click on more, and then it will just give me a list of connectors, like a huge list of connectors. See, so it is just loading right now. So if I click on this view mode, then you will see a long list of connectors. These are all the connectors that I can use to ingest the data to create the connection with my data. Got it? And that's why it is very, very handy. And trust me, it is very convenient with all these connections. So I just need to search for the right connection that I want to build. And in my scenario, I want to build connection using HTTP connection. Okay, so whenever we want to get the data from API, we should pick HTTP if the data is already there, and we pick REST API if we just want to get the response. So this is the suggested way by Microsoft as well. So I will simply search HTTP. I can simply search here, or see, there are two ways, REST and HTTP. So if our data is residing there in that connection, then we should always pick HTTP. If our data is not there and we just need to get the response, and then we just need to use the output of that response in the further activities, then we should just pick REST API. Don't worry, I will just show you this as well. Don't need to worry. So I just need to pick HTTP. Simple. HTTP. Just pick this, and then it is asking me to provide the URL. Like, what is the URL of that connection? So first I need to provide the URL. URL means the base URL. So in order to get the base URL, just go back to the GitHub repository. Just make sure that you are on this page and you can see this raw button, because sometimes I have seen people just go to the, like, I can just show you what I mean. So if I just go to data, if I just go to customers.csv, if I do not click on raw button, and if I directly copy the link from here, it will not work. You have to click on this raw button, and then it will just give you the data in the web page. That's why we pick HTTP connection, because in the whole web page we have the data that we want. Okay, then only it will work. So simply click on this URL, double click on it, and just copy this URL, https till.com only. That's it. Just copy it, and then we will paste it here. It is the URL. It is the connection with GitHub. Now if you just scroll down, then you will say connection name. Then you need to pick the connection name, like you can just put any connection name. So I will simply say GitHub connection. Okay, by default it just picks the same connection name as you just provide the URL. So we will simply say GitHub connection. Then data gateway, do we have any data gateway? No. Authentication kind, we will simply pick anonymous because it is publicly available. Okay, then we just need to click connect. Click on connect. So it will just connect my copy activity with the GitHub connection. Okay, now here is the thing. If you see, my connection is ready, and if you observed, I just built the connection with the whole github.com. How I can just tell my copy activity that pick only customers data. Pick only customers data from my GitHub repository. For that, we will just go back to our GitHub repository. Then we will pick the rest of the URL, and this is also called as relative URL. This is also called as relative URL. Okay, so we'll then copy this URL, and then I will just go back to my copy activity, and I will give this URL here. Okay, just give this URL here. Simple. Then you can simply pick the file format, and I want to pick the file format as CSV. So I will simply pick delimited text because CSV is a delimited text. Okay, then I can also preview the data, and you should always preview the data whenever you're just trying to build anything. And before even previewing the data, you should always test your connection. So simply click on test connection and see if it works or not. So it is just validating the connection right now, and let's see if it is connected to our GitHub correctly or not. Otherwise we have to make some fixes. If it gives some errors. So let's see. It is just testing the connection, and I don't know why it is taking so much, but connection is successful. Love you, baby. So preview data. Now I'll simply click on preview data, and then it will just show me the data, a snapshot of the data that I'm trying to pull. And it is very handy whenever you want to just confirm, okay, everything is fine. Like, it's a validation step, okay, manually. Yeah. So this is the data, and this has given us some snapshot of the data, and it is fine. Perfect. Then we are good with our source. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Green flag. Then we just need to go to destination, and now we need to pick the connection for our destination. What is our destination? It is a lake house. It is a lake house. So I will simply pick this. First of all, before picking anything, can we just transfer this data to an external location, like other than Fabric? Yes. Yes. In the further activities, we will see everything. Don't worry. Just hold your excitement, bro. Just hold your excitement. I know you're really excited. So first of all, we will just push this data to one lake. Okay. That is your first step that you should know. Okay. Simply click on connection, and for our lake house and for our warehouse, these connections are already built. So I will simply pick this Ansh lake house, and then it will just give me the options where you need to pull the data, in tables or in files. I want to pull this data in files. Okay. Simply click on files. Then it is asking me to give the directory. What is that? Let me show you. Click on this browse button. Okay. Then it will just show me the root folder. So as you know that we have a root folder called files. So if I want to create any folder within files, then I can write it something like let's say raw data, something like raw data. Okay. And then if I want to store my file within this folder, then I can give the file name as well. But if I do not give my file name, it will automatically take the file name from the GitHub. But it is always recommended to provide the file name. So you should also provide the file name. Okay. So the file name will be, let's say, what was the file name, bro? It was customers.csv. It is this one. I can just copy this. Okay. And I can just provide it here. Perfect. Because I want to save my data in this file name, like having this file name. Now, what will be the file format? My source data is in the CSV format. Can I change the format? Yes, you can. You can just click on this drop down, and you can pick any file format. You can pick Parquet as well. Do you want to convert this in Parquet? Let me first convert it in CSV so that you can just see the solution. Don't worry, we will just cover everything. So just click on this delimited text. Okay, this will be in CSV. Then if you want to preview the data, you can just click on this preview data. And I don't think so it will work in destination because we do not have data right now. So let's see, because it is quite like it is empty right now. But okay, let's see. Don't worry. Yeah, it failed. I knew it because we do not have any kind of data, so that's why it is saying like not found. So obviously if we do not have any data existing there, so it is showing like no data is there. So now let me just click on this blank canvas. Now I am all set to run this pipeline. I know currently in this pipeline we just have one activity, so I am just showing you how you can perform copy activity. Okay, so now I will simply go to this home, and I will click on this validate button. So let's click on validate. So validation is successful, that means everything is fine. Click on this close button. Now click on this run button. So now I want to run my pipeline, and it is saying save and run. So now if I just click on close, you can explicitly save this file by clicking on it. Let me just click on this first. That's a good practice. We should always save our work manually. Then I will just click on this run button. Okay, so let me just click on this run button. So now it is running the pipeline. Now it is running the pipeline. So it will just show me the status here. So now you can see it is queued, and let me just refresh it. It is in progress now. Oh yeah, now it is in progress. See, so we should just wait for a few more seconds, and I think it will just copy the data like this. And then wow man, congratulations. You have built your first pipeline, and you have copied data directly from the API to your lakehouse. We don't trust you. Really? Let me just show you. Let me just give you the proof. So this is succeeded, right? Okay. You can see the proof here as well. How? Let me just show you. you have two options, input and output. Just click on this output button and you will see what actually happened. So it has read how many records? 1.9 million records. 1.9 million. 1963723. Yes, 1.96 million, almost 2 million records. See, data read this and data written 196,723. Let me zoom it a little bit. Let me just zoom it. Yep. So all the records are exactly same. That means all the records are read. Okay. You can just scroll down and you can just see all the things that we have. So you will have more information in the JSON format. It is a kind of log that it creates for us. It will having all the log, like all the information here. Okay. So now you can also see copy duration, like how long it has taken. If you want to see this screen in a bigger format, just click on this maximize and you will see the full screen for it. Okay. Yeah, that's all that you should see. Then you can also see how many files it has written. One. So it is all the information that you need. Then just I want to validate this now. So I will simply go to my workspace because my work is already saved. Okay. Now I will simply click on my Lakehouse to view the data in Lakehouse Explorer. Now I should see data here in my OneLake under files folder. Let me just click on it and let me just first refresh it. Perfect. Now you have this raw data that we created. Let me just click on this. I should see the file. Okay, let me just click on it. Perfect. I have this file that appeared here at 8:14 p.m. right now on 29th of December, size file 1 MB. Perfect. By the way, that was not records, that was file size. Okay, I was just kidding. Like 1.96 something. So this is your data that you just copied from API. See how easily you can just bring the data. It was not easy. Yeah, it was easy because I explained it to you and obviously you knew the fundamentals. So this was the very first pipeline plus very first activity as well. But now with the course of time, we're gonna level up our game with Fabric Data Factory. Yes, let's see what actually we can do more with the Fabric Data Factory. And now let me just show you. So, by the way, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, now it's here 8:15 a.m., 8:20 a.m. So, what are you gonna do today in Fabric? By the way, I'm just spending all my vacation for you, on you. No worries, no worries, no worries. So, the thing is, as we know that we have already copied this file, right? We have already copied this file, but let's do a real-time scenario in Fabric. Let's say, like in Fabric Data Factory, right? Let's say you want to pull all the files together using one pipeline or using only one copy activity. Now you will say, how is this possible? Because we just learned that we need to provide the relative URL, and relative URL is unique for all the files. You are absolutely right. But here comes the role of dynamic pipelines. Dynamic pipelines, yes. Dynamic pipelines or parameterized pipelines. Okay, I think now you have got the hint what I'm talking about. So, I am saying that we will create parameterized pipelines. Instead of creating static pipelines, we will create parameterized pipelines. Okay, and that's a real-time scenario, and that's really important because in the real world, we hardly create any static pipeline. We do create, but in order to build, let's say, production ready pipelines, we have to build dynamic pipelines / parameterized pipelines. So what exactly we need to do here? Just understand the concept first. So as you know, let me just click on any file that we just copied. I think we just copied customers.csv. Okay, let me just click on it. So if I just click on it, then I will just click on raw. Okay, Then this is the URL. Okay, this is the URL that I always use. Makes sense. Now I would say, hey, this URL I need to copy in order to get the data, and this is unique. Okay, but I will make use of parameter. Really? Yes. So what we will do, let me just zoom it a little bit. Oops, 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 oops. So we gonna create parameter for this particular relative URL. Let's say I create a parameter called X. Okay. And I hope that you know a little bit of mathematics that you would have studied in your school. Okay. So what I will do, I will create this parameter. Okay. And what I will do with this parameter, I will first save this value in this variable. Okay. Let's say I just save this value. Then next time I will just save another value called, let's say, calendar.csv, then products.csv, then categories.csv, subcategories.csv. So this way I am gonna use this URL every time. Now a quick question, you understood the concept that we need to create parameter? That makes sense, that we will just create a parameter and then we will just change the values accordingly. But how we can automatically do this? Because one way of doing it is just create a parameter and just change the value of that parameter every time, but that will still be a manual work. It will be a manual work. Do you want to do that manual work in production environment? No. So how we can just automatically provide these values? We will be using a new activity called, it's called for each activity. Wow, what's that? If you are familiar with Python language or any programming language, you would have worked with for loops. It is exactly same as that. If you have not worked with any programming language, for loop is a loop in which we can just iterate the values. Like first this value, then this, then this, then this. Okay, so we're gonna use for each activity for it. And as the name suggests, for each, that means we need to provide something so that it can iterate through that thing. For example, in real world, we just use for each to iterate through a list, right? Basically, we need to provide an array. So in order to create this real-time pipeline, in order to just cover this real-time scenario in Fabric Data Factory, we're gonna use another activity. What's that? It's called lookup. Oh, now what this activity will do? Basically, we will create an array. Okay, and we will save that array in a file. Let's say a JSON file. Okay, so by the way, JSON file stands for, I think, JavaScript object notation. So yeah, JSON file. JSON file is a semi-structured file in which we save the data in key value pairs. So what we will do, we will create a JSON file, and in that JSON file, we will create key value pairs. For example, let me just show you here before actually creating it. What we will do, we will create an array. Okay, this is my array, and within this I will create dictionaries. Okay, so that I can just save the data in key value pairs, such as I can say URL, that is my key, and value is this one. Okay, and I will close this dictionary here. Then I will create another dictionary. Then I will say URL. Then I will say another value. So this way I will pass this whole array to my for each using lookup activity. Because what lookup activity do, like what lookup activity does, so basically lookup activity will just provide you the content of the file as the output. Okay, and then you can use that output as the input of the for each activity. Don't worry, I know like output, input, you are not understanding everything, and that's fine because we are just discussing the concept. If you grab the concept right now, it's fine because when I will be showing you how to do it, you can just grab it like this. Don't worry. But first, you need to understand the concept that what exactly we need to do. Do not focus on implementation right now. Okay. So this is the architecture to perform this real-time scenario. Okay. So now I will show you how you can just do that. Okay. And before actually just configuring the activities, I will just show you the pipeline. Just putting the you can say activities and just explain you the flow so that you can just understand everything. Okay, I know there are like some blurry things in your mind right now. Don't worry, I will just make them clear. So let me just go to my fabric. Okay, so if I just go to this Microsoft Fabric data factory, then I will just go to my workspaces, this workspace, and then you can see this pipeline is already here. This one, because we created this. So do we need to use the same pipeline? Actually, yes, we can use the same pipeline because then you can just relate better. Okay, let's click on this and just make the changes within this pipeline. Okay, very good, very good, very good. Perfect. So right now, this is a static pipeline. This is just copying the data for a particular file. Okay, okay, we got it. So what we gonna do? We gonna do first create a parameter. How we can just create a parameter? Just see this tab. Here you can have like options, parameters, variables, settings, output. Just pick this one, parameters. Click on this. We do not have any parameters right now. Click on new, and I will create a parameter called relative URL. And why I am creating this right now? Obviously it is required, but I want you to show first without actually using for loop how parameters work. Then I will introduce for loop so that you can just understand everything. Okay, so now I have created this parameter. Perfect. Now what is the default value of this parameter? We will say the default value of this parameter is this one. Okay, control C, and let me just open that, just paste it here. Perfect, perfect, very good. Just go inside this copy activity, click on this, then click on source. Now, if you see here in relative URL, we are hard coding this value. I will say, hey, just remove this value. I don't want to add this. I will add a dynamic content, this one. What is dynamic content? Dynamic content means we are just putting parameters, variables, everything, because we are creating dynamic pipelines. Okay, very good. Just click on this add dynamic content, and then it will just show me a expression builder. Now I can just write it like I can just write anything here, but I do not want to hard code it. What I want to do, I want to use the parameter that I have created. Where is that parameter? It is under parameters tab. So I will simply click on it. See, it has just automatically put the expression for me. Okay, very good. Then, oops, I just clicked on tab. Let me just click again. So I will just click on this box and pick relative URL. Sorted scenes, sorted scenes, very good. Now, just click on OK, right? Then just click on destination. Destination is fine. Now, I want to run this pipeline. So if you just click on this, now if you click on this copy activity again, you will see in the source, you have this parameter. You have this parameter, right? You have this parameter. If you click on this blank canvas, you will see whatever value I will provide here, it gonna copy the data for me. Now you know that we already have customers data, right? Let me just put some another URL, and let me just go back, and let me just click on, let's say, products.csv. Let's say, let me just click on raw, and let me just provide this value. Let me just provide this value. I will provide this value. So now I can just click on validate to validate it. Validation is completed. Let me just click on run. Save and run. Perfect. Now it will copy the, okay, it is asking me for the value. I will say just use default value. Okay. So now it will copy the new file. And if you have observed, I didn't put anything here. I just created the parameter. Now it's so useful that whatever value I will give here, it will just copy the file for that value, like for that particular file. Got it? Yes. So this is the power of parameters in dynamic pipelines. Now we're gonna level up. First of all, let's see the output. It's succeeded. We can just validate we can just validate the data as well. So let me just go to my workspace. Okay. Let me just go to my Lakehouse and let me just go to the files. Okay. And now you can see, let me just refresh it and we should see that file. Oh, by the way, why we didn't see the file? Okay, quick, it's fine. So now if you just click on this in destination, actually we are saving the file, like file is already there, don't worry, but it is named as this thing. Okay, so we have to say like, do not use this name, just use, let's say products.csv because it is a products data. Don't worry, we're gonna automate everything. I'm just showing you this as your learning stage. Okay, so just click on run, then we will just run it again. So file is there, but it is named as this thing like customers.csv. So don't worry, we can just run this again and I can just show you the data. Because now I want you to learn the parameters first. Then you can only just use loops and lookup activities, right? Okay, let me just refresh it. Yeah, it succeeded. Let me just go back. Let me just refresh it. Perfect. Now you will see this file is here. And why this file is here? Obviously because this was already copied. Like both the data are same. See, size 56 KB, 56 KB. The thing is, it is just renamed as customers.csv. But you can see this is the power of pipeline, like parameterized pipelines. Now you will say, do we need to just manually put the values again and again? That was that I was talking about when I was just explaining this stuff. I do not want to manually put the values in this parameter box. I will create a loop. I will create a loop. So in order to create a loop, I just need to create a file. Okay, and let me just create a JSON file quickly in VS Code and let me just show you what, like how that file looks like, and then we're gonna use lookup activity to see the output of that file. Okay, let me just show you. So this is the JSON file that I have created, and in this I have created an array. So you can see this is the opening of the array, and if I just scroll down you will see the ending of that array, and within this I have created the dictionaries, and I have put 3 keys within each dictionary and what I have used in each dictionary. First of all, URL, obviously, that we're gonna use in our source. But as you just saw that we were just hard coding the products value, like products.csv. For that, I have created psync file key as well, so that I can just use this. I can use this parameter. Okay. Then psync folder, what is that? The thing is, I want to save my data in the folders within files. Like within the files folder, I want to create single folder for every file. And that is the best way to do it. And that is the, you can say, desired way we should do it. Okay. So this is the file that we're gonna use. And I will just upload this file in my Fabric. And do not worry, I will just upload this file in my GitHub repository. You can just download it and you can just follow the steps along with me so that you can just download your data from GitHub in a parameterized way. Okay, let me just do it. So as you can see, I have uploaded this get.json file in my GitHub repository so that you can download it and you can also follow the steps. Now, so what we will do, we will go to our Fabric workspace. Okay, and then what we will be doing, we will go to our Lakehouse because obviously we need to store this data somewhere. Okay, like which data, like get.json file. Okay, so what I will do, I will simply go to Lakehouse, and then this is my files folder where I can just upload the files, right? So what I will do, I will click on this drop down and you can see raw data. I will create another folder, another subfolder, and I will say script. Okay, and then I will say create. Then it will create a script folder for me and it is empty, and I will click on upload data, upload files, and then I will just simply click on browse button. Okay, so I have picked get.json file from my computer, so I will simply click on upload. It is uploaded. Yeah, it is uploaded. Perfect. So now I will use this file for my lookup activity, and let me just show you what is this lookup activity, why you are just repeating lookup, 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 lookup. Let me just show you. Let me just show you. Let me just show you. So let me just go back to tutorial 1 pipeline. Now here we gonna use that activity. So now let me just first of all bring the lookup activity to my canvas, and how we can do that now, go to activities, and now we'll just search. Yes, here is the lookup activity. Just click on it. Perfect. So now it is in our canvas. So first of all I will just rename it, and I will say lookup, or I will say file names. Okay, perfect. Then like all the things are same as you would have seen, like description, activity straight, timeout, retry. Okay, then go to settings. Now it is saying that I will just perform the lookup, but what is the connection to which file I need to give the output, right? So what we will do, where is our file? Our file is in Lakehouse. Okay, before even doing that, as you can see the box first row only, we need to uncheck this box. Why? Because if we just keep this box as checked, it will just return the first row only of the file, but we want the output of the whole file, right? So simply uncheck this and go to connection. So now, do we need to create a new connection? The answer is no, because we already have a connection called Ansh Lakehouse and our file is there, right? Go to files, then you just need to search where is the file. Go to browse, and then it will just open the directory, that is files, and within that it will just show all the folders. So yeah, perfect. Within the script folder we have a file called get.json, so it should show that file. So just pick this file and then oops, click on OK. Now perfect. Now the second thing that we need to do is the file format. What is the file format of our data? It is not delimited, it is JSON. So we will pick JSON here. Perfect. And now what is this recursively? So it will read all the files within this folder. So recursively means like it will go inside all the folders, but we have just one folder, so it doesn't matter. Okay, now perfect. Now I just want to preview the data. Let's see how the data looks. Okay, perfect. So this is the output. This is the output that I want to use. So in order to actually see the output of this, we need to see it by running this activity. So if I want to run this activity, I will first disable this, go to general, deactivate. Why? Because I don't want to perform copy activity. I just want to perform lookup, so that I can just show you like what values we need to give. Because now our next step is to create a for each activity here. So this will be a for each activity here, and we need to understand like what exactly we need to give to this for each activity. Okay, so we will feed this output to this for each activity, and for that we need to see the output of this lookup activity, because that's how we connect the output of one activity and use it as an input in another activity. Okay, sorted. And I think now you're just getting what I was saying before. So I will just click on run, go to home, click on run, save and run. Perfect. Then relative URL doesn't matter because we have just deactivated this. So now it will just run this lookup. It should not take much time. Yeah, done. So now it is done. But we know it didn't copy any data, so we cannot validate anything. But why did we use this activity? To use this feature, which is the output feature, because we want to use the output of this file, right? If I just click on this output button, if I just expand it, I want to use this value. Now you got it. Okay. So as you can see, count as well. We have like 8 count. So we do not want to use this value. We need to use this particular value. Okay. So now when I will be creating my for loop within data factory, I will use this one, this value key, because this is containing the array. Okay. So that's why we have to run the activity first, so that we can just look at the output and just get the key, and key name is value, and I think all was in lowercase if I'm not wrong. Yes, value is in lowercase. Now I will just bring another activity, which is for each. Okay, where is for each activity? Let me just go to activities and let me just search for each. Yeah, perfect. So this is the for each activity. By the way, if you just go by categories as well, it is very easy to navigate. See, these activities are for move and transform. These is for metadata. See, we have used lookup activity to actually read the data. Then we have control flow. Control flow basically is the category where we have conditional activities, if condition, switch, filter, wait, for each, until, set variable, everything. And then after that we have orchestrate, where we can just run pipeline within pipeline. What? Yeah, I will just show you that as well, so do not need to worry. We will see like how you can just run pipeline within pipeline, and it's called parent pipeline. Okay, we will build it, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Then we have transform, where we can just run notebook, script, everything. Like we have like so many activities. Okay, but we just need to use for each. Just click on this. So this is our for each activity. Now in order to configure this activity, first of all we will just rename it, and I will say for all the files, for all files, let's say. Okay, for all files. Perfect. Now we want to now put the output of this into this. So obviously we need to connect both the activities. So I will simply say connect this on success. Okay, and now this for each activity needs an array so that it can just iterate it. Okay, go to settings, click on this, go to settings, and do we need to run the do we need to run or perform any activity in sequential? No, because if we are just copying data from GitHub to OneLake, we do not need to say, hey, first copy customers data, then only copy the products data. No, we do not want to run it in sequential. Then this is the main thing, items. Here we need to give the array. And what is the array? Click on it. We will add dynamic content. Why? Let me just tell you. Click on it. Then it will say, just provide me the dynamic content. But here we do not want to use parameters. No, what we are using, output of the activity. So here you can see activity outputs, and what we will pick, file names activity. Click on this. Perfect. So now this is your output of the activity. Is it done? No, no. That's why I showed you the output. Why this is not done? Because output, oh, I just clicked on escape button. So let me just click on it, and yeah. So the thing is, in the output, we had two keys. One is count, okay, in which we saw 8, and second one was value. We need only value array because we do not want to use count. Okay, so I will simply say dot value. Perfect. Now click OK. Done. Now this for each activity can iterate through each and every dictionary. Okay, each and every dictionary. Now it is saying, okay, I will iterate your activities, but what I need to perform after that iteration, after each iteration, I will say, bro, just copy this or control X, cut it, and click on this pencil button. It will just take you inside the for each. Now you can see you are inside the for each activity. See, this canvas is inside the for each. I will paste it here. I will paste my, oops, where is that activity? Oh man, wait. Let me just control X and then pencil and then paste it here. Perfect. Now this activity will be performed inside the for each. That's what we want, right? Okay. Now I need to make some changes in the source. If you are smart enough, what we need to put it here? Just guess what we need to put. Yes, you will say the value of for each activity, right? And each for each activity, let me show you the output of the JSON file. So this is the first dictionary, right? That means this is the first iteration that for each will bring to the copy activity. Now we need to pick. So this is the whole dictionary. Now we need to pick which key we want to use for which purpose, right? So we know that we're gonna pick this p underscore relative URL for source and p underscore sync folder, p underscore sync file for destination. We need to pick this. Okay, so instead of just saying that we just need to put the output of the whole iteration, no, we need to pick the key within this, like specific key within the whole dictionary. Okay, so how we can do that? First of all, let me just delete it. Okay, let me just click on it and add dynamic content. Now in order to use item, each item or each iteration of the loop, you have the option here for all files. You can just click on it, or you can type at the rate item. Both are same things. I can just show you. I can just remove it and I can just click on this item. Now as I just mentioned, we do not need to bring all the dictionary, right? We need to pick the specific key within that. And what is the key for it? It says p underscore relative URL. Perfect. So it will just bring that thing. Okay, now we will go to destination. Now we were storing the data as like raw data inside the raw data, right? So now what I want to do, I want to create a folder, like each folder under raw data folder, because that's the perfect way to store the data. We should not directly save the file inside like just one folder. We should have independent folders, right? So how we can do that? For that thing, click on this, add dynamic content. And now this is very tricky. Okay, not tricky, it's very easy. So first of all, I want to write raw data. Just write it as it is. Okay, as it is. So this is now text. Now we need to include the parameter as well with this text. So how I will do it? I will simply say at the rate, then item dot p underscore sync folder. Okay, so now why we need to do that? Oh, I just need to put item parenthesis. Now why we need to do that? Because this is a text which will be constant, and this will be the variable. So in order to use that variable, we have to use this syntax. Okay, at the rate, like without any text, we just use at the rate and then parameter name. But if we are just combining it with a text, you have to just enclose it in curly braces. Simple, perfect. And just keep the at the rate outside the curly braces. Now it is fine. And here we are, first of all, I just need to remove it. Click on add dynamic content. Now what will be my file name? And it's simple key, and we can simply say at the rate item, then dot, then we will say p sync file. Perfect. Okay, and let me just activate it because we deactivated it. Okay, now we just activated it. Now let me just go to main canvas. Now this is our end-to-end pipeline that we have created. So first of all, this will fetch the array, all the file names, all the URLs, all the folder names. Then it will iterate through that array, and with each iteration, it will perform copy activity automatically every time. I do not need to do anything manually, nothing. And I will show you that as well. So first of all, I will just remove the data that is already there to remove any confusion. So I will simply go to raw data and I will click on this and delete, and click on this, delete. Perfect. Now I have nothing in raw data. Okay, let me just go to tutorial and let me just remove the parameter as well, because I do not need now, because I'm using a for loop using my JSON file. Perfect. So now let me just click on validate first. and I think everything is validated. Yeah, perfect. Now let me just run it. Now you will see I just ran this pipeline, okay, and it will automatically fetch the array. It will automatically go to GitHub one by one, will bring all the files one by one and copy all the files to my OneLake one by one automatically. I will not do anything. See, I can just show you it is in progress, and right now as you can see the output, this is done, and now this activity is running, and you can see all the copy data activity is under progress. And let me just refresh it, and all are in progress. See, I am not manually running a copy activity one by one. No, it is running for me because of for each. So it should just take few seconds and all the data will be copied. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. It just brought all the data, all the data. Let me just show you. If you just go to Lakehouse, just refresh this. Just click on this refresh button. Oh, I just need to refresh the files folder. I will just tell you why. So it has created all these folders under files for me. See, raw data, adventure works, raw data, adventure works, customers, categories, products, 2016, 2017, territories, subcategories, and script is, we all know, that is our folder for JSON. So it has automatically created all the folders plus plus. You will see file under each folder. Click on this, see calendar data. Click on this, customers, categories, products, sales, territories, subcategories. Wow, wow. We have like now all the data. Okay, so now you know like how to dynamically pull the data. Okay, very good. Now it's not completed yet. Why? Because let me just go to tutorial one. Like this pipeline is ready. This is done. Now I have like I am just building a real-time scenario for you. So now we have just brought all the data for GitHub, but you, let's say in your organization, you have 8 files in GitHub, okay, or like in any application from where you're just pulling the data using API. But one file is being stored in Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 in Data Lake, and you need to pull that file as well only and only once this data is copied. You need to copy that data from Azure Data Lake Storage to Fabric One Lake. How you can do that? How? I will show you. And for that, we will create a new pipeline. But then you will say, hey, if we will create new pipeline, how it will be automated, bro? Because we need to run that pipeline only after this pipeline. So for that, you just need to hold on, because at the end, we will be creating the parent pipeline, which will run all the child pipelines, and you will see each and everything. So do not need to worry. Okay. Let me just click on this 3 dots. Let me just go to the workspace first, and let me just click on new item. Okay. And then I will say data pipeline, and I will say tutorial 2, because in this we're gonna see how we can just pull the data in Azure from Azure Data Lake. Click on create, and this is our pipeline. We will simply click on plus pipeline activity, simply pick copy activity. It doesn't matter because we just need to reach to this canvas. That's it. Now, in order to pull the data from Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, we first need to insert some data there. Makes sense, right? Okay, let me just take you to Azure right now, and let me just upload some data in Azure Data Lake, and then we will just make the connection. Okay, let me just do that. So let's go to our Azure. Okay, let's go to home. So how you can just create a data lake in Azure? It is very simple. You just need to click on the search bar and just type storage account. Okay, see this one. Just click on this. Then you will say plus create. Okay, and then you just need to pick a resource group. So I will create a new resource group. A resource group is like similar to workspace, in which we need to put this storage account. I will simply say fabric, because we are just doing it for fabric. Now we need to give a storage account name, and it should be unique. You cannot pick my storage account name. So let's say I just pick Fabric data lake. Okay, if it is available, it will show. See, it is already taken. So I will simply say Ansh, Fabric data lake Ansh. Okay, because I think Ansh is not taken. So you can just put your name, Fabric data lake, and XYZ, or you can just put my name. But if you love me, so you can just put my name, but you just need to put like maybe in the middle or maybe in the beginning, because you cannot take exactly this name. Okay, so Fabric data lake Ansh, then region, we can just simply pick any region like US East. Then primary service, just leave it. And then redundancy, just pick LRS. It is the cheapest one, and by the way, it's free for you because you are using free account, but still. Then it is not a data lake right now. Why? It is just a blob storage. In order to create a data lake, you just need to go to next, and then you just need to click on this hierarchical namespace. Once you click on this, then only it will create a data lake for you. Because in hierarchical namespace, we can create folders within folders, but in blob storage, we cannot create folders. We have to store everything in containers. Okay, click on this. Perfect. Now you can click review plus create. So it will just take few seconds, I think, to validate it. Yeah, just click on create. So it will just deploy your data lake within that particular resource group that you just created. And it's called, I think, Fabric in our scenario. Okay. So it should just take few seconds, I'm sure. Yeah. So I'm just creating a scenario for you. Okay. So that you can just feel that you are performing a mini project with Fabric Data Factory. Because first we will just pull the data from GitHub, then from Azure Data Lake. Okay, then we will just transform the data as well using data flows. And why I'm giving the spoilers, bro? Data flows? No. Forget about it. I will just tell you later on. Okay, so I'm just creating that mini project. It's not a project. It's like the real hands-on. It's not just about reading the theories. I know, like now you are just enjoying. And why now you're enjoying? Because now your fundamentals are clear, and now you're actually learning the skills. Now you're actually gaining the hands-on. Okay, I know you love me a lot, and I love you more. That's why I have just crafted this whole tutorial, fabric full course, that you can just learn so much, bro, so much. And for that, you just need to hit the subscribe button. That's it. That's it. That's it. Okay, just click on go to resource. Okay, now just go to containers. Then we do not have any containers, right? We will create a container now. Click on container and we will say raw. Click on create. Now this is our container and this is empty. Now I will just upload some data. Okay, so I will upload the data, and I have uploaded the data. It is called adventure works returns data. So basically we have sales data in GitHub, we have returns data in Azure Data Lake, and this is the real-time scenario. Like you can just fetch the data from multiple sources according to the category of the data, right? So this is a real-time scenario for you. So this data, returns data, is in the Azure Data Lake. Don't worry, I will just upload this file as well in the GitHub. So just download it manually and then just upload it here so that you can just fetch this data from the data lake. Okay, just do it. So as you can see, I have uploaded the data for you. It is here returns.csv. So just download this data manually and upload it in Azure Data Lake. Do not pull it directly from GitHub, because you should know like how to just pull the data from ADLS Gen 2 as well. Okay, perfect, bro, perfect. So now I know that this data is here. So let me just ask you a question. Okay, Ansh, we are ready to answer. Okay, really? Okay. So let's see what is the question. The question is very simple. You have your Fabric workspace. Okay, you have your Fabric workspace. Okay, and this is your Azure Data Lake Gen 2. Okay, ADLS. Okay, now data is here, as you can see. Okay, data is here. Now you need to read this data. You need to read this data. How you will read it, bro? How? This is a different application. This is a different application. How you can read this data? This is secured, bro. You cannot read it like this. How you will read it now? So basically, for that, we need to assign our email account like that we are using for Fabric, we need to assign that account, and we need to allow that account to read the data from this particular storage account. It's called RBAC, role based access control. It's called RBAC. Like there are many ways to assign the role, but this is one of those, RBAC. Okay, so we gonna use this. How and where and what, and just tell us everything. Okay, just go to home. Okay, just go to your resource group. It will be in the recents. Okay, if it is not in your recent, just search your resource group name. Just click on this storage account. This is your storage account, by the way. Then you just need to go here. Okay, just click on access control, and then you just need to add a role. Click add and add role assignment. Okay, then you will say what type of role you need to assign, and it's called storage blob contributor. I will simply say storage blob data contributor. I think storage, yeah, here it is, storage blob data contributor. Just click on it. Oops, my escape button. Storage blob data contributor. Perfect. Click on this and click next. Then it is asking me assign access to which user, which group. So I will simply quickly go to my Fabric workspace and I will click on it, and I will copy this username. One way of doing it is through here, or you can directly pick the user because you have already created that user in Enter ID. That's why I love creating free Fabric account through Azure. Okay, just click on select members, and then you just need to pick that user account. Just pick this one, Fabric Tute. In my case, it is Fabric Tute. Just click select. So then click review plus assign. Then click review plus assign. Now it is adding the role. Now it is done. By the way, it takes I think 3 to 4 minutes to actually apply that role. It takes like 3 to 4 minutes to actually apply the role. So if it is not affected right away, so do not need to worry. Just wait for 3 to 4 minutes, and once it is done, then you can just try. So now I want to try. Okay. So now what we will be doing, we will copy the data from that particular storage account. Okay. First of all, I will rename it. I will simply say copy ADLS data. Makes sense, right? Yeah, makes sense. Now I will simply go to source. Now same steps. Now I want you to answer. What will be my connection? What will be my connection? You will say Azure Data Lake. That's correct. But just click on connection and then create a new connection. This time you need to pick ADLS Gen 2. Basically, there are two types of data lake, ADLS Gen 1 and Gen 2. We need to pick ADLS Gen 2. So you need to just search, just click on view more, and then search where here it is. Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. Just pick this one. Do not pick Azure Blobs. Okay, just pick this one. And then it is asking me to provide the URL. So where is the URL? Where is the URL? Where is the URL? Let me just tell you where is the URL. So basically, just go to your Azure. Okay, just go to your storage account, and then it will just go to your overview. Then just go to properties. Just scroll down and just go to properties or endpoints. Okay, click on this. Then you will see like all the connection, like all the endpoints available within this account. Just scroll it down a little bit, and then you will see static website. Okay, static website. This is the static website. Do not need to worry. This is the data lake storage, and you need to pass this particular endpoint. Okay, just copy this and then just go back to your Fabric and then just assign this. Now it will just create the connection, and we can just put connection name. And what can be the connection name? I can simply say ADLS con. Okay, data gateway, nothing. Authentication. What should be the authentication now? We will say organizational account. That means my personal account. There are other ways as well, like SaaS token, service principal, workspace identity, but we will simply pick organizational account. Okay, and this is the organizational account that I'm using, and this account has the access now because of that role. You should know all these things, like how to assign roles, how to assign roles. You should know all these things, right? So I'm just telling you each and everything, each and everything, each and everything. Okay, just click on connect. So it will just connect to that particular data source. Okay. Now our linked service is done. Linked service means connection is done. As you can see, our connection is done. Okay. Let me just click on drop down. Okay, it has added Fabric to it automatically because of that account. So don't need to worry. Let me just first test this connection, because before proceeding like further, I should just test this connection, and if there are any errors, but there are no errors. Wow, wow, wow. By the way, I love like having errors because that's how we learn, right? Now, what is our file path? What is our directory? What is our file name? It is asking me all these things, and as we know, we need to provide it, right? So simply I can click on browse button. Okay, because it is asking me, hey, what is a file path and all, like everything. Let me just click on browse button. So this is the raw container, and we know that we just have one container that's called raw. I will simply click on it. Okay, double click, and then it will just show me the data content available within that container, and we just have one file, so it will just show me that file. Okay, perfect. Let me just click on it, and let me just click on OK. Now if you see, we have this container, but we do not have any directory. Why? Simple answer, bro. Because we do not, like, we didn't create any folder after container. We directly saved this file. Make sense? Yes, makes sense. Perfect. Now, what is a file format? File format is CSV. That means delimited text. Perfect. Now, what is the what is general this? What is this general? I think it is in advanced, I think. Yeah, perfect. No need to worry. Then in source, it is everything is done. Then go to destination. What should be our destination? And destination should be obviously Lakehouse. Just pick the same thing, Ansh Lakehouse. Okay, perfect. Now go to files, and what will be the directory? We know that raw data, and then let me just check, because I just want to, or we can just simply say raw data, and then we can say ADLS, because we will get to know that this data is coming from ADLS. Okay, ADLS. Yeah, perfect. And then we will simply say returns.csv, because we just have one file, so we do not need to parameterize it. So we are all set to run this pipeline. Let me just click on validate first, and okay, it is validated. Let me just click on now run, save and run, obviously. So now it is running our pipeline. Okay, so as we can see here, so now it will pull data directly from the Azure data lake, and you saw how you need to first assign the role so that you can just contribute to that particular container or that particular storage account. Only then you can just copy the data, and you learned how to build the connection with Azure data lake with Fabric. Was it helpful? Obviously, bro, obviously. This is copied, as you can see, succeeded. That's amazing. Okay, so now we obviously need to validate this information. Let me just validate this information. Okay, let me just go to my Lakehouse. Okay, let me just refresh this files button. Refresh. Perfect, perfect. I can see new folder, raw data ADLS. Let me just click on it. Perfect. I have copied the data, and I have renamed the file as well as like returns.csv. Perfect. Actually, I do not need to keep this folder raw data, because it doesn't have anything right now, because we just dynamically pulled all the data. So now data pulling is done, right? Let me just show you what we have done so far. So we have created, let me just go to workspace. Okay, and we have created two pipelines, tutorial 1 and tutorial 2. But wait, we have not we have orchestrated the activities within pipelines, but we can orchestrate the pipelines as well. Let's say I want to run tutorial 1 pipeline, whole pipeline. Okay, and then I want to run tutorial 2 pipeline. Can you orchestrate the pipelines as well? Yes, you can orchestrate the pipelines as well. So I will show you at the end. That means this is not the end. Yeah. So what we have more? So let me show you what we have more. Let me just go to tutorial 2. Okay, let's say this is your pipeline 2. Okay, and this is your pipeline one. Just imagine like this is your pipeline one that we created, tutorial one. Okay, and you ran this pipeline after this. Then what I want to do, I want to transform my data. I want to transform my data, and then I want to put this data into my lakehouse. You need to transform your data, yes. So I have created the real-time scenario. Like I'm just continuing that scenario, okay? So now you know that we have 8 files that we copied from GitHub, okay? Perfect. Now what we will be doing, we have like so many files, right? So I will pick 2 files, okay? One is categories, okay? Second one is subcategories. Perfect. I will pick these 2 files and I will apply transformations. Any transformation, I will just show you. I will apply transformations so that we like transformations will also include join. Like I will just at the end join both the files. I will just aggregate both the files and then I will write the data into the lakehouse. And if you know the fundamentals, we can apply ETL using data flow as well. So now it's time to learn data flow gen 2 that I just talked about in the beginning. So now I will just pull the data, okay? Then I will just apply transformations and then I will push the data to the lakehouse again, but in a new folder, Perfect. Perfect. Understood. 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 Excited? Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. And after performing this step, after performing this data flow gen 2 step as well, then we will orchestrate the whole pipeline. So it will first run the tutorial 1, then it will run the tutorial 2, then it will perform the transformations, then it will just write the data to the lakehouse. Like we will run the whole pipeline. Okay, so let's do it. Let's create a data flow gen 2 and then let's start transforming our data. So in order to create Microsoft Fabric data flow gen 2, we will simply go to our workspace. Okay, and let me just close this because this is saved, right? And we can just come back and then just complete the pipeline. Don't need to worry. First of all, we need to create the data flow. So simply click on new item and then we will just pick data flow gen 2 and it will create a data flow gen 2 for us. So we have already clicked, so I think we need to wait. Yep. So getting things ready. So perfect. This is your data flow gen 2, and as I already mentioned that it is exactly same as Power Query editor. You can also see the word Power Query here, right? So yes. So now first thing, so it is basically a tool, you can say, or an approach in which we can perform ETL as well, right? So now what we can do, we just need to pull the data. So for that we need to define the source. And what is our source? Click on this get data and then just click on this more. Okay, so here you can see like new sources and there's like so much to pick, like new sources and everything. Okay, so if I just click on view more to just show you, so you can see there are like so many connectors available in data flow gen 2 as well. See, like these are like some just common connectors, Excel, text, CSV, PDF. Then if I just scroll down, you will see warehouse, you will see lakehouse, you will see data words, you will see KQL database as well. So these are like internal to Fabric, right? Not Dataverse, but yeah, other ones. So you can just scroll down and you will see data flow gen 2 as well. Like you can just pull data the same way that we pulled from using copy activity. You can pull data using data flows as well, and you can just pull data flow from your data lake gen 2. You can almost perform everything, and then you will say, hey, then what is the difference between like uh, using pipeline versus data flow? I will just tell you the difference as well, don't need to worry. Basically both are used for different purposes. So obviously earlier it was the only tool for Power BI, but thanks to Fabric, it has just brought that powerful data transformation tool which does not require any coding. Obviously a little bit of M code is required, little bit, but you can do almost everything using drag and drop, like everything. Thank you so much. Then there are like so many connectors, even Azure Databricks, like there are so many connectors. Okay, you just name it and it will be here. I'm not kidding. You can just check the long list. Then in our scenario, what we are going to transform, we need to just transform the data sitting in our lakehouse, and it will be categories and subcategories file. Okay, let me just pick a lakehouse. Okay, then it will say connection. So create new connection, gateway, and this will be my organization account. And then I will simply say next. Then it will say pick the data. Okay, so these are my, like this is my lakehouse. Okay, and this is my workspace. So currently I just have, I like my account is just connected to only two workspaces. Only two workspaces. One is this one, Ansh Lamba Pro WS, and my workspace, that is a default workspace. Okay, so I will simply click on this one, and then I will go inside this. As you can see, I have Ansh Lakehouse ready and data flow staging lakehouse, that is the default one. Click on this Ansh Lakehouse, which is my lakehouse. Okay, and within this, you just need to click on the files folder because you want to pull data from the files folder, that is our default folder, right? Just click on this drop down, then you will see all the folders available within this. So now what we need to pick, our first file is this one, products, or no products, categories, and second file will be subcategories. Okay, so now let me just pick one file first, which will be categories, and then I can just simply click on create. So this will create the connection of my data flow gen 2 with the folder for categories. Okay, and as you can see, so simply now click on this table link. Okay, just click on this, so it will just pull the actual CSV file, and you will see in your right hand side, you will see steps are being added. So earlier it was till here only. Let me just expand it. Earlier it was still here, navigation 4 only, then it created new step, navigation, then imported CSV, and then promoted headers because this is a CSV file, so we need to promote the headers, and then changed column type because it automatically inferred the schema. So this is the, like these are the steps that automatically happened behind the scenes. This actually didn't involve any kind of transformation, truly speaking, right? Okay, makes sense. Yeah. So now this is the exact Power Query editor. Okay, now I will just create, like I will get one more data for subcategories. Let me just click on get data, then more. By the way, if you just want to pull the data from Lakehouse, you can simply select your one log catalog as well, because in one log you will see one lake, you will see your Lakehouse directly, and it will just connect your uh, data flow gen 2 with your Lakehouse because both exist in the same workhouse workspace. Okay, click on files, same thing. Okay, and now this time I will simply pick this subcategories file. Perfect. Let me just click on create. So again, same thing will happen. It will just bring this table, and I will simply click on table. Perfect. As you can see, steps are being added here. So perfect. Let me just expand it, and you can see there are like two files, total two sources. Now I want to perform transformation. Like what kind of transformations? I will just tell you. Don't worry. So first of all, I will show you something. Let's say this is my table. Okay. Let's say this is my table, product, raw data product subcategories. Okay. And first of all, I want to create a new column. Okay. I want to create a new column in which it will just split this column into two columns. Makes sense, right? It can be the scenario, like it is just a hypothetical scenario right now, so that you can just learn some transformations available here. See, all these transformations, all these transform tab, add column, so you should be familiar, you should be well versed with this as well, and I will just show you how you can just do all these things, and you don't need to worry, you can undo these steps as well. Like after performing transformations, if you do not like, you can just perform the undo step as well. I'm just showing you some transformation so that you can just feel confident. while working with data flows. Okay, make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Good. So first of all, let me just show you. Okay, first of all, if we want to do anything means anything to a column, we have two options. What are those two options? Transform and add column. If we want to transform the existing column, we pick transform. If we want to add a column, we pick add column. So when I will just click on these two tabs, you will see almost same options available, because you can just perform almost all the transformations on the existing column as well, right? Makes sense. And when we do use add column, basically when we want to create calculated columns, let me just write it for you. When you need to create calculated columns in most of the scenarios, when you just need to create some logic, let's say you want to create an if condition, so maybe like this is one of the best scenarios where you can just use calculated columns like add column. Okay, then let's click on this transform tab. And okay, before even transforming it, let's say you just want to filter your data. Okay, this is your whole data set and there are exactly, I think, 37 rows. Okay, I know this is a small data set, so what? So let's say you want to filter this data and you want product categories for equals to 1. Let's say I will just click on this drop down and I will pick only 1 as my product category key. So what it will do, it will filter all the rows and it will give me only those records which are having 1 as product category key, right? Let me just click on OK. So there are only 3 records which have 1 as product category key. It just transformed your data using just that drop down. I know it is very much similar to Excel. That's why I told you, like, it is the simplest data transformation tool exists right now. And it is so comparable with Excel, and everyone knows like Excel, right? I don't know Excel much, but I hope like you know Excel. Okay. So now if you see, we just performed a transformation, right? We just filtered the rows. I will just expand this area and you will see a step has been added. It says you have added a transformation and you just filtered the rows. You have filtered the rows. Why it is required? Why it is required? Because it tracks all the transformations. So if let's say you do not want to perform this step, you can simply click on this cross button and it will undo this step. See, now you have like all the product category keys. Simple. And this is not just handy when it just needs to perform undo step. Whenever it will be loading your data, whenever it will be repeating these steps, so it will just go here. It is the kind of a log for all these transformations, where it can go and read what actually it needs to perform and in which order. In which order? That is more important. In which order? Okay. Then let's just transfer, like, perform some transformation, so you know, like, some basic things here. Filter rows. Now what is this? Remove rows and keep rows. So let me just click on it. Click on the drop down. So it will say if you want to remove top rows, if you want to remove bottom rows, if you want to remove alternative rows, you can do that. Okay. You can even remove duplicates with just one click. If you are having duplicates in your data, okay, you can use this column, like you can just use this function. Then if you have removed blank rows, let's say you just got some data and there are like some blank rows in it, you can just remove them just using one click. So let me just click on this, and if my data set has any blank rows, it would be removed, but it didn't have because there are still 37 rows. But I applied the transformation and you can just verify it by looking at the log. See, removed blank rows. Simple. Simple, right? Simple. So this is your, like, a kind of lineage. I will just show you the lineage as well, don't worry. Yeah, we have lineage in data flows. I will just show you. But before that, I just want to perform some more transformations. So I'm just covering like some of the transformations using each tab so that you can just be more familiar, right? Okay, so this is done. Then the same thing is with the keep rows as well. Like same thing, like keep top rows, alternative rows, keep duplicates if you want to keep duplicates. So this thing. Then choose columns. If you do not want to select all the columns, like I know this is a small data set, right? Like having just 3 columns. Let's say you are working with a data set in which you have like 50 of columns, like 50 plus columns, right? Then you can just choose the columns. Which columns do you want? So you can simply click on this choose column, and then you can just click on this select button. I know this is completely code free transformation. Like in the world of coding, we are just transforming, processing our big data using boxes, drag and drop. See why there's so much demand of Azure products. Ease. The answer is ease. Ease to work with those technologies. Scalability. Everything, bro. Got it? Okay. So now I want to keep all the columns. So I will just simply click on OK. So now see, I just kept all the columns, but still it will just add that transformation because we have added that transformation, right? Now you're getting the value. Okay. Now let me just click on transform. Okay. So in order to transform any column, you get so many. I was just reading an article and it was written that we have 300 plus transformations available, 300 plus transformations. Wow. So let's say I want to split this column into multiple columns, right? Like I want to create one column for this mountain and second column for bikes, one column for road, second column for bikes. Okay. Let's say I want to split this column. So how we can do that? So what I will do, I will simply go to split column. Okay. And let me just go here and then it will say how you want to split your column. I will say delimiter because delimiter is the kind of separator that we will use to split our column. Okay. So I will simply say by delimiter and it is asking me what is the delimiter for your column, and it is, we know that it's the space. So I will just pick space instead of comma. Okay, just click on OK, and then it will just split the column as you can see. Perfect. So it has make two copies, like not two copies, like it has just split the columns into multiple columns based on the space. So how many spaces we have, like sometimes we have like 3 spaces as well. So as you can see, mountain, frames and null, that means we have some values here. See, bottles and cages. So it has splitted this column into multiple columns based on the space, based on the delimiter basically. Okay, based on the delimiter. But obviously I don't want to keep this, so I will just undo this step. I was just showing you how you can split the columns, so I will just undo this. Okay, and I will just undo this for one more time. Perfect. Now we are just back with our original data. Now let's quickly cover use first row as header. So sometimes it does not pick the header, so in that particular scenario you can just click on this drop down and you can select, hey, just pick the first row as header. Okay. Okay, perfect. Now, what is this transpose tab? So transpose is basically to convert the columns into rows, rows into columns. And it is very handy when you are performing pivoting. Okay. Then count rows. If you want to just count the number of rows, we can simply click on it and it will just give us the count of rows. As you can see, 37. Simple. You can just perform a quick analysis as well of the data while transforming the data, right? And as we do, like while doing all this stuff in notebook. So just check the rows and just cancel it. Okay, then just go to transform. Then what is this replace values? What is this replace values? This is very handy. Let's say I want to replace product category 1 with 11. Let's say I want to replace a value in the column, and how we can do that? Click on this replace values. I will click on this product category because I need to pick this column. Then replace values, then replace values option instead of replace errors. Sometimes we get errors in our data, right? Sometimes we get errors in our data when we just load the data. Maybe data is corrupted or anything. we can also replace those values with a custom value. And in this scenario, we are just replacing the values, normal values. Replace to find value to find 1. Just find that value and replace it with 11. Perfect. Done. Click on OK. It will go to each value and it will just replace that value with the value that we have provided. Sorted. Got it? Very good. Let me just undo the step, because we do not want to break the model of our data, right? Because this is the key and this is very, very important. Then we have data type. If we want to change the data type, so this is a real-time scenario where when we are just trying to apply the joins, and joining key of one table maybe is in the string format and joining key of the other table is in the integer format. So in that scenario, we need to convert the data type, right? So how we can do that? Simply pick this column and data type is currently whole number. Click on it and you can just pick any data type. Got it? Simple. Just note down all these transformations, right? It is very handy. Then mark as key. If we want to mark any column as key, we can mark it, and we know the conditions for a primary key or any key, non-duplicates, unique, everything, right? Then rename. If we want to rename my column, if I just want to say, hey, do not keep this column name like product category key, just rename it as category key, let's say. So I will simply click on it and we can just write anything here. Or the fastest way of doing it is just double click on this. Simple. Done. Then if we want to pivot our columns, we can do it. So let me just do it. Let me click on pivot columns and then it will say value column, this one, click on OK. So it will just pivot my column. Obviously, it is not the best data set to pivot the values. It will just show you the count, or maybe it can also show the sum, like any kind of aggregation by default. But I'm just showing you the feature that we have. Just click on cross. Then we have something called format. Let me just click on it. And then let's say if you want to convert this name, like all the alphabets in uppercase, you can simply click on it and it will just convert that string column into uppercase. So let me just click on it and let me just click on format and then uppercase. So you will see all the things are in uppercase right now. Perfect. Okay. Then extract. If you want to extract something from, let's say, this column, if you want to extract only the first word of like mountain bikes, if you want to just extract the first word instead of mountain bike, you just need to fetch mountain. You can just do that. And then parse, it is used for, I think, when we have hierarchy of data like in JSON and all. Then in statistics, you can perform statistics as well. Let me just click on this column. Okay. Or it's not about like picking string column or not. I can just pick this column as well. Just click on statistics. Then it will show me all the statistical functions that I can apply. And obviously I cannot perform median, max, min on string column, but I can perform distinct values. So I will simply pick distinct values and I will see how many distinct values and what are the distinct values we have. So it will, okay, all are distinct in this case. In this case, all are distinct. Maybe if in the data set that you're working, it will just show, let's say, you can have like multiple values. Let me just show you what do I mean. So I will simply click on this cross. If I'm just clicking on this column, I don't know how many category keys do I have. So I will simply click on this. I will simply click on transform and then I will say statistics and then I will say, hey, now see, it is also giving me min value, max value, sum, median, average, everything. And I will simply say, just give me the distinct values. Now why it is giving me 4 instead of 3? Because it is also picking the column value, because it is a CSV file. Yeah. So let me just click on this cancel button. So these are like so many transformations. You can just definitely play with it. And let me just apply some transformations. Okay. So I have already applied some transformations that I just changed the column type. I just chose the columns and I just created, or not created, like converted this column into uppercase. Then I will do the same steps here as well. Not exactly same. Let's say I want to convert the category name into lowercase, let's say. So I will simply pick this and I will simply say transform format and then lowercase. Perfect. And obviously I am not sure if we do have duplicates in this data set. I know I can see they're like just 4 rows, but let's imagine I have like thousands of records and I'm not sure if my data set is having duplicate values. So I will simply click on this key column, because that is a preliminary step and we should do it. That is a kind of precaution that we are taking before applying any joins, because it can just mess up with our data model if we have like duplicate values in our key column, right? It is a precaution step. So just click on this, then just go to home, and then you will see remove rows and you will simply pick remove duplicates. I know it will still return the same result, but it is a kind of precaution step, right? It is a kind of precaution step and we should always take it. It's a good step. Okay, and I will do the same thing here as well. And I think I have already done that. If not, I can just simply do it again. I will simply pick this column that is a key column and I will simply say remove rows, remove duplicates. Simple. And when I just perform this step, I can automatically see the key button because that is the prerequisite for a key column, right? So now I'm happy with my transformations and now I want to join these two streams. So how we can do that? And before that, I also want to show the lineage, and that is the best thing. And when you just turn on the lineage, you can actually see what exactly we are doing. So we know that we are just applying these transformations. Let me see, these are like my transformations. I know I can just go there and read, okay, this thing is doing this step is doing this, and then I can just go here, I can just see, okay, I'm doing this step and this step is responsible for this kind of transformation. I can see all these steps, I can read, and I can have like multiple tables here, like so many tables. So it will be very hard to actually track it. So they have Fabric have five. Fabric has provided us something cool, which is in view section, and just click on diagram view. So this is your diagram view. So now you can see, just expand it, see, and just expand this as well. So now you can see that these are the steps that you're actually performing on top of your data set. Okay, let me just collapse it. Okay, now when this feature is handy, now you will see when we need to apply joins, when we need to apply unions, when we are actually like combining the data, it is very handy, because now I'm going to perform a join step, okay, which will just join both the data sets, and I will just show you the difference, like what I am exactly talking about right now, and you will actually see the difference. Like it is so easy to understand, right? So I will simply say, so just select any of the data set. Like let's say I'm just selecting, like you can select any because it doesn't matter. So just click on this transform or just say like home, then you will say combine. Just select this, and now it is asking me to merge queries or append query. Basically merge queries are responsible for joins and append queries are responsible for union. Okay, just click on merge queries and then just click on this drop down, because you will get the more options such as merge queries as new, or you just need to merge query with this one. So it is a good way to always merge queries as new to just see like how data is flowing. So I will simply say merge queries as new. So it is saying, okay, this is your first table. Now, what is the second table? Second table is obviously categories, and it is asking me for the joining key. Now, what should be the joining key? Just tell me. Obviously, we just have one key, product category key. So we need to see foreign key here, because we just apply join on foreign key with the primary key of the other table. Okay, just select OK, and it is saying a green signal here. 37 rows match with 37 rows. So just click on OK. So it will just apply this merge step here, and you can see that it is applying a join. And what kind of join that we applied, we can just simply go here on 3 dots and you can see all the transformations. Okay, and then I can simply expand this area, because this area is there, this is not gone anywhere. So if you just click on view again, and if you just click on diagram view for one more time, it will be gone. Now you can see the same thing here in the queries 3. Just expand it. Okay, just expand this as well. So we were just working with this area before without diagram view. So If I just click on this, I can see the transformation. If I just click on this, I can see the transformation. I can click on this and I can see this is a join step. Okay, that this is a join step. But it is very difficult to actually track like which table is joining or which source is responsible for the joins. Obviously we can read it, and obviously if we just go to setting, it will just show everything. As you can see, these two are responsible, but when we actually see the flow, we actually understand it, like what exactly is happening, right? We actually see the flow, and it is always easy to track the lineage, to track the flow using the visuals, using the diagram view instead of this one. Okay, so let me just again turn on the diagram view because I love diagram view. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So this is a kind of flow that we have created. Okay, so now if I just click on this expand button, okay, now it is asking me that you just have one transformation here. Now, can I apply more transformations? The answer is yes. This is your new data set. You can do anything that you want. You can do anything. And now I will just show you how you can just do that. First of all, just expand it. And if you can see, we have all the columns from the first table, but we do not have all the columns from second table. Why? Because we need to click on this button, and then it will give us the option to actually pick all the columns or just a subset of columns. So it's up to us. In our scenario, we just need to pull all the columns, click on OK. Perfect, perfect. Now I want to add a transformation. So should I just go back to the normal view and then just add? No bro, no. Just click on this plus button, plus, and now it is asking what you need to do, bro. I will say I want to what should we do? Let's say I want to add a column, let's say, because we haven't explored that. So let's add a column. So I will say add a column and add a custom column. Let me just show you how you can just add a custom column, or let's say add a conditional column. That will be more difficult, not difficult, but yeah, the level of conditional column will be higher than custom column, because in custom column you can just put any constant. Just click on this add a conditional column. Let me just pick this. So now it is saying I will create a conditional column for you without any code, without, like, you do not need to use any code. So what will be the name of that column? I will simply say custom flag, because I want to create a flag, let's say. Okay, now it is saying what should be my column on which I need to apply the condition. I will simply say category key, let's say product category key, and I say if it is equals to 1. If it is equals to 1, then my output should be 1. Let's say this is just a hypothetical situation. Now it is saying else. Can we apply just two condition, if and else? No. Just click on this add clause, and if it will add else if. In Python it is called elif. Okay. Then I will say if it is equals to 2, just write 2. Perfect. Now else, we know that we just have 3 values. So I will simply say else, write 3. Click on OK. So it will create a new column for me, and it is called custom flag. Let me just expand it. As you can see, it is created. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now, if it is an ETL, then obviously we can just write this data somewhere else. Okay, that's a very good point. So how we can just do that? Simply go to home, and now I want to write this data that we have created. Okay, this table, this join table. I will simply say add data destination, and it will ask me what should be your destination. I will simply pick Lakehouse. I will say Lakehouse. It will say, okay, connection is Lakehouse. Yes, because we already have this connection. I will simply say next. Then it will say which workspace. I will say Ansh Lamba Pro workspace. And within this, we have this Lakehouse. Perfect. Let me just click on it. And it is saying table name. That means it will create a table. It will create a table for us. Okay, let me just say next. And table name is merged because it has automatically taken and I didn't change it. Okay, now it is saying column mapping. It is saying column mapping, and we just want to keep it as it is because we can just change the type, but I'm satisfied with the data type because I just checked it. So just click on save settings. and just hold on for a few seconds and it will just add a step. Perfect. So now as you can see here, the Lakehouse button. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now my ETL is ready. Now my ETL is ready. So I can just expand the whole flow as you can see, but it doesn't look good when we expand the whole flow. We can just collapse it and we should just use it when we need to track the lineage. Okay. So this is, this is, this is everything for data flow gen 2. But in order to run it, we first need to publish it. Publishing it means we are just saving this flow. Now what we will do, this data flow is ready. This data flow is ready. But in order to run this, we need to call this data flow gen 2 in a pipeline. In a pipeline, because if you just go to your workspace, if you just go to your lakehouse, you will say, hey, do we have any table? Let me just refresh it and then click on it, click on it, click on it. We have nothing because it didn't run. Then we can just go back to our lakehouse and we can say it is being published. Okay. Now, if I just go back to my tutorial 1 or tutorial 2, I can just run this data flow. I can run this data flow. Okay. So now it's time to actually create the parent pipeline. And before creating parent pipeline, I will just show you how you can just run this data flow first because it is really important. So let me just click on this workspace and I will click on plus new item and I will simply say data pipeline. I will simply say tutorial 3. Perfect. Perfect. Then it will create a new pipeline for me and I will simply say pipeline activity. And this time I will pick data flow. Okay. And I will simply name it as data flow join. Let's say. Then settings. Now I need to pick the data flow, which data flow I need to run because I can have multiple data flows, right? I can have like so many data flows in my workspace. I will pick, this is my workspace and data flow is this one, data flow 1, which we have created. Okay, simple. Refresh it, refresh it, refresh it, refresh it. Maybe it is like being created right now. So we can just pick data flow 1 and then if you do not have any data flow, if you do not have any data flow in your workspace, you can click on plus new and you can create from here as well. Okay, perfect. So if I just go back to my workspace, then you can see it is now I think created now. Yes, it is refreshed. So now we can just use it. Perfect. Now all set. Now I can just validate it. Validation is done. I can save it first. It is done. Now I can just click on this run button. Now it will just run this data flow and it will just perform all those steps that we have defined. All those steps. Now we can just click on this refresh button. It is by the way running all these steps in the background and this time you will see the output. This time you will see the output. So it is just running. It should just take a few more seconds. So now it is done. Very good. Very good, very good, very good. So now we should just see and we should just validate, like, has it just brought some data or is like, has it created a table at least? Like, let me just check this. So let me just go to my actually lakehouse. Yeah. So let me just refresh it. Okay, let me just click on this drop down. Perfect. Now I can see, now I can see this merge table that it has created automatically. So if you just click on this merge table, you will see all the columns listed. See, and this is our all the columns that we have, like product category, subcategory, key, like everything. Then if I just click on this properties button, then you will see something called managed. So basically this is a managed table. Okay, and now you will say why we are seeing the delta format. We didn't define any kind of like format when we were just creating the data flow. The answer is it always stores your data in delta Parquet format when you need to see tables. That is another fundamental that we already discussed. In the beginning of this video, right? So that's why I was just covering all those fundamentals before showing all these tutorials. So it automatically, or it is a default format. So you do not need to specifically mention it. Okay, okay, perfect. So in order to just click on the, if you know that in Lakehouse we store the file and on the top of it we create the data, right? If you actually want to see the real files, real delta files, just click on this and see, click on view files. Then let me just close this. Yeah, then you will see all these Parquet files and this delta log. These are the real files that it has created for us, and on top of it, it has created this table, which is also called as abstraction layer. It has created. Okay, okay. Now you know like what exactly happens when we create a table, because now your fundamentals are clear. You know what happens in Lakehouse. You know now. Very good. Okay, so now it's time to create a parent pipeline in which we will orchestrate all these child pipelines. How we can just do that? Simply click on this plus new item. Okay, and let's create a parent pipeline. Click this and I will simply say parent pipeline. Click on create. Oh, I just wrote parent pipeline. No worries, I can just rename it. Okay, now I will simply pick pipeline activity. Okay, and now I can just search execute. It's called execute, invoke pipeline. Simply click on this one. It is currently in preview, but still I want to just play with it. Simply click on it, invoke pipeline. So this is in preview. Again, I'm repeating, but it's fine. Okay, so I will simply say pipeline, or let's say tutorial one, because this pipeline will run my tutorial pipeline. So within this, I will assign the pipeline. So I can simply pick connection, and connection is with Fabric. So so it's important to discuss this as well. So we can even run the pipelines from Azure Data Factory as well. So let's say you have created a pipeline in Azure Data Factory or in Synapse, you can call that pipeline, you can run that pipeline from here. That's amazing. That is such a cool feature. I think they have just added. So this is so good. And it is also written, current pipeline return value is only supported with ADF and Synapse pipelines. To fetch the pipeline return value for Fabric pipelines, please use Invoke pipeline legacy. So I think they are just using, or they are just adding more and more features in this preview option, and they are saying you can use a legacy option for the Fabric pipelines. So yeah, so basically for workspace we are good. Oops, for workspace we are good. It's Anshlama Pro AWS. Pipeline is tutorial one, and obviously you will say wait on completion. Okay, then simply say refresh. Then we need to add another invoke pipeline, and let's add another invoke pipeline. Simply go to activities, or you can just click on this button as well. I think both are same. Yes, it is invoke pipeline. I will say tutorial 2. Perfect. And then I will assign this. I will assign the pipeline tutorial 2, and I will connect this pipeline on success because I want this tutorial 1 to be succeeded first, and then only it should run the second one. Okay, simple. Now I will create the third pipeline. Simply click on this one and simply say tutorial 3. Okay, perfect. Okay, and then connect this on success as well. Okay, perfect. And let me just pick the pipeline. It's called tutorial 3. Okay, and we have checked the box wait on completion. We should wait till it is completed. Okay, so now let me just click on valid. Oh, we need to define the connection. So in order to create the connection, you can simply click on any activity and then just click on this drop down and then just click on more. Okay, so you just need to pick this Fabric data pipelines. Okay, simply click on this, and then it will just ask you to put your credentials. So I was already signed in into this, so it has just created automatically for me. You just need to click on sign in and it will create the new connection for you. Okay, then unsaved changes, yeah, because it is already saved. So now I can just click on validate. Oops, I just need to pick for others as well. Simply let me just pick the same one, the same connection. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. It is in preview. That's why it was showing this. Okay, let me just click on validate. And I think it is working fine with legacy pipeline. So I always love to play with these things. So let me just click on run button. So click on save and run. Now it will just be run the end-to-end pipeline in which like what exactly it will do. Let me just tell you what exactly it will do. So basically this will bring all the files dynamically, dynamic get pipeline. Okay, because this will dynamically pull all the data. Perfect. What this will do, this will pull data from ADLS gen 2. Perfect. And we already know like how we are just doing this. Once we have data for all the 8 files, sales, territories, customers, region, everything, we have data for all those 8 files. Then we have data for returns as well. Then we have stored the data into the lakehouse. Okay, and this is the lakehouse. Let me just draw a lakehouse. So let's say this is our lakehouse. So we have data here. Then it has picked the data from here and it has transformed the data using data flow gen 2. Perfect. This is the end-to-end flow that we have created in Fabric Data Factory. And this is all automated. We do not need to do anything. Let me just click on refresh. So currently tutorial 1 ran successfully. Now tutorial 2 is running. Okay. So this was like all automated. We just created the parent pipeline. Now I will just show you how you can just create a trigger so that you do not need to even click on this run button. It will be automatically running, let's say daily at 8 a.m. Let's say daily, and it will be just running the whole flow completely. And now I will also show you how you can just monitor these pipelines if you want to see like how your pipelines are behaving. Are there any errors, are there any failures in your pipeline? So I will just show you everything. Just hold on, because this is just running your tutorial to pipeline, and this take a little bit of time because it is pulling data from ADS gen 2. Okay, 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 let me just refresh it. So see, now you know how to create end-to-end data pipeline in Data Factory. You have learned so many activities such as lookup, for each, and then parameterization, and then establishing connection with ADLS Gen 2, and then pull the data from ADLS Gen 2, then transforming the data, everything. I'm so happy that you're learning so much. And then we have tutorial 3, which is running right now. Okay. So let's wait for like I think few more seconds, and once it is done I will show you how you can just trigger this and how you can just monitor this, because both the things are important. And I will show you, I think, one more activity. It is very important. It is very important. I will just show you. I will just show you. Don't worry. Don't worry. I will just show you like how you can actually get the notifications when you have any failures. Yes, you can actually enable that, and I will show you. Just hold on for a few more seconds till the time it is completed, then I can just show you. Okay, let me just refresh it. I know now you have a very strong knowledge in Fabric Data Factory, and now I know that you want to try a lot more things in Fabric Data Factory, and I think you should just play with it, because you have like a free trial, right? And what will happen after 60 days? Just create a new account in a year and then just enjoy Fabric, bro, for free. That's a good idea, Ansh. So I think it is almost done. It is almost done. By the way, this pipeline name is Pepperant Pipeline. I will just change it, don't worry. Uh, uh, uh. So basically, whenever we transform the data, it takes time. It takes time. That's why in the big data, transformation is the center of, you can say, conversation, because we need to transform the data. Data migration is not a big task. Data migration plus transformation is a big task. That's why we follow ELT approach nowadays instead of ETL approach, because we cannot extract the data and then apply the transformations and then load the data. No, it is so heavy. First we extract the data, then load the data somewhere, then we transform data. That's what we have done. We have created an ELT pipeline. If you just observe, we extracted the data and loaded the data, we extracted the data and loaded the data, then we transform the data. So it's called E, okay, L T T T T E L T, basically ELT, because this is also extracting and loading data. So basically it's an ELT pipeline, not ETL pipeline, and that is the pipeline that we use right now. Perfect. All the three pipelines are successful. Okay, all the three pipelines are succeeded. Now let's say, and this is a kind of thing, this is a monitoring thing that we always practice in the real world. What if I want to get the notifications or emails for any kind of pipeline failure? Okay, for that, just click on these activities button, and then just click on these three dots, and then just search for the Office 365 Outlook activity. Just click here. It is in preview right now, by the way. You can connect this pipeline activity on failure. On failure. Okay. On failure or on skipped, because in both the scenarios, it should just throw the email. So we can configure this activity, and this is so powerful. By the way, this activity is not available in Azure Data Factory right now. So this is a new activity, and obviously in Azure Data Factory we can just use logic apps, but it just took off all the overhead and have created a new activity called Office 365 Outlook activity, in which we can configure our email account. And if this activity fails or skips, this will send us the email notification right away that, hey, your pipeline just broke. Just check it. Perfect. Just click on this, click on settings, and you just need to sign in with your Outlook account, and it's done. It's done, bro. That's so cool feature that I love about it. So basically, I will just remove it for now. So now, if you want to just run your whole pipeline automatically, we have something called triggers. We have something called triggers. So what trigger will do? As the name suggests, it will trigger the pipeline automatically. Okay, let me just click on this add trigger, and it will just ask me what is the source. I will simply say select events. Okay, then it will say which pipeline. I will say parent pipeline. Parent pipeline. Okay, then it will say fabric job run pipeline. Okay, then yes, cancel. Then it will ask me for the workspace, and after fulfilling like all the details, like create a new item. Here it is in preview right now, so I will not create it right now, but using the triggers you can actually automate the whole pipeline. And in the Azure Data Factory we have like three types of triggers: schedule triggers, tumbling window triggers, and storage events triggers. So I'm just expecting all the three triggers here in Fabric Data Factory as well. So once you create a trigger, what it will do, let's say I just configured this trigger to run my pipeline daily at 8 a.m. Okay, so this will trigger my pipeline daily at 8 a.m. It's not just about daily. If you want to set the trigger weekly, it will just run the pipeline on a weekly basis. So you have like so many things to configure for the pipeline. Perfect. So now let me just show you like what I was talking about few minutes back. So it is called monitoring. And in order to go to monitoring tab, just click on view run history and just select this go to monitor, and it will just take you to the monitoring tab. You can obviously click on this monitor from here as well, but I was just showing you how you can just go to monitor tab using your pipeline area. So this is my pipeline. Okay, this is my pipeline that shows it succeeded, and it shows start time, it shows submitted by, like that is my account, it shows the location as well. If we see any failures in our activity, or let's say in our pipeline, we should see status here is as like failed or anything else. So it will show us all these statuses. Okay, so if I just click on this monitor tab for one more time, okay, and if I just go to back to main view, then I will see all of my pipelines that I have run today. All of my pipelines, see, all of these are pipelines, right? See, all our data pipelines, we have run like so many pipelines, we have debugged it like so many times. So it will just show us all the pipelines and all were succeeded, obviously. But if let's say this pipeline was failed, tutorial 3, so it should have showed us failed status here. So by this tab, from this tab we can actually monitor our all the pipelines. And this is exactly same the monitor tab that we have in all the application where we need to monitor the resources. Same thing in pipelines. Got it? I hope that now you have a very strong knowledge in Fabric Data Factory. And if yes, just drop a heart in the comments and just say I love you, Anj. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, just kidding. I hope that now you have very, 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 very strong knowledge in Fabric Data Factory. So, oh yeah, by the way, I was about to say this thing yesterday, but I forgot. Now I think I should just say it. So, I see lots of comments where people face some errors while building any project, while following some tutorials, like anything. And I got so many messages that create a kind of location or create a kind of environment where people can actually interact with one another, and they can actually share their doubts and someone else can resolve their doubts. So I have finally decided to create a channel. It's a Telegram channel, Telegram group, where you can definitely join the group. So what will be the agenda of that group? What will be the agenda of that group? So basically you will be added in that group, obviously using the link, okay, that I will provide in the description. Just join that group. So what you can do in that group, you can just post your questions that you are facing this error, and the other person who might have already tackled with that error and who knows like how to just uh, follow the workarounds for any kind of error, right? So that person can help the other person. So I'm just creating a group, and I will call it as like helping hands, where you can just help each other. And it is not just about helping regarding the videos. So I'm just thinking much more than just creating a group. So I am just trying to build a community, a kind of data engineering community, where what you will do, obviously you will clear your doubts regarding my videos, okay, obviously. Then I'm just planning to like uh, organize a live event where I can just come live and I will just talk to you, and I will just follow that practice, let's say once a month, okay. And obviously I will just drop the, let's say, Zoom link or any kind of online application link in that particular group, and you can just definitely join that session, and we will having one-on-one conversations, and we will be having fun, and we will be just building something live, okay. That is the second thing. What is the third thing? The third thing is, let's say you are applying for a job, okay, let's say you are applying for a job and you have already submitted your application through LinkedIn or any other platform, right? You can just ask this question in the group that, hey, I have applied for this position. Is there anyone available in this group already working in this company, so that you can get the referral? So this will help you in all the sectors. It's not just about helping regarding videos. That is the priority of that group, because that's how you learn. When you help the other person, you learn a lot. You learn the debugging skills as well. And trust me, bro, when you will be landed as a data engineer, your 50% of the tasks, your 50% of the activities, like day-to-day activities, will be inclined towards debugging. And if you think that if someone is asking you to that to just debug this error, or they are just asking your help for debugging anything, and you are saying why I should help, bro, this whole IT industry, I'm not just talking about data engineering, this whole IT industry is running by the community. Before chat GPT, almost all the, like 99% of the software engineers used to go to Stack Overflow to just have the solution for their errors. Now as well, they do not completely rely on chat GPT. This whole IT industry is run by the community. So if you want to become the part of this IT community, just forget about data engineering. You should have the capability to solve the errors, to help others, right? To help them learn, to help them grow. So just join this group. If you know how to solve solve an error, if the other person is facing that error due to any, let's say, silly mistake or anything, bro, anything, just help the other person, and just make sure that you have the right skills, that you can help the other person, so it will boost your confidence as well. That is the priority of that group. Second, I will try to engage in that group maybe like once in a month. Okay, so I will just leave that group among you. You can just run that group, you can just have conversation between you, and you can just solve the errors. And do not create a mess in that group. Do not. I will immediately remove you from that group immediately. So that group is for like helping hands. First of all, help others. Try to debug the errors of others that they are seeing. Okay, they can just put the question, hey, I'm just having this error with this screenshot, can anyone help me? Then someone can help the person. Perfect. And maybe the other person will have the same error, but he or she will say, hey, this is already resolved by this person, I can just follow these steps. Perfect. That's how the person who is helping will be growing, and the person whose error is resolved, obviously that person will learn a lot, right? So that is the priority of that group. Just help others. Second, I will try to come live, maybe let's say once in a month, and I will just drop the link in that group, and we can just have a conversation, like a random conversation. And let's say I can just plan a mini project or anything, like a kind of live tutorial that we can have. So that will be like once in a month. So that is the second thing. The third thing is, if you apply for a job, you can say that I have applied for a job. Is anyone in this group who can just help me? The company name is this, position is this, job ID is this. Do not spam the group. Hey, I have just applied in this company. Can anyone help me? Did you mention the job ID? Did you mention the application ID? Did you mention anything? Did you mention your email? No. If you are dropping the message in the group, make sure that you have all the information in that particular message in one message, and do not follow back. Like do not have a follow up, because if anyone is available in that company, that person will definitely reply you back. If no one replies you back, that means no one is working in that particular company. That's it. Okay, so I'm just trying to develop this community, and we will be growing this, you can say this community on like Telegram or like any other channel. So for now it is on Telegram. So if in future I have some ideas, I will be just be more creative towards building that community on Telegram. So for now, these are the 3 steps that we're gonna follow in this community. I will just drop the link in the description, so just join the group right now and be someone's helping hand. Okay, love you a lot. So let's see the next fabric component that we're gonna master today. Let's see. Now it's time to discuss this fabric data engineering. Now what we have in fabric data engineering, what we have. So basically, data engineering is a broader term, and obviously data engineering includes data factory as well, right? And obviously data warehousing as well. But when we talk about data engineering in fabric, we are more inclined towards Lakehouse, we are more inclined towards Spark notebooks, we are more inclined towards, let's say, PySpark in fabric data engineering. We try to use notebooks as much as we can. and we just increase the, you can say, performance, like not increase, like we tune the performances as well. I know I am gonna take few terms that you will be not aware right now, and don't worry, you will be very well versed with all those terms. Not even those terms, you will be very well versed with like how to just perform those things in reality, such as optimization using optimize command, order by, and let's say merge statement, like everything. PySpark. Now you will say we do not have any experience with PySpark. So as I have already mentioned, I'm gonna tell you each and everything. Yes, we're gonna learn PySpark transformations as well. So it will be full of fun. This session is full of fun. So without laying further, I'm gonna take you to the documentation page of Fabric Data Engineering. Why? Just to show one comparison. Okay, let me just take you. So this is the Fabric Data Engineering and Azure Synapse Spark. So if you already know Synapse Spark, okay, so this is a kind of an alternative. I will not say that they have just pulled Synapse Spark into the Fabric. Obviously the base functionality would be the same, but there are some advancements as well. It's not like exact replica. The best thing I love about Fabric Data Engineering is like Spark starter session. It will be just turn on, like it will be turned on like just few seconds, instead of waiting for the Spark cluster running for like at least two, like it takes at least 2 to 3 to 5 minutes, sometimes 10 minutes to actually start the session. So let me just take you to this article, and then you will see what do we have in Azure Synapse Spark and what do we have in Fabric Spark. So basically, uh, we create Spark pool, right? But here we have starter pool, which will just turn on the session in just few seconds. You do not need to wait for like minutes. Okay. Then obviously we order. I will just tell you about it. Don't worry. High concurrency. Then Spark configurations. These are like configuration that we make to just make some tweaks in our sessions. And when we just perform all these configurations, we actually do it at the environment level. Spark, job, definition, and notebook, all of these things will be at environment level, but here we do it at the pool level. Basically, we create a Spark pool in Synapse. Then resources are almost same. Like you can see, you can just use all the resources. Plus, we can use data factory pipelines instead of Synapse data pipelines. That makes sense. Then the primary storage will be ADLS Gen 2. Here the primary storage will be 1 lake, as you all know. Okay. Then like all of the things are almost same. Okay. Then I would say the biggest difference that I feel is like the sessions and integration, the performance tuning, integration with, let's say, like optimization things. Obviously we can just run optimization things there as well, but these are auto enabled here, auto enabled. So we're gonna learn everything in detail, do not need to worry. So I was just trying to just show you the difference, like what you will see in Synapse Spark. If you do not know anything about Synapse Spark, it is very good then, because we're gonna just take you on a journey where we'll be just discussing everything from scratch. Scratch means pure scratch. I will just show you each and everything. I'm really excited for this session because this session is special. This session is very special. So let me just go to my Fabric workspace. So here I will simply pick this data engineering. Okay, simply pick this. By the way, it is not a kind of pipeline that it will create. No, it is just a domain. It is just a field, right? So within this, we have these items that we create. First of all, as I just mentioned, Lakehouse. In data engineering, we create lake houses, and we have already created our lake house, and we're gonna work with that lake house. Then we will create, this is new, we haven't created any notebook. We will create notebook. So as you know that when we say data engineering, when we say Spark, we have to write the code. So here you cannot expect low no code. No baby. Here you have to write the code. But the good thing is I will tell you how to write the code from scratch. Really, trust me. And you will just learn PySpark coding like this. Trust me. It will be like so easy. So easy. I will just show you each and everything. Don't worry. So without delaying further, let me first close these parent pipeline and all. So it is saying discard changes. Yeah, discard changes. Tutorial 3. Closer. Simply go to your workspace. So as you can see, all of these objects are here. We know. I will simply click on this Lakehouse. Okay. And within this, let me just collapse all the tabs. Then I need to, this is my Lakehouse Explorer, by the way. Okay. So within this Lakehouse, I need to create a notebook. We do not create a notebook within the Lakehouse. We create a notebook and then we attach a Lakehouse to it. Got it? So I will simply go to my workspace and then I will create a new item. Okay. Simply click on it and then just search for the notebook. It should be here. Perfect. Then this is your notebook. So it is just showing use Apache Spark, T-SQL, Python, more to analyze data from a variety of sources. Skip tour, baby. I'm gonna tell everything. Don't worry. So just close this. Now, this is the home page. This is your notebook. This is your cell, obviously. Okay. This is, I know, similar to Databricks notebook, right? Because notebooks are just notebooks and the basic functionalities of notebook remain the same throughout any application. Like they will be having cell, they will be having run button, and shortcut keys will also be same, but there are much more to explore in Fabric notebook. Yes, I'm also gonna cover some utilities. I'm gonna cover so much in this. I do not want you to give like spoilers. This session will be full of surprises because every every part of this session will be full of surprises. Okay, so let me just give you an overview. Okay, so what we have, like, just be familiar with the UI first. That is the basic thing that you should do. First of all, this is your cell. This is your cell where you will write the code. Perfect. Then we know that within these cells we can choose different languages, and as I mentioned that we can choose PySpark, SQL, R. Yuck, man. Do you still use R? Come on, man. R and then Scala. Okay. Then if I want to change my cell, by the way, what is the default language for any cell? In most of the applications, it is PySpark. In Databricks, it is PySpark. In Fabric, it is PySpark. You can change the default notebook, default language as well, but in most of the scenarios, it is PySpark because people love Python. So simply click on this drop down. So as you can see, I can see PySpark as my default language. So whatever I will write here will be executed in Python automatically, by default, automatically. But if I want to run any SQL code, any, let's say, I will not use R, any Scala code, I just need to click on this drop down and then I can just pick any language. PySpark, Scala, SQL. What is this? Then HTML. What? HTML? Yes, you can use HTML. But why we need to use HTML? Basically, we use HTML to make our notebooks look pretty and it promotes readability. Really? Yes. So let's say I'm writing my code in like all the cells one by one, but I want to add or attach some headings. I want to add some subtitles, titles, comments. How I can do this using HTML? Do we need to just build the web pages using HTML? No. You just need to use some basic codes and I can just show you. Don't worry. So these are all the languages available. Perfect. Okay. Then after this, in order to run the code, like run the cell, let's say I just wrote the code. Let's say print hello Ansh, bro, let's say I just wrote this code. In order to run this cell, how I can just run this? You have two options. One is click on this button. Okay. You can see run all the above cells, run this cell, run selected cell, free cell. So if you just click on this run button, it will just run this cell. And now you will see that I was talking about. It is starting the session, and just see how quickly it starts the session. Just see. Wow, man. It started the session in 9 seconds. Wow, that's amazing. And if you do not know like why I'm doing all this, just run the session in any other application, Databricks, Synapse, and just see how long it takes. But here, it just started this session in 9 seconds. Wow. So it has given me the output as well. Hello, Ansh bro. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Are we learning the whole Python language now? No. But we will be learning PySpark language. Yes. If you have zero knowledge in PySpark, still you will be very well versed with PySpark after watching this session, because I'm gonna cover everything, like the things that are important for you, right? And that's why I've created this full course for Fabric. It is not just like introduction. It is like deep hands-on, deep hands-on, deep hands-on. Okay, so what else do we have here? Then we have something called as Tenant session, and it shows that it is live. The green button, it shows that it is live, and you can just click on this drop down and you can just see new Tenant session if you want to create a new session, new high concurrency session if you want to just process large amount of data. Then you can even stop the session if you do not want that. Okay, then this is the language, so you can just change the language from here as well. Okay, simple. Then the environment, this is the workspace environment. So if I just click on this drop down, so it will just show you the runtime, which is 1.3, and which version of Spark it is using, Spark 3.5 and Delta 3.2. Perfect. Okay, now what is this data wrangler? Don't worry, we're gonna cover data wrangler a little bit in detail when we'll be discussing data science. Okay, because data wrangler is very important and it just automates your code. It will just transform your everything like code. If you just know pandas library, let's say, because data analysts like use pandas library, and you are someone who is just a new data engineer who doesn't know much about PySpark, but you know a lot in pandas, right? So you can see like how like easily you can just transform your code from pandas to PySpark. We will just look at it when we will be discussing data science. So do not need to worry, bro. Do not need to worry. Okay. Then here we have open in VS Code. So if you just want to write your code in VS Code, you can just write it. But I love writing my code in Notebook. Okay. So I'm gonna use Notebook. So this was all about the Notebook overview. Okay. These are like some basic things. Then obviously if you just go to edit, you will see some buttons like add cell below, or like clear all outputs. This is very handy, by the way, when you just rerun some pipeline or some notebook and you do not want to see the output. You can just simply click on clear all outputs. Okay, now you will say, hey Ansh, if I just want to add cell after this, do I again and again want to go there? No, I will just show you the shortcut key as well, don't worry. Then it is run tab. So again, like it is regarding all the run sessions. If you want to schedule this notebook, you can do that. If you want to add this notebook to the pipeline, you can do that. If you want to see all the runs, you can do that. Okay, perfect. Now view, it will just give you the keyword shortcuts as well. So wow, very good. It has given the keyword shortcuts, so you can just click on it and you can just get all the shortcuts. All the shortcuts. I okay. Why I just laughed? I used to write my cheat codes of my game like GTA and all, and I just used to just write this cheat code, and we had like I can remember some cheat codes. Wait, there were some cheat codes, bro, for GTA. Wait. I know. One was like fanny magnets and flying car something. Panzer. I still remember that Panzer. Whenever I used to write Panzer, like they used to give us a tank. So it is like similar to that one. You can just write it in your notebook. And with the time, you will just remember some of the most often used shortcuts. Other are like for just keeping it for like rarely used scenarios. I don't use like other than 4 to 5 shortcuts, so it's up to you. Okay, simply click on close. Then this is all about the overview of notebook. Okay, now let me just tell you the first shortcut that is required. So when you just write any code, if you want to run the cell, just hit shift plus enter together. So it will just run the code, plus it will create a new cell for you immediately. This is the basic and most used shortcut. Another most used shortcut is alt plus enter instead of shift plus enter. If I want to run this cell, let's say this is blank cell but still I want to run it, so I will simply click on alt plus enter. So it will create a new cell right after this. So you will say it just did the same thing. No, let me just tell you why. If I have some code here, let's say a comment, anything, okay, I just went to this cell, I hit shift plus enter, but this time it didn't create a new cell because there is already a cell here, so it will not create a new cell. But if I just go here and hit alt plus enter, it will run that cell, but it will create a new cell for me as well. So this is another very much used shortcut, and I think I just use like 2 to 3 shortcuts, that's it. Okay, yes, perfect. So this is done, this is done, we know this. Okay, we are becoming pro. I know. So now, in order to work with a notebook, we need to read some data. It is the prerequisite, until and unless you are just creating your own data set. But in the real world scenarios, you will be reading some data. And in our scenario, you can read the data from Lakehouse that we ingested, right? From different places like GitHub, and then from Azure, right? So we have the data ready. Don't worry, we're gonna continue that data. We're gonna use that data, and then we will be just transforming that data. Then we will be just creating facts and dimensions as well. Yes, we're gonna create facts and dimension. We will create a dimensional data model in Fabric, and you're gonna do everything in Fabric data engineering. Okay, okay. And then we will use data warehouse to populate those tables in data warehouse. Sorted, 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 sorted. Very good. I'm happy that you're learning, bro. I'm happy. So, in order to just read any data, you simply need to first attach a lakehouse. Any lakehouse. So, any lakehouse or warehouse, like anything. So, in our scenario, we will attach a lakehouse. Simply click on this lakehouse. Then it will say add. Then you will say existing lakehouse with schema or existing lakehouse without schema. In our scenario, it is without schema. Okay, simply click on this, then click on add. Then it will show all the lakehouse. It is the one that we need. Okay, simply click on add and just say stop now, because it will just refresh the session, because we have attached a new lakehouse. Whenever we change the lakehouse connection, we need to restart the connection. Make sense? Perfect. Now let me just collapse it. Now this is our lakehouse. Okay, now this is our lakehouse. Perfect. This is our lakehouse. If I want to read data, I have two options: files and tables. Okay, got it? Like, obviously, if you want to read data, you have two options. Now, in order to read data using PySpark, we need the URL. We need the URL. Now, where is that URL? So basically, now you have an amazing thing. Now you do not need to put the whole URL. Now you do not need to put the whole URL. Really? Yes. Now you do not need to put the whole URL. Now what you can use, if you are familiar with Databricks, you would have worked with mounting. We mount the storage location, but we do not need to mount because it is one lake. So in order to read the data, okay, I will first show you the drag and drop way that we do, and then I will show you the code as well. Okay, so simply let me just first remove this and let me give a cute heading. Okay, so I will simply pick HTML. because I want to give heading. See, what is this? What is this? Why I'm seeing this percentage HTML? Basically, this is called magic commands. This is called magic commands. So let's say this is my Python cell, right? If I do not want to manually select my HTML or SQL or Scala, I can simply write it here percentage and then let's say HTML or SQL. Simple. And right after this, you can see it has changed. So that is the way how we can just code it if we want to just change the cell. Okay, simple. Perfect, man. And when I just remove it, it goes back to PySpark. That makes sense. So now it is percentage HTML. So now even if you have zero experience in HTML, one basic thing that you should know, if I want to create heading, I have, I think, so many options, but I think the biggest heading is H1. Okay, and for that we use one hashtag. So I will simply say hashtag and I will say data engineering, or let's say yeah, data engineering session 1. Okay, let me just run this. So it is just running and it is just restarting the session because it was restarted. Okay, so now you see, oh, this time it is started in just 4 seconds. Wow, man. Wow. So it is just running the cell now. So now you can see this has created a kind of comment, or you can just treat it as a heading. So now this cell is not treated as a Python code. This cell is treated as a HTML code now. Okay, so this way you can just add the heading. But what if I want to just create a bold heading, or I want to just create a beautiful heading? You can just do that. How? Let me just show you. So for that, basically, this allows you to just write anything within HTML, because some can be pro HTML developers and they can just write anything to just make this cell beautiful. And sometimes it's not just about making the cell beautiful. I can even attach my images to this particular area because of using HTML. We just put images, right? Like we use like this bracket, then img dot src. I haven't used HTML much for now, but I know like some basics. I used to just code back in school. So I know like people can do a lot of stuff for, like, they can just use this whole area and they can just design this notebook more beautifully using HTML. They can use like so many customizations. It all depends upon the requirements. Yeah. So is it really required? 90% of the chances no, because we do not need to decorate our notebook. But yeah, it totally depends on the requirements. Okay. Then one thing that we need to decorate is heading. So if I just want to decorate the heading, let's say I want to just make it bold, right? I want to make it looks like it should be pop up like this. So for that, just go to this cell and just click on this, and then it will just ask you to convert it to markdown cell. Just click on this. Now what is this markdown cell and why I can see this thing? Bro, just double click on this. I will just tell you. Double click on this. You will see now I can see something different. Yes. So this is a kind of markdown cell, and markdown cell helps us to just beautifully put your headings. Even I can just make it bold. Let me just double click on it and I can just make it bold. Not this one, bro. I can just make it bold. And if I just put anything inside this, now it will be bold like this. Let's say this, and oops, let me just close this as well, and let me just run now. See, now it is bold. So you can just create lots of headings, and I love using these headings because these are important, because it promotes readability. I won't encourage you to just change the background color and just put some images of Barbie. No, bro. Just put the clean headings, bold headings, bigger size headings, so that you can just promote the readability for other developers as well. Because you are not just writing the code for yourself, you are writing the code for the whole organization. Anyone can read that code, and everyone should understand the code. That is the personality, that is the characteristic of a good developer. Really? Yeah. Okay. I also learned these lessons like with the time. So okay, sorted. So let's start our session. Let's start our session with this thing. Okay, let me just click on this files button. Okay, and I want to read some data. Okay, now Ansh Lamba, you will teach us PySpark. You promised, yes. But before that, I will just show you all the functionalities, and I will just show you PySpark code at the end. Obviously, whatever I will be doing here, it will just code it, but we do not need to write anything. What do I mean? Let me just show you. If I want to read this data, this folder, okay, let me just click on these three dots, and then you will see copy ABFSS path, copy relative path, copy file API. Do not do anything, just click on this for one more time. Then you will see the file. Click on these three dots, and then you will see load data. Load data. Simply click on this. Click on this. Simply click on this, and it is asking you in which format you want to pull, Spark or Pandas. Obviously Spark. Then boom. Let me just collapse it. Let me just collapse this as well. Boom. It has written the whole code for you. You do not need to write the code. Does that mean that you should not write the code? Bro, shh. You should write the code, because this will just create the code just to read the data. And it is very handy when you are just writing a big notebook where you are just need to write the code for reading data again and again. You can simply click on it, load the data, click on it, load the data. Perfect. It saves time. It doesn't mean that you should not read the data or you should not write the code. No, it is not Dataflow Gen 2. It is not your uh, Dataflow Gen 1. No, it is Spark Notebooks. You have to write the code. Don't worry, I will just tell you how you can just write the code. But for now, just imagine that this is the code that we need to run. Okay. And I was talking about URL. So in this case, this is the URL that it is using, and it is using file semantics. File semantics means you do not need to actually hard code the ABFSS path. You do not need to hard code the HTTPS path. You just need to give this path, this one. Okay. So Ansh, is it the only way to put the URL if we want to read the data? Answer is no. If we want to use the data using ABFSS path, okay, let me just click on these three dots and let me just copy the ABFSS path. Okay, so I have two options: copy ABFSS path, then copy relative path for Spark. If I just select this, I will get this. I will get this URL. But if I just select this one, copy ABFSS path, so I have just copied the path. Let me just paste it here. This is the whole path. And if you remember, I just showed you when we were discussing one lake in this video, right? So let me just put this URL and it should just read the data for me. Let me just run this first, just to show you that you can just run the data. Let me just run this code. Ansh, we didn't understand this codes, and you promised us that you will show us the PySpark coding as well. Yes. I know. I keep my promises, bro. Really? Yes. So this is done. You have successfully read the data using PySpark, using this PySpark. I know you didn't write this code, but Fabric wrote it for you. Very well done. You successfully read the data using files folder. Basically, the data which is stored under files folder. By the way, if you are not aware of Databricks, just cover your ears for a few seconds. And if you are from Databricks, bro, this files folder is similar to volumes in Databricks, where we can just manage the data, manage the files as well. Okay. You can just remove your hands. Okay. We didn't say anything. We didn't talk about any other application, bro. Trust me. We didn't. Okay. So this is .csv, and we read the data. Perfect. Now let's change this file semantics, because personally I don't like using file semantics because I want to just write the complete URL. I love putting that. Okay. So I will simply copy this and I will paste it here, and I should see exact data again. Okay. Let me just run this for one more time. And perfect. I can see the exact data again. So now we know how to read this data. Don't worry, I will just teach you how you can just transform data using PySpark. Don't worry, bro. Don't, just trust me. Just trust me. So this is the data that you can read. Now I want to show you something interesting and which will test your knowledge as well. Okay. Let me just show you. So the thing is, you can, for now, how many tables do we have in table section? Only one. Okay. If we want to create a table, if we want to create a table using data setting in files, we have to write PySpark code. That's a fact. But Fabric has just allowed you to use just few clicks and you will create a table. Let me just show you. So we just need to go to our Lakehouse Explorer. Simply click on it, this Lakehouse button. Then simply click on this files button. Okay. Then you will see all those files that you have currently in your files root folder. Okay. Simply click on these three dots. Then you will see a button load to tables. Okay. Let me just click on it and it will say new table or existing table, because it can be the scenario where you already have the table for it, but we currently do not have. Simply click on new table. Then it will say new table name. I will say ADLS table. Simple. File type, obviously currently we have CSV, the file that we are picking, and the separator is comma. Okay. Including subfolders, do not use it. Use header for column names, yes, because first row is the header. Simply click on load. Simply click on load. Okay, now it is just loading the row ADLS folder to table called ADLS table. So now you will see something interesting. Let me just wait, like it should be loaded first, then I can only comment on it. Otherwise you will say, hey, how we can just make that statement. So it will just take some time. So yeah, it's done. Now let me just refresh this tables folder. Okay, let me just click on this drop down. Now you see that I have one more table called ADLS table. Did I use any code? No. Did I use any data flow gen 2? No. Did I use any copy activity, any pipeline? No. Did I use any data flow gen 1? No. It created table for me automatically. And it didn't just create the table for me. It didn't just create the table for me. It converted that CSV file into Delta Parquet format. Okay. And now you know what is Delta Parquet format. So that is why fundamentals are so important. So important. So let me just click on this three dots and view files, and you will see data is in the Parquet format, basically in the Delta format. File is in the Parquet format. Sorted? Okay. This is sorted. Now I will just go back to my notebook. Okay. Now I will just refresh it. Now I will see this table. Now Ansh Lamba, we know how to read data from the files folder. Can you just show us how we can just read the data from the tables? Yes. Let me just click on this. Let me just click on load data to Spark. Simple. Wow. What's that statement? Again, it's Spark coding. I will just tell you, don't worry. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. I will just run this. Okay. I will just run this. So it will just run this, and obviously it will just take few seconds to actually show you that df is basically the data frame, and obviously you would know what is a data frame. So I think it's almost done. So perfect. So we have data ready in table within just few clicks. Within just few clicks. Sorted. Okay. Now just tell me one thing. If we have to code in notebook, then why they have enabled these features? So basically, whenever you just write any notebook, like any code in the notebook, whenever you prepare any notebook, you need to uh look at the data very often. Like you have to look at the data again and again. Maybe there can be like so many tables, so many files. So just to make sure like how it is looking, so instead of just writing that code df equals spark dot read dot format, like It is such a headache, right? So now it says you do not need to put that code again and again. Just click on load and it will just write the code for you, so that you can just quickly run the cell and see the output. Simple. So basically just put your all the efforts and time in transforming the data. Do not put much efforts to actually view the data. Make sense? Because we should see the output, right, immediately. So that's why it is very handy to those as well who know how to code, because it will save a lot of time for them. Lot of time. Okay, okay, perfect. Now I am gonna show you something special, and it is, you can say, a new feature in data engineering, and we have covered the concept, the fundamental for that already. What is that? Just guess. It is called shortcut. Oh yeah. We know. We just had a quick discussion about shortcuts where we do not need to move the data. Let's discuss shortcuts in detail, and let's actually see, and let's actually do. Let's actually create the shortcuts. Let's actually do it that we discussed. Okay, let me just take you to the documentation, because it will just give you like amazing visuals for shortcut, and you can actually see the flow, and it will just revise your concepts, and then we can just actually see how you can just create shortcuts in order to remove the need to move the data. Okay, let's see. So this is the documentation of OneLake, and let me just take you to the documentation, like what exactly is written, because when you just read the documentation you will feel okay, this by this by this boy have some water, baby. Okay, this boy is saying right things. Okay, so the thing is, shortcuts in Microsoft OneLake allows you to unify your data across domains. We know, just take this thing out. Now this is the main thing. Shortcuts are objects in OneLake that point out to the other storage location. That means it points out to the other storage location. It can be OneLake location, it can be anything. So it is written the same thing. It can be internal or external to OneLake. Okay, then this is the important thing. The location that the location that a shortcut points to is known as the target path. Let's say my shortcut that I've created is pointing to ADLS. So ADLS location will be my target path, and the location where the shortcut appears, like if I'm just creating shortcut within my Lakehouse, it is the shortcut path. Okay, just remember this question. Just remember this question. Now I will just show you this example as well. In this particular example, what they have done, they had a file called transaction 1, 2, 3, three files inside the transaction folder. It was in the ADLS Gen 2, and now you're familiar with ADLS Gen 2 because we just copied the data from there. Okay, so they wanted the data from there. Okay, so instead of creating any pipeline to pull the data to OneLake, they just created the shortcut. See, transaction. And as you can see, when I just click on this, I see all the three files. But in reality, it is not sitting in OneLake. It is not sitting in OneLake. It is sitting in Azure. I am just referring to that particular location. Don't worry, we will just create shortcuts with ADLS Gen 2 as well, with Fabric as well. We will cover all the examples. So this is the architecture it follows. See, local data, this one. This campaign is the local data, some local folder of that Lakehouse, and this is the shortcut to ADLS. Perfect. Now you understood the concept, and obviously where I can create shortcuts. So obviously in the Lakehouse, then we need to just keep this important thing in mind. Whenever we create shortcuts in tables, we just need to keep one level of hierarchy, because it makes sense. Tables folder should only contain tables, directly tables. It should not contain tables within tables or folders within tables, right? It doesn't make any sense. But in case of files, we can hierarchically create the folders, and then within that we can create shortcuts. Okay, just keep this thing in mind. Then one more important thing, if we want to query the data, then we need to refer this syntax. And if we want to use SQL to query this, then we have to refer the Lakehouse name specifically before our shortcut name. This is the important thing that we have to keep in our mind. Gotcha. Let's actually do it. Okay, let's do it. So now let's create a shortcut. Okay, so first of all, we will try to create a shortcut with data setting in ADLS Gen 2. Okay, so if you just go here in files, let me just go to Lakehouse Explorer. Okay, just click on this, and this is your Lakehouse Explorer. Just click on this drop down. Then here in the files, the scenario is I want to, this is the physical data, right? We imported this data, raw data ADLS using ETL. I want to create a shortcut. Okay, so what I will do, I will simply click on these three dots and I will import the same data without using ETL, because we just configured copy activity, we just build like so many connections. Like now I will just show you how you can just create a shortcut using this ADLS connection and without even copying the data, without even creating a duplicate copy of data and pushing into one lake. It will save a lot of cost, because obviously we do not need to store the data, right? Ansh, this is just like 50 KB of data, 8 KB of data. So what? In real life, it can be like 8 TB of data, right? I'm just showing you the example. And you can just imagine the cost for like 8 TB. In future, it can be like 8 PB, petabyte. So it can save a lot of cost. Just click on these three dots and then just click on this new shortcut. Then it is asking you, this is internal sources. Obviously, we know one lake. We will cover this as well. Don't worry, I have a scenario for this as well. But we need to create a shortcut for this ADS Gen 2. Just click on this. Then it will say, do you have any connection? So I will simply click on this drop down and we have this ADLS con, if you remember, that we created when we were just copying the data, performing copy activity, right? But still I will just create a new connection just to show you. Okay, just click on create new and then we just need to perform the same steps. So what will be the URL? We can simply go back to our Azure and I can simply click on this containers and this is my storage account. I will simply go to endpoints and then I will simply pick the data lake storage. Okay, just put the URL here. Perfect. Now it is showing the connection credentials. It is already showing that this is already there, but just click on create new connection. Okay, connection name, I will simply say ADLS shortcut, short connection. Okay, simple. And authentication kind is obviously our organizational account, and to this particular storage account we have already enabled our storage our organizational account to access the data, right? Perfect. Then click on next. So it is basically building the connection. We already have built the connection, but I just wanted to show you like how you can just create the shortcut connection again. Okay, now it is showing us all the containers. I will click on this drop down because I just want to pick a specific file within this. So I will just pick the connection with this. So just click on this small box. Okay, then just pick this file. I think it will not allow you to pick this file from now. Just click on next. Then it will say status yet to create. It is confirming that you want to create the connection. I will say yes, I want to create the connection with this. Okay, then you will say create. Now our connection is ready. I'm really excited to refresh this and see the results. Perfect. Now we'll say, what perfect? Bro, just look at the bottom. This is the connection. This is the shortcut. And we have created shortcut to the whole container. So now you can see we have raw container, right? If I just click on this, I should see the exact file that I see here. Let me just click on it. Perfect. same exact file. Where this file is residing? In ADLS Gen 2, it is not residing in our Fabric workspace. Just imagine if you have like 8 petabytes of data. Petabyte, do you know like how big is this? Like 8 petabytes of data. Let's say you have like 8 petabytes of data. It is sitting in ADLS Gen 2. You need to copy the data. How much computation it would require, how much you can say storage cost it will require. Now, with the help of shortcuts, you do not need to move your data. No, 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 no. Just make the shortcuts and make your life easy. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now, Ansh, just show us how we can just read the data. I will show you, don't worry. Basically, I will just show you another type of shortcut, that is the internal shortcut. That is also important. And for that, we just need to do one thing. And by the way, that is required for our PySpark coding as well. So if I just go to my workspace, you know that we already have this lakehouse, right? We already have this lakehouse, but I want to create one more lakehouse in which I will push the data of this lakehouse and I will transform this data and then I will push the data to the new lakehouse. Make sense? Yeah. Because then I will use that transformed lakehouse as my source to create, let's say, reports and all, right? So in the Medallion architecture as well, we just create 3 layers: bronze, silver, gold. So this can be your bronze layer, and I will create a silver layer called silver lakehouse. Make sense? Because in this lakehouse, we just dumped the data. We didn't transform anything much. So now I will create a silver lakehouse. I will call it as Ansh Lakehouse Silver. Let me just create a new one. So I will simply click on plus new item and then where is the lake house? Here. Yeah, perfect. I will say Ansh Lake House Silver. Click on create. So it will create the lake house. Now you know my next step. What's that? We do not have any data here. So now it will be a good point to test as well. Now I want to create an internal shortcut and I want to create a shortcut to this particular lake house, which is Ansh Lake House, which is a bronze layer. Okay, let's create. Let's play with it. Just click on these 3 dots, click on new shortcut, then click on internal sources. Click on this. Then it is asking me like what kind of source you need to pick. I will simply say this one. Click on next. Then it will say what will be the data. I will simply click on this files and I will click on, let's say, customers data. I want to create the shortcut on this particular folder. Simple. Click on next. Click on next. Perfect. 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 I can see the data here. Now what happened? What actually happened? So this was our Ansh Lakehouse. Let me just increase the size. Ansh Lakehouse. Okay. And here it had a file or folder called raw data adventure works customers. We created a new lakehouse and it's called Ansh Lakehouse Silver. Then we created shortcut. That means we refer this data to this one, but we do not have any data sitting here. So in reality here, data is sitting in one lake. Okay. This is sitting in one lake and it is obviously charging a lot of amount of money. But here we do not have any one lake. We're just referring the data to that particular data sitting in one lake. Boom. So this was all about internal shortcut. Okay. So this was just for the testing. Now we will start our PySpark coding and I will show you everything how you can just read the data. And now we will just read the data from this lakehouse, okay, all the folders, apply some transformations, some basic PySpark transformation, not basic, I will just show you the advanced ones as well. Then we will push the data into this lakehouse. Perfect, got it. Okay, let's do it. And now you will also see how you can just work with different URLs. Let me just show you. Let's do it. Let me just teach you the PySpark, the one that you was like requesting since so long. Let me just show you. So let me just create a new notebook, because obviously we need to attach. Actually, we can just use the existing notebook as well, because notebook is not restricted to any lakehouse. We can attach any lakehouse to any notebook, but it is always good that we create a fresh notebook, and we will name it as silver notebook. Wow, silver notebook. Okay, let me just click on this plus new item. Okay, then pick notebook, then perfect. Now we can also rename our notebook, and I will do it later on. Okay, so how we can just do it, simply go to your workspace and just click on these three dots, and then I think there should be an option to rename it here. Where's rename, bro? Let me just click on it. I think in edit mode. No. Where is the rename, bro? It was here. Save as, maybe? Yeah. Now you can just say save as, and then where you need to save. Obviously in my this workspace, so then you can just do it. Okay. When we will just write the code, we'll just save this. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. I think there should be an option there. I think I just missed it. No worries. So in order to do anything, we first need to attach this notebook to a lakehouse. Okay, just hear to me now carefully, because this is a serious session. Okay, so yeah, I sometimes become so serious, so you should respect that. Only 1% of the time, and that 1% is really scary when I become serious. Okay, so first of all, just click on at add, because we need to attach the lakehouse without schema. Click on add. Okay, then we need to attach this particular lakehouse to our notebook. Perfect. What is the advantage of attaching the lakehouse? If we attach a lakehouse, we do not need to put the full URLs, because it treats it as a local lakehouse, so we can just use the file semantics. But now if I want to read the data here, and my attached lakehouse is this one, I cannot use file semantics if I want to read data from this lakehouse, which is Ansh lakehouse, because it is not attached to this notebook. Okay, and that's what I want. That's what I want. Now, first of all, let me just show you how you can just query the data, which is a shortcut. Then only we can just start doing anything. Okay, because we just created this shortcut, so we should just respect that. Okay, let me just show you the code, and I will simply say percentage. Let me just create a markdown cell. Yeah, let me just double click, enter, and then I will say, see, as you can just pick any heading size as well. So this is the code, and this is the paragraph, this is the bullet list, order list, image, anything that you want to do, you can do anything. Then I will simply say reading shortcut. Okay, reading shortcut. I will make it as bold, but for that I have to put this here. Yeah, reading shortcut. Perfect. What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? Remove this. Yep, just run this. Yep, reading shortcut. Now I will simply say df equals spark dot read dot, basically before writing anything else, so let me just tell you spark dot read. Basically it is the Spark Reader API, with the help of which we can just read any data like in any format. Like this is required, this is the API that we call. It is called Spark Reader API. So if you want to read any data, you have to use this. You have to use this. By the way, we have two options: spark.read or spark.read stream. Read stream is used for like streaming data, and spark.read is for like batch data, so like we are just processing the batch data. So we will simply say spark.read, then I need to simply say format. Okay, and format is CSV, as we know. Then I just need to say dot load simple. Okay, or yeah, simple. Then I need to just define the location. Now this is a local location, like this is local to my file. If I just click, if I calm down, Ansh. If I just click on this, Let me just expand this area. So this is the location that I need to pick. So I can simply say files slash this information. Can we just copy this name? Oh no, I have to write it. Okay. Raw data adventure works customers. See, if even if we know how to code, we have to just write it like again and again. We can just simply say just load the data. That's why it was very handy. Okay, but I want to show you how you can just code. So this is the folder name, and within this we have the file called adventureworks customer.csv. Let me just copy it from here. .csv. Perfect. Let me just say display df. Perfect. Display df. Let me just collapse this area and let me just run this. So it should just start the session and it should just give me the output of this particular shortcut that we have just created. And again, I'm repeating, this shortcut is not saved in our one lake of this particular lake house. It is only created one time and we're just referring the same data. So yes, this was expected. Now we have read this data, but why we cannot see the header names? Because this is a CSV file and we have to tell Spark that treat first row as header. So for that, we have something called option. So in order to do that, we have to use dot option and we will say header equals true. Perfect. Now if I just run this, I should see the header as well. Perfect. Now you can see it has returned us all the headers and data is looking so good. So this was all about the reading the data, obviously returns data, but using a shortcut. But now we know like how to just read this data. Now let's actually read the data from the Ansh lakehouse, and then we will just transform it and we will be just loading the data into the current lakehouse, this one. Okay, let's do that. So for that, I will just simply scroll it down and I will simply create another markdown. Okay, and then I will say reading bronze, because I'm just treating it as bronze. Okay. Oops. Reading bronze lakehouse data. Perfect. Okay. And now I will create a subheading or title for only one data. And what's that? I will simply say reading customers data. Okay. Perfect. So now it will create a small heading. It's called a title. Okay. Perfect. So now how we can just do that? So we know the format, how we need to just read it, but this time we cannot use file semantics because this lakehouse, this one, is not local to this notebook, right? So I will simply click on that one. Okay. Then I will simply click on this customer's data that I want to read. Okay. Click on it. And then I will click on these three dots and I will go to properties. Then I will just bring this ABFS path, or you can just copy this path as well. But I love this ABFS path and we should always use this path if we are using notebooks, I guess. Yeah. So I will just copy this path. Okay. And then I will go back to my this lakehouse and then, or not lakehouse, this notebook. So I will simply say df1 because this is df1. df1 equals spark dot read dot format. Perfect. And what is the format? It is CSV file. Then I will go to next line. Okay. And if we want to go to next line, we use backslash. It works with databricks. I don't know if it works with fabric or not, because it was working fine before, but they just, whenever they just do some upgrades, sometime it throws errors. So we will just see. So spark.read.format, then we just need to put the format as CSV. Then we can say dot option, same thing, that header make it true. Perfect. Then There's another thing that is called infer schema. What is that? Let me show you. So when we are just reading the data, obviously when we read the data in CSV, it treats it as like string columns. Like all the columns will be string by default. And let me show you. I'm not just kidding. Let me just show you here. If I just go here and if I add a cell here and add a cell and let me just drag it down. Yep. So df dot print schema. Let me just show you. See, all the columns are of string type. That is the quality of CSV files. It treats all the information as string column. But let me just remove it. But if I want Spark to infer the schema, to guess the schema, so it will automatically predict what should be the right schema for my data frame. So I will simply say infer schema and then I will say true. Then I will simply say dot load and now I just need to put this URL. Perfect. Yes. And you know the file semantics, like you know the syntax. This is the container name and workspace is a container, then storage account name. We discussed it in our OneLake session, right? Then this is a kind of folder that we create and every lakehouse is a different folder. Okay. Then we have a root directory called files and within that we have this folder. Perfect. Now I will simply first run this to see if it runs or not because I'm using backslash. Sometime it throws error, but sometime it works. So I think it worked fine this time. So thank you very much. df1 dot display. By the way, I think we cannot use df1 dot display. It works well with like other notebooks, but we have to use display. Yeah. By the way, display is the suggested way by all the applications as well, but I don't know. I do like dot display. So I will simply show you, and before even displaying the data, I will show you df1 dot print schema. Okay. So I will first show you the schema. Now, as you can see, this is integer. This is not string. This is not string. Total children. This is not string. This is integer. So it has predicted the best possible schema for our data automatically. We didn't define. We didn't define. Okay. So now I can just print the data. Display df1. Perfect. Okay, perfect. So this is the data. This is the data for my customers data set. Okay, so this is the data frame. Now I want to apply some transformations. What are those transformations? Let me just tell you. So as you can see, I have prefix, I have first name, I have last name. I want to create a new column which will be called as full name and it will contain all the names. Okay, let's create that. Let's create that. So how you can create a new column? Obviously, this is not a data flow gen 2 where you can just click on, hey, just transform the column. This. No. You have to code. So for that, we have a function called, oops. We have a function called with column. So this is the function that is required to create a new column or transform a column. So behind the scenes, whenever we are just doing anything with the column, if we are just doing it with Spark, we have to use with column. So let's say if I use with column with the existing column name, it will just transform it. If I just give the new name, it will create a new column. Okay, so let me show you. Now I will simply say transformations after reading customers data, or I can only add here reading customers data and applying transformations. Okay. Save the data at the end or write the data at the end because we will write this data as well. Okay. Oops, write the data at the end. Boom. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So now let's create a new column. df1 equals, now you have to say df1 equals to any transformation. Why? Because we cannot make changes in our existing data frame. We cannot make in place changes. We have to create a new data frame, but we just keep the same name so that we can just use that data frame. But if someone asks you a question, can we create changes? Can we make changes in data frame? No. In Spark, in PySpark, no. We cannot make changes in data frame. We have to create a new data frame. But when we write it, we write the same name. So it appears that we are making changes. No, we are rewriting it with the same name. Okay. Just a quick question. Keep it in your mind. Okay. So I will simply say df1 dot with column. Then I will assign the column name. Column name will be full name. Then I need to assign the transformation. Then I will say concat. Okay. By the way, in order to use any function, we need to import libraries. So let's go back at the top and let's import the libraries. So from PySpark.sql.functions, import asterisk. From PySpark.sql.types, import asterisk. Perfect. Let's run this cell. Perfect. Now we can just use concat. Okay. So I will simply say concat. Perfect. Now, what I actually need to concat, I first need to concat this column, which is called prefix. So I will simply write it, or I can use column object as well. So column of prefix. Perfect. Then I need to add a space. So I will simply say lit space. Now, bro, what is this lit? Basically, if we want to add any constant, we have to use lit function. So if space is a constant, right, we have to use lit function. Okay. Then I will say column of first name and last name. Okay, perfect. Column of first name and again obviously space first and then last name. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Perfect. Now it is done. Now I want you to see how data looks like right now. df dot, not df dot unch, it's just display. Okay, perfect. Let's see. Let's see. So this is our table. Let me just drag the slider to the end and I should see, wow, I can see this new column. See the full name. I can just expand this. Yeah, perfect. So this is the new column where we have concatenated three columns and we have generated a new column. Was it helpful? Obviously, bro. Obviously. Obviously. Okay. Okay. One more transformation. Let's do it. So if you can see this column, which is called email address. Okay. So let's say in this scenario, we just have, I think, one domain name that's called adventureworks.com. If I have a data set where we have like different domain names, right? And I just want to extract the domain name from that particular column and I just want to create a new column. How we can do that? Basically, let me just show you the concept first. So what I will do, I will just split this column based on this at the rate, which is a kind of delimiter in my case. Then I will use indexing. I will use indexing to fetch the last element of that array. Understood? So basically, if I just split this column, it will be like this, like John 24, comma, adventureworks.com, right? So this is a list. This is an array. I want one index, like one. It will be just divided into two. So first element is will be starting with 0. The second will be with 1. So I want this index value from this particular column. So I will show you how you can do that, and we will just name it as domain name or domain. Simple, right? Let's do that. So I will simply write it here, df1 equals df1 dot with column. Then I will create a new column called domain. Okay. Then I will say, I will use a function called split. Okay. Split. Now, which column I need to split? It is called email address. Perfect. It is called email address. Split email address. So now you will say, why you are not using call object? So there's no need to use call object with split. We can definitely use split without that, but it is advised you can just use call object as well. Okay, split. Now this is the column on which delimiter we need to split. We need to split on @. Okay, once it is splitted, I want only oneth index, oneth, one, not zero, one index of this. Then once it is done, let me just display the result. Okay, df1. Let me just see. Let me just see. Okay, I can see the table. Let me just see that column. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So as you can see, I have a column called domain where it has fetched domain for me for all the values. In this case, I know it is like just one, but in the real life, maybe you can have like customers or uh, users from different domains, right? Very good. So this is done. Now I will not write this data. Why? Or let's write this data. Don't worry, because I wanted to show you data writing at the end. Like it makes sense, right? Let's write the data at the end. It makes sense because we will just together write all the data set. Okay, so this is done. df1 is ready. Df1 is ready. Or I think we should just write the data because we do not know like df1 is for customers or for categories or for subcategories, so we will get confused. So let's write the data together. It's fine. So now in order to write the data, we use Spark Writer API. Same way that we use Reader API, we have Spark Writer API as well. We will simply pick df dot write dot. So this is the Spark Writer API, data frame dot write. Okay. Then we will pick dot format. Okay. In which format you need to write the data? In which format? I want to write this data in the Parquet format or in the Delta Parquet format. It makes sense because we are applying transformation. So I want to save this data in Delta format. Okay, perfect. So I will simply say Delta. Perfect, 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 perfect. Now, then I will simply go to the next line and then I will simply pick mode. Now we have like 4 modes when we write the data, and 4 modes are, first of all, append, then we have overwrite, then we have error, then we have ignore. So basically it is very simple. Let's say you are writing the data to a storage account like anywhere. Okay, this is a storage and there's a file that is already there. Okay, so what append will do? Append is like very simple and very sorted student. Okay, it is like whatever you will say I will do. It is like the most disciplined student of the class. Okay, so it will go and it will write this data here, the new file. Okay, it will do this. Perfect. Now override is like me. Okay, it will say hey, it will go to storage. Okay, and it will say, who the hell are you? Just get lost, and this is my file. So it will just delete this record, like delete this file, and it will overwrite this folder with this new file. Okay, by the way, I'm not like this. So this is overwrite. Now this error, what it will do? Error is like the complaining student. So what it will do? It will go here and it will say, hey, I am throwing an error because there's already a file sitting there, so I cannot write the data. I am not writing the data, so it will just go to the teacher and will just complain that this file is already there. I cannot write the data. I cannot write the data. So it will just simply throw the error and It will not write the data. It will just come back. Okay. Nice examples, Ansh. Okay, now this ignore student. This is the like dumbest student of the class. Like it is like it has no relations with anyone in the class. Like it has like zero links with the class. So it what it will do, what it will do, it will go to the storage, okay, and it will say, hey, there's already a file sitting there. Okay, then I should just go somewhere else. So it will not even complain. It will not even add the data. It will not even override the data. It will do nothing. It will ignore. It will ignore writing the data if any data is there, but it will not tell anyone. It is the dumbest student of the class. So be like override, right? No, no, no. Be like append. Be like append. Don't be like me. Okay. So we will pick append because we just want to append the data. Okay. So now append is done. Then we need to decide the location where we need to write the data. I will simply say dot option. Then I will assign the path. Okay. Then I will simply say, now I have two options. I have two options. I can simply go here and I can click on these three dots and I can just copy ABFS path. Okay. Like this. Or what is the other way? I can simply use files. Okay. And then I can simply say, let's say, a new folder called customers that I want to create, right? And that's it. It will just create the folder for me because this is the local lakehouse. It is already directly linked to this notebook, right? So I have both the options, so I can do it. Then the interesting thing, I want to create the table as well on the top of this file. Okay, let's create the table as well. So I'll simply say save as table, and I will give the table name, and table name will be customers. Directly customers, yes, because this lakehouse doesn't have any schema, so that's why. Let me just run this. Let me just run this. So this is the code that you always use to write the data. And I hope that you know all the modes and you will remember all these modes. And I hope you will remember the overwrite mode because of me. No, I'm not like that. Okay. I'm not like that. I'm like append. No, 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 no. You are not like that. Okay. So this is done. Let me just click on this three dots and let me just click on refresh button. And perfect. Now it has created the table called customers for me. It has created the customers table for me. Perfect. Then if I just refresh the files, it has created the customers folder as well for me. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Similarly, see, I can see the delta log as well. Why? Because this data is in the delta format. Okay. Then if you want to see the file format of tables, obviously it should be delta packet. You can just click on it, and I think I can see through Lakehouse Explorer. I can go to Lakehouse Explorer, then I can just refresh it, then I can just click on this and click on three dots, then view files. This should be in the delta packet format. Show us the files, bro. Show us the files. Oops, I just clicked on this customers table. Okay, it's good, man. We can just explore this as well. So 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 I just clicked on this customers table. So now it is, I think, loading the data without even querying it. So that's why it is showing loading preview. So I think we should wait. We should wait. Okay. 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 Oh man, you're taking so much of time. Okay, then it's fine. So this is the query. Like we can just preview the data without even querying it. So now if you observe one interesting thing, like what is happening right now. If you just click on these three dots, just click on properties. Now, if you see, this is an external table. Wow. This is not a managed table. This is an external table. Okay, like what exactly happened? Let me just tell you. Wait. This is the data. If I just click on the view files, okay, what we should see? Delta packet format files, right? Let me just click on it. We will see nothing. Why? Because in our code, what we have said? We have said just store the files to this location and just create the table, external table on top of these files. So we are telling that put this option and then create the table. Data is in our control. I am just defining the path. But let's say I do not define this. Let me just comment it out. Okay. And then I say customers 2, just to show you. This time, let me just show you why it is throwing red, bro. Let me just remove it. Okay. Let me just run this now. You will see the magic. Really? Yes. You will see the magic. Wait. Okay, it ran. Let me just take you to the Lakehouse Explorer again. And let me just refresh it. Refresh. Okay. Now you can see customers 2. Yes. Click on these 3 dots. Click on these 3 dots and click on properties. This is a manage table because I have not defined the location where it needs to store the data. So it will store the data in the table folder. In the tables folder. Okay. Got it? Got it. In the tables folder. Then if I just click on this and click on view files, I can see the files. But in case of this, if I click on view files, I cannot see. By the way, this is customers too. You will see, here are the files. No. Simply click on view files, you will not see. Got it? Got it. So this is the difference between external tables and managed tables within Fabric. So now a quick point of test that I want to do. Just go to your notebook and just undo the step, and then instead of files, just write tables. Okay, and just write customers 3 and just create customers 3 table on top of it, and let's see what happens. Because now we are defining that save our data in the tables folder. Okay, let me run this. Let's see what happens. Let me see. Let's see. It's done. Let's go to Lakehouse Explorer. Let's refresh. Okay, then let's check the properties of this table. Properties, it is a managed table. Why? Because it is like me. If I say save my data in tables folder, that means I am asking it to create a managed table. Because when we see the data here, if I just click on these 3 dots and view files, if I can see the data here, that means it is a managed table. It is a managed table. Let me just write it for you. Okay. But if we do not see data here, so see, I'm just clicking on it and no data is coming. It is an external table because data is sitting here in the files format, like files folder. Okay. Wow. Perfect. I hope that now your concepts are clear, right? Whew. I know it's worth it. I am hungry. I need food. Okay. Let's complete this first, then we will eat something. Okay? Sorted? Yeah. Sorted. Okay. Now let me just change. Yeah, we have just did it. Now we have just done it. So now it's time to load another data. And let me just go here and let me just grab the heading. Okay. Let me just put Control C so that I can just copy the data, like copy the code. Okay. Let me just paste it here and make it markdown. Perfect. Now I will simply copy the code from here to load the other folder, because obviously we do not need to just write it again and again because these are same thing. Obviously we will do some other transformations, but it is just for the reading the data. So we know that our other files are called as calendar. Okay, so let's quickly pick calendar folder. Yeah, calendar, or because calendar folder will not require any transformations, bro. So I do not want to pick calendars now. I think we should pick sales data, sales 2016 and sales 2017. Let's pick that because I will show you union in that, because we need to apply union. Let's see. Okay, let's go to notebook and I will simply say, what is the table name? It's called sales underscore 2016, sales underscore 2017. Perfect. Okay. 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 Perfect. 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 Because we do not need to copy the code again, because we know the code is same, just the file name is different. Okay. So I will simply say sales 2016. Oops. 2016. Okay. And this will be my df f1, because we are temporarily holding this data because we will apply union. So just hold your excitement. I will just show you. Don't worry. Control C, Control V. Okay. So basically we are just reading two data frames together, and it is 2016 and 2017. Okay. So let me just run this. Let me just run this. Let me just run this. It is run, like it ran. Now I want to perform union. Now I want to perform union between DFF1 and DFF2, because both are sales data. It is just like we have data for 2 years, but obviously schema is same, everything is same. We can just apply the union. It is equivalent to append transformation in Dataflow Gen 2. Okay, let's do it. So in order to apply union, we will simply say dff1 dot union dff2. Simple. Simple. Yeah, it is so simple, and I can just save this information in df2. Okay, and then I will say display df2. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now you can see this is my data, and I have like both the years of data. Like you can see order date from 2016, and I think it goes till 2017. Yes, but we can only preview 1000 records. So yeah. So now our transformation is done. Like we have applied the transformation. Now we can just write this the df2 to the location, and I can simply copy the code, the same one, but just keep one thing in mind, just change this to df2, and obviously we need to save this data under files. Okay, because we want to create external table, and I will simply name it as sales. Perfect. And create the table called as sales. Perfect. Let me just run this. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Almost there, almost there. So let me just, yeah, it's done. So let me just bring, oh, let me just change this as well. We didn't change it. So this was sales data. Okay. Let me just copy this. Perfect. And then I will simply go to my Lakehouse Explorer. Okay, and then I will see what files do we have. So the thing is, we've already copied this one. Okay, this one, this one. Now, products, categories, and subcategories. And so, the rest of the files, such as calendar and categories, products, and territories and subcategories, we can quickly copy it. So basically, categories, subcategories, we do not actually need to do this. Why? So if you remember, we already have a new data, because we just copied this data, if you remember. And where is that data? Where is the data? It was saved under the data that I'm talking about, that we just saved in, oh yeah, that is in table. So yeah, it is here. It is here, ADLS table. So we can read this data directly, that combines the data such as product categories and product subcategories. Okay, so we will simply read that table instead of reading these two files. It's an option, but I think we should do it. So I will simply read that table. So after that, we just need to read products, territories, and calendar. Okay, so let me first read this table quickly. This one, this is called, I think, merge. Yes, this is called merge. So let's read this table. So how we can just read the table? So I will simply say cat and subcat. Okay, perfect. Make this markdown, and then just run the cell, and now we will simply say df3 equals spark dot read. This time we need to say dot table. Okay, dot table. So now if we do not want to use table, but still we want to just refer the data stored in table, so what we can do, there's a quick hack. I will just show both the ways, don't worry. So within this thing, we have to just give the schema name and all, and we do not have any schema name. So we will simply say dot format, okay, dot format, and then we will say delta, because the data is stored in the delta format there in the merge table. Okay, then we will simply say, I can simply copy the code actually, but it's fine. Okay, then I will simply say dot load, because schema is already saved in that file, because whenever we just move the data or just write data in the delta format, it holds the schema as well. Okay, then I will simply say dot load, and I will just copy the location. I can simply go here in the Lakehouse, and then this is the file, or let's say table, and this is the properties, and this is the location. So this is the relative path. See, so if I just need to just use relative path, but I cannot, because this is not my local uh, Lakehouse. So I will simply copy this code, and I will simply go to notebook, and then I can simply paste this code here. And as you can see, now we are just referring the data using like under the tables folder instead of files folder. Simple. Yes. So this is another way of just calling the data in the stored in the table. Okay, so now I think it's done. Then I can simply say display df3, and we do not need to apply any transformation because we already applied transformation on this using dataflow gen 2. So we'll simply write this data. Okay, yeah, perfect, perfect, perfect. So we do not need to do anything. So what we will do, okay, what we will do, we will simply write this data. Simple, yep. So let me just write this data here, df3, perfect. Then I will make a copy called cat, or let's say subcat. Okay, then I will say subcat, perfect. Then I will simply run this command, sorted, 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 perfect. So now, what is left? What exactly we need to copy now? So we have successfully copied all the data. If I just go to the tables, if I just go to the files, so this is pending, by the way. This is the returns data. I will just paste it or write it at the end. This is the returns data. Okay, and this is pending. Okay, products are pending, and territories are pending. So basically, in order to create the star schema, we just want calendar data. Like this is as per the requirement. So let's say we do not need to process all the data, but we are just keeping all the data in the bronze layer for future. So let's say if in future we want that data, we can just add this in our model, but that does not need to be added in the silver zone for now. So that's a real-time scenario where we do not need to process all the data. We are just copying the data in one lake for some table. This is just a requirement. Okay, so now I will quickly copy, or I'll say read the data for products, okay, and calendar. That's it. And then we will just get the data for ADLS, that is the returns data. Okay, so let me just go to my notebook. Okay, then I will simply copy this code, the markdown cell. I really like keeping my notebook neat and clean, so that's why I just keep on adding titles and all. So this is this time calendar. Okay, make this markdown. Okay, I will simply go here and copy the code for reading the file. And I hope that now you have a strong grasp over PySpark as well, how to perform transformations, how to read data, how to write data, how to just add column, transform column, everything, right? Okay, very, very, very good. Very, very, very good. DF4, and this time it is not a table. Okay, and this is not in CS, it is not in Delta, it is in CSV. So actually, instead of copying this, I should have copied this code, this one. That makes more sense. Okay, otherwise we have to make so many tweaks that will waste a lot of time. So this is called calendar.csv. Let me just run this. No, we need to say df4. Yes, now we can just run this. So I will simply see the, oops, what's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? What is the name of that folder? It is called calendar. Oh, my bad. I just wrote calendar.csv, but folder name is calendar. That's it. See, now you can just quickly debug the code as well. Now you know what can be the issues, right? So I will simply say display df4, and I don't think so we have like much things to do in df4. Okay, so yeah, we do not have like much thing to do. So now we will simply write this data, and I can simply say df.write, and then just create a folder called calendar and table called calendar. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Yeah, perfect. Now we just have two more files. Let me just paste it here, and let me just say products, because this is the products data. And let's see, do we have anything to do in products, like any transformation and all? Perfect. So let me just get this code, because not every data set requires the transformation. But yeah, if it requires, now you know how to do it. And what is the folder? Products. Okay. Now I'll simply say df. Oh, I just used df4. That's not a big deal, because it will just overwrite it. df4, display df4. So it should just show the products data. Okay, perfect. Actually, we have one transformation. Yeah, we have one transformation. So the thing is, as you can see, that it is holding product SKU. I want to get the category of product SKU, which is HL, HL, SO, SO. Let me zoom it for you. See, HL, CA. So it is called SKU category. So now we just need to split this column, or let's say transform this column, and we will just keep the first two alphabets of product SKU. Okay, let's transform this column. Okay, so now you know how to do it, and you should do it on your own. It will be a quick revision for you. So df4 dot with column. Okay, and then you can simply say, what is the column name? Product SKU. Okay, so it will just transform this product SKU, and then what we need to say, split what? Product SKU. Okay, and then what is the delimiter? It's hyphen in this case. Okay, then we will pick only 0th element this time. Perfect. Now I will say display df4. Oops, I wrote do display. Perfect, 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 perfect. Now you can see in the product SKU, we just have the product SKU category. Perfect, 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 perfect. Let me just write this data frame quickly. Let me just write this data frame, and then we just need to write this data frame under, oh, this is read. Oh, I just need to get for write. Okay, this is the one. Okay, I will simply get this code. I will simply use write, and I will simply say products. Perfect. And I will simply say products table as well. Okay, let me just write this. Let me just write this. Now, our only one file is pending, and why I kept it pending, let me show you. Obviously, like we have so many files. So now the best thing about this returns data, I will just show you, because that's a real time scenario. And in the beginning, I also got confused when I was just practicing this. So I will simply say returns data. Okay. So obviously, in order to, oops, yeah. So in order to read the returns data, we need to obviously read in the normal format, right? Like in the CSV format. But I will simply write it here that read the data, which is called, I think it's called ADLS. Yeah, raw data ADLS. Okay. It's called raw data ADLS. Okay, perfect. Then we can display the data. Display df5. Okay, perfect. And what we have here, we have nothing to do, like we have no column to transform. Okay, so okay, let me show you one transformation. And yeah, we do not have anything, so it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. So we can just simply write this table, but this time we are not going to write this table in a delta Parquet format. What? But you just mentioned that by default it just creates the table in delta Parquet format. Yes, this is just for the managed tables. If we are creating external table, it is up to us which file format we need to create. Okay, let me show you what do I mean. So df5 dot write dot format, and this time the format will be CSV. Wow. And then mode obviously will be same like append. Perfect. Then I will say dot option, and path will be obviously files, and within files I will create a folder called returns. Perfect. Then I will create a table dot save as table, and I will say returns. So this time it will write my data in CSV format instead of delta Parquet format, and my table will be having CSV files under this. And why did we do that? You will just get to know about this in the next chapter. So this is just a base for the next chapter, because I wanted to create a separate or a different table this time. So everything is done. Everything is done. I can simply go to my Lakehouse Explorer and I can verify all the tables are there. Let me just click on refresh. Perfect. So I can see all the tables. Obviously these are like duplicate, but this was required to actually tell you the difference between external tables and managed tables in data engineering fabric. So we have calendar data, we have customers data, we have products data, we have returns data, we have sales data, we have subcategory as well. If I just refresh files, I should see all the folders, and if I just click on any folder, let's say customers, I will see delta, delta, delta. But in case of returns, it is not a Parquet file format. Let me just expand it. It is .csv. It is .csv. Okay, but still we have table here. See, if I just click on it, it will just show me the result. I have just clicked on this, so you can see it will just give me the data. So it is up to me on which type of file I want to create a delta table. But if it is a managed table, then definitely it will be stored in delta Parquet format. That is for sure. That is for sure. Okay, okay, okay. So it will take just few more seconds and it will just give me the data of the returns table. Okay, we can just wait for a few more seconds. No need to worry. Yeah, perfect. I have the data ready. Okay. Now, the thing is, I have everything ready for my lakehouse, like Ansh Lakehouse Silver, and this has the processed data. This has the transformed data. Now, we can create a gold layer. Yes, the gold layer in the data warehousing section. And you know that is our next chapter of this fabric course. So in the next chapter, we gonna learn about the gold layer, and we will create the tables in the gold layer, and we will learn a lot in that chapter as well, that is data warehouse. And before that, I want to just show you something to show us. Okay, if you just click on any table, let's say I want to click on this table. If you just click on these three dots, these three dots, just click on this maintenance button and you will see something. This, what is this run optimize command, and what is this run vacuum command, and what is this threshold? What is this, bro? This is one of the most important thing that you should know. Really? Yes, jokes apart. So I will just quickly tell you what are these commands. Obviously now it is auto enabled, but you should know why it is there and what is the role of this. And this is the hottest topic right now, vacuum command and optimize command. So without delaying further, let me just take you to my lovely presentation. Love you, man. You are so good. So what are these things? So basically, you know that whenever we store the data in Lakehouse, you know that these data get stored in files. This is file 1, this is file 2, this is file 3, this is file 4, this is file 5, and so many. So many, obviously. That depends upon the number of writes. So many. But do you know, whenever we query any data, it has to go through all the files? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And Now you all know what is a delta format, so you know like how it works, right? So the thing is, according to, you can say, a rule of thumb, it is always better to read from fewer files of bigger size. Let's say there are only 3 bigger files and there are, let's say, 10 to 12 small files. So the performance is always better, fewer files. So what optimize command does exactly the same. So what it will do, you just uh pushed so many files, like one by one, like every day, let's say, or every minute, every hour, that depends upon the number of writes. So what it will do, whenever we run optimize command, initially we had to just run optimize command manually, but they have just auto enabled in Fabric. But I'm just talking about why we use it and what it does. So it will just coalesce, it will just coalesce the partitions, like partitions mean like these files, it will just coalesce these files and it will just create the bigger size files instead of these so many files. And what it will do, as I just mentioned, it will promote better query performance. It will promote better query performance. That's very good. Yes, that's why we have in Fabric. Now, what is this vacuum command? Okay, let me just tell you what is this vacuum command. So in order to understand vacuum command, we have so many files. Okay, so let's say we deleted some data. Okay, we deleted some data. So whenever we delete some data in delta format or in delta lake, we do not actually delete the files, we just put this information in the delta log. I just covered this fundamental, that's why I told you fundamentals are the most important thing. Okay, so it will just mention that, let's say, this file, data of this file is not required, so it will not remove this file. No, it will not remove this file. It will store this information in the delta log that do not read this file. Okay, and what is the advantage of not removing the file? So that we can just time travel and go to the previous version if we want any time in future. Perfect. But let's say I have thousands of files. After a month, after an year, we have thousands of files, and you want to remove the unwanted files that are not being referred by my table. You want, then we run vacuum command. It is an optional command because it will permanently remove the data that was deleted or removed. That's why the box was not checked when I just clicked on maintenance. Okay, so these two commands, optimize command and vacuum command, are like the most important commands in the world of Lakehouse right now when we work with Delta Lake. And now you know those commands as well. Very well done, my dear fam. And I hope that you are taking notes. I hope. And by the way, I am thinking to just drop this PDF, this presentation, in my Telegram channel, so you can just download this uh, presentation, and I hope it will help you to just make the notes in a better way, in a better order. Okay, so it's up to you. Okay, whatever things can help you, I will just do the same. Okay, so now one last thing that I need to discuss in Fabric Data Engineering, it's called Fabric Utilities or Notebook Utilities. Notebook Notebook Utilities. Okay, let's quickly see what are those. So this is the documentation page for Spark Utilities. Spark Utilities. This is the last topic of today's uh, Fabric Data Engineering chapter. Then we will just continue with the next chapter, that is data warehousing. But before that, I wanted to show you this. So basically, utilities are very common, and utilities are very common even in Databricks as well. So why we do have utilities and what are utilities? So by definition, Spark Utilities is a built-in package to help you easily perform the common tasks. Like, what can be the common tasks? You can use Spark Utilities to work with file system. That is the most common scenario. And most of the times you will be just using file systems. Okay. To get the environment variables, everything I will just show you, don't worry. So file system. File system utilities are like your bread and butter if you just want to know what's inside your files. or what's inside your particular location. So for this, obviously we need to import this from notebook utilities or notebook utils, and we import something called as MS Spark utils. That means Microsoft Spark utils. The most common utils is .fs, msspark.fs, and within this we have so many features such as list items, ls, and then we have cp, we have mark directories, everything. I can just show you. So if you just say help, you will see all the options available. See cp, ls, everything. So the most common is this one, ls. It is used to actually list the content of a directory, content of a folder, like what exactly we have inside any particular directory. Okay, then this is also very handy if you want to copy the data from one directory to another directory. Okay, then mkdirs, that's called mark directories. It is very handy when you need to create a folder. Okay, and let me just show you some of these commands like which are very handy, and these are important. Yeah, so let me just show you the example instead of just reading this documentation. So first of all, let me just import this, and we can import from notebook utils, import ms spark utils. Perfect. Let me just run this. Perfect. Now I will show you if I want to know, let's say this is my files folder. Okay, if I want to know what are the folders or files, everything do I have inside this files folder, how I can just do this? I can simply use mssparkutils.fs. So if you are coming from Databricks background, you will be using dbutils, Databricks utilities, dbutils.fs.ls. Here we have mssparkutils, same thing, just difference of name. ls fs.ls. Now I want to mention the location. Location is files folder. Let me just run this. You will see all the information. See, this is the first file, customers. See, this is the second file, calendar. This is the third file, customers. This is the fourth file, products, returns, sales, subcat. Obviously we can just run a loop to actually fetch the exact value, but this is the list, this is the array. Now let's say I want to create a folder. Let me just refresh it first, just to show you that these are the current folders. I want to create a directory within the files folder. How can I do this? Very simple. msspark utils.fs.mkdirs, simple, and I will give the location. Just create a folder under files, and it's called mkdir. Let's say I want to just give this name. Let me just run this, and then let me just refresh it. So it would have created, perfect, a new folder for me, which is obviously empty, but we can just do this. Okay, now Ansh Lamba, can we just copy the data as well, because you showed us cp? Yes, how we can just do that? So I will simply say mkdirs, no mkdirs. So the spark utils, ms spark utils dot fs dot cp. It's called cp, like short form or abbreviation for copy. Now from where I need to copy data, what is the source? Source is files, and I want to copy, let's say, calendar data. Okay, and to where I want to copy? To the new folder that I have just created. It's called mkdir. Will it copy the data? Let's test it. Let me run this. We have an error. So why did we get the error? So the thing is, we are trying to copy folder to folder instead of file to file. So I didn't mention the file name after this calendar. So in order to copy the content of the file, we need to say true. Why? Because I'm saying just copy the data recursively. So this is that parameter. Let me just run this now. It should just do this now, and it is successful. Let me just click on this mk directory, and let me just expand it. Perfect. I got this calendar here. Perfect. Let me just click on this. Perfect. I have the data. Wow. This is so good. We can just copy the data within like folders like this, right? Yeah, it is good. So you have like two ways. Just remember this thing. If you want to copy, just give the exact location including file name. But obviously if we are just dealing with delta, how I can just name this? No man, then I can use true, which will copy the data recursively. Okay, so this was all about fabric data engineering. How was this chapter? How was this chapter? How was this chapter? Good, very good. So I'm really excited for the next chapter, which is data warehousing, and let's see what we can do in data warehousing. Let's see. This is the next chapter, and we all know because I have talked about it so many times. So data warehouse, data warehouse, data warehouse. By the way, this is, I know, a different comp. Ansh Lamba, always wear your mic whenever you speak. Okay. Okay. Am I audible now? Yes. Okay. So this is our next chapter: data warehouse, data warehouse, data warehouse. So I know that I have already talked about it like many times. So by the way, data warehouse is not something. How can I say this? It is correlated with data engineering, right? But when we say, is it a different entity when we need to just work with it? I can say yes. Because data engineering section of Fabric is like data processing, right? And obviously we can create data lakehouse. But in order to create enterprise solution for data warehousing, right, then we have to just use data warehouse. And you know that data warehouse is a lake centric data warehouse. That means it stores the real data in the form of files. So without delaying, I just want you to take to, what are you saying, bro? I just want you to just actually see data warehouse in Fabric. So I will just take you to the Fabric, Microsoft Fabric workspace. Let's see. So I'm into my Fabric workspace. So I will simply click on data warehouse, or I can simply go to my home. Okay, and then I can just pick data warehouse from here. Not a big deal. Then in order to actually create a data warehouse, we need to simply go to our workspace, right, where we have like all the things. Then we will click on plus new item, and then I will pick what warehouse. Where is that? Where is that? Here it is. Okay, simply click on it. Then what name we need to give warehouse? Obviously Ansh warehouse, Ansh warehouse, Ansh lakehouse. Oh, it already exists. Oh, okay, okay, because we already created this. Okay, so we will say Ansh warehouse Ansh. Okay, Ansh warehouse Ansh. Okay, because we just created one warehouse, if you remember, just for the demo. Okay, so this is our data warehouse that it is currently building for us. And what we can do inside this, I would say everything that you can in the world of data warehousing. Okay, that makes sense, right? That makes sense. It is saying get starting data. It is saying that you can ingest the data using Dataflow Gen 2, data pipeline. We all know that because we have already explored all these areas, right? And there are some other ways as well through which we can create our tables. Okay, so we already know how to just pull the data, so get lost. We do not need your guidance. Okay, so first of all, as you can see the drop down, first of all, do we have any schemas? No, 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 no. So first of all, I will create a schema. Okay, and now what is a schema? Schema is like acts as a layer, and every application has a different definition for schema. In databricks it is equivalent to database, right? So just remember the hierarchy. At the top we have data warehouse, under that we have schemas. Okay, schemas, it acts as a layer. So I will create a new layer called schema, called gold. Okay, because we need to create a gold layer in our data warehouse. Okay, because our plan is to connect our data model through data warehouse. It's just a hypothetical real-time scenario so that we can just integrate every component, right? Do not be like, hey, why you didn't use that lake house? Why you didn't? Bro, don't you want to learn this thing, data warehouse? Then that's why I just picked the solution, bro. That's why I know I can connect my Power BI reports with Lakehouse directly. I know, but we need to learn warehouse as well. So we know that you are really, really knowledgeable. So just bear with me for some time. So just click on these three dots and then it is saying new schema. So I will simply click on new schema and it is saying create schema and then I just need to name it. I will simply call gold and then I will simply click on run button. Perfect. Perfect. So now if I just refresh this schemas tab, I should see my gold schema. Perfect. Oops. Perfect. Now if I just click on this drop down, what should I see? All the options, like all the objects that I can create: tables, views, functions, stored procedures. But what do I have under tables? Actually, nothing. What do I have under views? Actually, nothing, because we have not created anything. That makes sense, right? Now, now, let me just close this query and let me just click on new query. Okay, so now if I just click on these three dots, see this one, it is saying me new table. Let me just click on this. Then it will just open a blank query and it will just give me the basic syntax that we always use to just create a table. Okay, let me just remove this. Okay, let me just remove this and then let me just show you like how you can just create a new table from scratch. Not a big deal. Or let me just comment it out. Okay, so in order to comment it out, I can use no, it's not a Databricks workspace. You have to just comment it out. Okay, no worries. So I can simply say dun, dun, dun. Okay, perfect. I think we can also use like comments for multi-line comments. No worries. So simple. So how we can just create a new table? If I just want to create a demo table, okay, I will simply say create table. Then I need to use 3-level naming space. One is data warehouse name. What is the data warehouse name? It's Ansh warehouse Ansh. Then what is the schema? Schema is gold. What is the table name? You can pick any table name. I would pick, let's say, first table. Perfect. Then obviously I need to define the objects like columns. So I will simply pick like ID as like int because it's like common column. Then I can say name. Then I will pick string. Okay. I think we can just pick varchar. Yep. And then I can say 200. Perfect. Then I can say amount. ID name amount. What are you selling, bro? ID name and then salary. Then I can say int or double. Let's say int. Okay. Simple, 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 simple. Now we can just create this table. Okay. And let me just run this now. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. It succeeded. Just ignore this red mark. Then after this, I want to just insert some data. And how I can just insert the data? Obviously using insert command. Okay, so I will simply insert some data here. I will simply say insert into table name. What is the table name? I can just copy it from here. No worries. Okay, and then I will say values. Okay, then I will just give the values. Let's say I want to say 1 and then name is, let's say, XYZ. Then salary, let's say 100. Okay, let's run this. Let me just select this area and let me just click on run. So it is just running the query and it will just insert some data inside this table. Okay, it succeeded. Now I want to just query this table. How I can just do that? Obviously using simple select statement. Select asterisk from this table name. And I should just see only one record because I have just inserted only one record. Let me just run this. Let me just run it. And let me just expand the area so that I can just see the output clearly. Okay, perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So this is my table. This is just a demo table that we have created. Okay, and using normal create table command. Make sense? Okay. Now I will show you something interesting. Okay, what's that? So basically, as you know, let me just take you to the Lakehouse Explorer first. So if I just go there, Okay, and as you can see, these are my tables in Lakehouse, not in data warehouse, in Lakehouse. Okay, so these are the tables in my data Lakehouse. Perfect. But what if I say you can even query these tables from data warehouse? Hold on, hold on, hold on. What are you saying, bro? This is a Lakehouse. This is a different application, different schema, different Lakehouse name. That is a different entity, warehouse, where we have a gold schema. How we can do that? Bro, you can do that. You can do that. How? And really, are you serious? Yes. So let me just show you. Let me just show you a demo. Okay. So how you can just do that? It is called, let me just take you to my cute data warehouse. So it is called cross data warehouse queries. Okay. Cross data warehouse queries. So you can just create one data warehouse and you can create another data warehouse and you can just query between those data warehouse. But you can even create a lake house and you can just create a data warehouse and you can just query the data. Simple, 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 simple. But there is a prerequisite for that. You can only and only query those tables which are managed tables. Okay, so let me just show you, then you will just believe. So let me just write select asterisk from. Now I just need to provide the lakehouse name. My lakehouse name is Ansh Lakehouse. Okay, it is already providing me some suggestions, so I just need to query this one, Ansh Lakehouse Silver dot. Now we know that we didn't create any schema, so by default what will be the schema? DBO, makes sense, dot DBO. Then as we know that we created two managed tables, that's why we created some managed tables as well. So I will just query, let's say customer 3, let's say. So I will simply pick customer 3. Okay, and let me just query and I will simply click on run button and you will see the results. You will see the results. Wow, 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 and just wow. How is it possible? It is possible. It is possible with Fabric. So, so now what we're gonna do? Basically, why I even showed this thing? Because as I just showed you that we can just create tables, okay, like using simple create command, but we can also create tables using CTAS. What's that? It's called CTAS. It is called create. Let me just write it for you. Create table as select. So now we know that we want to create tables in our data warehouse. So one way of doing it is like using ETL, right? Picking the data from one place and pushing data to data warehouse, obviously. But now we want to learn data warehousing, right? How we can just create tables using SQL commands, T-SQL, right? So now I will just show you how you can just create tables using CTAS, and we will just populate all the tables within the which are already in Lakehouse. And then I will just show you how you can just create views, and then I will also show you one special thing which is a new thing, and it is called Visual Query Editor. Okay, it's instead of SQL Query Editor, we have Visual Query Editor as well. So I'm really excited to just cover all the things quickly. So first of all, as I just mentioned that we need to create manage table. So how we can just do it? Simply go to your Lakehouse, and as we know that customers, like every table is an external table, obviously. So we will simply click on all the tables like calendar. I will simply click on uh, this. Am I in the files explorer? Yes. Okay, simply click on this like calendar and then simply click on these three dots. Then simply select load to tables and click on new table. So what we will do, we will just create the manage table for every single table. Okay, and it will just take few seconds because it will do automatically. So I will simply say new table and I will simply add a postfix. It's called suffix. Okay, I didn't know. So it will just pick, I will just add man, and then what is the file type right now for this table? I think it is Parquet. Yeah, so just click on load and it will just load the data into a managed table. And similarly, I can just do it for others as well. So I think this is already there, customers table. Yes, so customers table is already there, so we are good. Okay, then okay, I can just see calendar man. I can just see calendar man, so it is fine. Okay, then I just simply click on customers and then I can simply say customers, and I do not actually need to do that because customers 2 is already there, so it's fine. Then let's quickly do for products, load to tables and then new table and just add a suffix called man and pick file type as Parquet. Simply click on load, then click on returns and it is loading, so we need to just wait for a few seconds. Quick. Okay, done. Okay, let me just click on this returns file, click on 3 dots, load load table, load returns man. Okay, by the way, this type is a CSV if you remember. Yes. Okay, then simply click on load because we problem occurred while validating the files in the folder. What is it? CSV? Yes, it is CSV. Okay, simply click on load tables, new, and returns man and CSV separator is this. A problem occurred when validating the files in the folder. What is the problem, man? Show us the details. Invalid column name in the file. Permanent must contain. Oh, I see. Okay. Got it. So the thing is, it always messes up whenever we have like CSV because it does not treat it as like first row as header. So don't worry, we will just create the manually managed table using our notebook. So do not need to worry, just cancel it. Simply click on sales data, then load to tables, new table and salesman. Okay, perfect. And file type is Parquet. Click on load, perfect. Then subcat, the last table. Okay, perfect. By the way, we do not actually need to include returns table because we are building a star schema for this one and we just need one fact table. So our one fact table is sales table instead of returns table. So it is our choice if you just want to include second fact table, but ideally I do not want to do that. So it's fine. So simply click on last file, subcat, and you already know like how to create a managed table using, let me just click on it. Let me just click on it first. Yeah, so now you know already like how you just need to create and how you can just create a managed table using notebook. You just need to ignore the location, right? So it is not required, and according to the star scheme as well, it is not required. So but still, if you just want to create that managed table, so I will just show you. So simply go to your notebook and you can just remove the location from here, returns data, and you're good to go. I do not want you to just feel that we want to create, you can just create that. So basically, let me just go back to my data warehouse. And now what I will do, I will simply create the tables one by one. So I will simply add a comment and I will simply say, like, I can just add a comment later on as well. So I will simply say create, okay, table. And let me just show you what are the tables available right now. So simply say select asterisk from Lakehouse silver dot dbo dot, it should show all the tables. Let me just refresh it. By the way, we do not actually need to refresh, but still I can. Okay, so this is the, oh, it has imported this one, so I can just refresh this one as well. So it is just refreshing it. See, I have now all the tables. So this is the reason that we can query this data lakehouse. So as you can see, this is my Ansh warehouse. But if I just collapse it, I can actually see Ansh Lakehouse Silver and how it was just presented here. How? Because I just mentioned this here in the query, so it automatically brought it here. Simple. It automatically brought it here. Okay. So now this is the default schema within DBO. And obviously we can create schema within Lakehouse as well, but we didn't create it. So now within DBO, it is showing me all the tables. See, but all are managed tables. Perfect. Okay, and these are like all the tables, but it didn't show us the external tables, so we just created the manage table. That is the reason. Okay, so now I can simply create first of all my sales table, let's say, because it is our this is our fact table. So let's create the fact table first. So create table, or let's say create sales table. Okay, so how I will create the sales table? So I can just remove this query and I will simply say create table, and now I need to define under which warehouse I want to create table. I want to create table using Ansh warehouse, Ansh Ansh dot schema name is gold, then the customer is sales man. Perfect, sorted. Now I can also remove like salesman because it is my choice, like what name I want to give to my table in data warehouse. So now this is create table. Now we will say as, then I will say select asterisk from Ansh Lakehouse silver dot dbo dot salesman. Perfect. Okay, now if I run this command, let me just zoom it a little bit. If I just run this command, it will create a table for me without defining any schema, without defining anything. It will just write the it will just create the table for me. Let me just click on run, and it will just take few seconds and it is done. I can just show you succeeded. Now I can also validate this information. If I just click on this drop down, if I just click on this tables, I should see, let me just first refresh it. Perfect. I have created sales table. Using what? Using select statement on the top of Lakehouse. On the top of Lakehouse. Wow, man. Wow. So this is the advantage. This is the advantage of Fabric. So similarly, I will quickly, or I can just rename this table as well, right? So I can quickly drop this table because I want to just save it with fact sales instead of just sales. So I can just also run drop command, which is another famous DDL command, drop table, and then I will simply pick this table name, and this way you can drop the table. Okay, let me just run this. Perfect, now it is dropped. Now I will just rerun this command, the above one, and I will say fact sales. Let me just run this. Perfect. Why I just picked few columns, like why I just picked few tables? Because it is my design. It is as per the requirement. I just want to pick sales as my fact table and just 2 to 3 dimensions, just to show you the model, like the dimensional data model that we create. Okay, and do not worry, I will just talk about slowly changing dimensions as well, and I will just show you like how exactly it look like. Okay, so now I will simply say create, which table do we need to create next? It is called customers. Okay, let's create customers table. Customers table. Okay, same way I will simply say create table, and then Ansh warehouse Ansh dot gold dot dim customers. Make sense? And the query will be select asterisk from Ansh Lakehouse silver dot dbo dot customers 2 or customers 3. You can just pick anyone. Okay, let me just run this, only this area. Do not run the whole page because it will throw error, because obviously that above table is already created and you are just recreating it. Then I will create my third table, which is create which table now? I think I can just create products table. Okay, products table. Okay, so I will simply say create table Ansh warehouse Ansh dot gold dot products. Perfect. As select asterisk from Ansh Lakehouse silver dot dbo dot products. Perfect. Let me just run this command. Our 3 tables are done. I just need to create 4th table. And after this, we will also create views. Don't worry, we will just create a lot of stuff. Don't worry, don't worry, bro. Create, what is the last table do we have? It's called calendar. Okay, calendar table. Then I will simply say create table dim. Oh man, I didn't add dim here. I want to add dim. Okay, let me just drop it quickly. Drop table, this one, and I will remove dim. Okay. So I will just simply remove this and I will just run both these commands together. So dim products, no, dim calendar. Okay, and then I will say as select asterisk from Ansh warehouse Ansh dot gold dot dim. No. I'm just querying Ansh Lakehouse. Then dbo dot calendar. Perfect. And this will go inside Ansh warehouse Ansh dot gold dot. Perfect. Let me just read. Let me just run these both the commands together because I just dropped the above table. Okay, and this should work fine. Perfect. Our whole script is ready, and this script SQL query 2 SQL query SQL query SQL query 2 is ready, and that is holding all the, you can say, syntaxes or code that are responsible to populate the dimension and facts. So it is really important to cover this topic as well as a part of data warehousing. I know some of you will be like a pro that we already know, bro. If you already know, it will be a good revision. It is obviously for revision, like we can all revise together, right? So basically, what is dimensional data modeling that we are talking about? Dimensional data model. So basically, we have total two types of dimensional data models. One is star schema, second is snowflake schema. What is snowflake schema? Hold on, first of all understand what is star schema. So in star schema, we get one fact table, okay, and we get like so many dimensions attached to it. In our scenario, it is I think 3 to 4 to 5, I guess. So we have like all the dimensions connected, but there is no hierarchy between dimensions. What do I mean? No other dimension is connected to this dimension, right? Dimension is directly connected to fact. It is called star schema. So in our scenario, we have sales data as our fact table. We have dimensions such as customers, products, territories, calendar, um, categories, subcategories. So we have so many dimensions, right? So that model is also a star schema. Okay, then if I just show you the second type, which is snowflake schema, what is the difference? The only difference is here you will see the hierarchy between dimensions. That means one dimension is connected to another dimension, and that another dimension is connected to the fact table. Okay, so whenever we see this kind of hierarchy, it is called snowflake schema. So which is easier to manage? Simple question. The answer is star schema. Which one is most widely used in the whole data engineering domain? Answer is star schema. We rarely work with snowflake schemas because this design is very hard to manage, and we cannot manage snowflake schemas easily. We have to put so many efforts. Okay, so this was about dimensional data modeling. Now I want to show what are the types of dimensions do we have. Really? Do we have types of dimensions? Yes. When we say dimensions, I'm just talking about slowly changing dimensions, because dimensions also do change, right? Let me just show you what I'm talking about. So basically, we have total I think 6 types of dimension, slowly changing dimensions, but the most popular are like type 1, type 2, and type 3. Okay. So type 1 dimensional data model is also known as absurd. And I have just taken the snapshot of the data so that you can easily understand. Let's say my first product ID is for honey, then second for shirt, second and third for comb. Just say. Okay, then next day my data is updated in that source. My third product ID, this one has the name comb same, but product category is here now. So we will just overwrite this information. We will just absurd the information. What is absurd? What is absurd? Absurd is update plus insert. Simple. Update plus insert. So if the value is there, it will update the value. That is, it has updated this value. If I have another value here, new product ID, let's say 4, and name is, let's say, what do you want? Shoes? Okay. Shoes. Then let's say category. What is the category? Merchandise. Okay. Then it will add this data because it does not present there. So it will just add this information. Okay. This is called type 1. But a quick question, an interview question. What should we pick if we want to track the history as well? Because in this, I cannot track the history. What was the previous value? I don't know. For that, we create slowly changing dimension type 2. So in type 2, as you can see, this was my previous value. Okay. And this is the new value. But this value is also here. This value is also here. So now you will ask me, hey Ansh, when we will be joining this table, so which value it will pick? So that is decided by these two additional columns: effective start date, effective expiry date, and in use column. So as you can see in the new table, now this effective start date for this comp is 1st of January 2024, but expiry date is 2nd of January 2024. That means if I am applying any join after 3rd of January, I should not see this data. I should not, because I will be using comp. I will be using comp. I will not use this data. I will not use this data. Okay, so now we are just tracking the history. Now what is type 3 then? We rarely use type 3. Most popular like type 1, type 2. But still, if you want to see type 3, in which we just create a new column instead of creating a new row. As you can see, we put the previous value in the different column. That's it. It is like rarely used. The most popular ones are like type 1 and type 2, but you should know this as well. Okay, so these concepts are really important, and now you know these concepts as well. So I'm really happy. Okay, very good. Okay, now Ansh. Okay, yeah. This is our data warehouse. Yes, just click on this and just refresh this table. I know that we have dim and facts now. Yes, so 1 fact and 3 dims. This is fine. What about views? Just tell us how we can just create views, and we know that views are aggregated queries. So just show us something. Okay, I can just show you something. For that, let's create a new query. So I will simply go to queries and I will simply create a new query. Okay, let's create a view, and this will be our aggregated view. Okay, that can be used by maybe managers or let's say data analysts as well, in which we will just perform some aggregation and some SQL queries, and we will create 2 views total. Okay, only 2 views. Okay, let's create. Okay, let's do one thing. Okay, let's create 2 views first, and I will just tell you the surprise along the way. So I will simply first create the query, because the best way to create a view is first create the query, and then when everything is fine, when you can just see the results, then only save that query inside a view, because view is nothing but a stored query, right? Perfect. So now in order to create a view, I will simply add a comment and I will simply say create view, but I will first create the query. So in order to create the query, I want to keep my sales table in the table, and I want to bring all the products as well. Okay, and obviously I need a joining key for that, and I can just check the what is the joining key. Okay, so let's see what is the joining key. So I can simply say select asterisk from Ansh warehouse Ansh dot gold dot dim say or fact sales, because now we have the fact table. Okay, let me just run this and let me just see the results. So the joining key is, I think, product key. Yes, and for customer it is customer key, and for territory is for territory key, and like so on. Okay, so now if I want to join my table on products, I have to use product key. If I want to just use customer key, then I have to just join it on customer key. Let's do that. And how we can just do this, let me just show you. Let me just show you. Okay, perfect. So in order to do that, I will simply apply select f dot asterisk, because I want all the columns from f. Then I want let me just query products first. Select asterisk from Ansh warehouse Ansh dot db dot gold dot dim products. Perfect, because I want to see the columns for this table as well. Okay, we have so many columns, right? We have so many columns. So what I will do, I will first of all bring this column product price. Okay, and then product name, obviously product name and product price. Let's bring these two columns and then we will apply the analysis on top of it. Okay, let's do that. Or product color as well. Okay, product color, product name, model name, no, product name, sorry. What do you want? Let's pull model name, it will be better for analysis. Okay, model name, product color, product price. Okay, let's bring this. Perfect. Let me just show you how you can just create or do the analysis in data warehouse using SQL or T-SQL or using complex SQL or subqueries. Let me just show you. So basically you can simply do select, let's say f dot asterisk, because I want all the columns from f, and let's make it indented. Let me just collapse it. Okay, perfect. Then I want p dot model name. Yeah, the name is model name. Perfect. Then I want p dot product price. Then I want p dot product name. Yep, perfect. Product name. Okay. Then I will simply say from Ansh warehouse Ansh dot gold dot fact sales, and I will just give the object as f. Then I will say left join, because we want to apply left join on this. Okay, so I will simply say Ansh warehouse Ansh dot gold dot dim products, and I will just give the object as p. Perfect. Then what will be the joining condition? We need to define the joining condition as well. Okay, what will the joining condition? On f dot product key, this one equals p dot product key. Perfect. So if I just run this, let me just show you. I should see all these three columns along with this whole table. Okay. Perfect. Okay, I can just see all the things here. Yep, I can see these columns: product name, product price, and product name. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So now what do I want to do? So basically, if you see, I have customers as well. Okay, because I have customer key, that means like it represents a customer, right? Okay, let me just expand it. Can we expand this? I think no, we have to just hover over this if you just want to read the column name. So what I want now, I want to create a query which will count the number of customers for each model. Got it? Okay, like for each model name, I want to know how many customers do I have, plus in the next column I want what is the total, you can say sales, not sales. Okay, let's do one thing. In this particular model name, I first want to know how many customers do I have, then I will simply say from how many territories I'm receiving the orders for this particular model name. Okay, did you get the question? So for every model name, let's say this is the model name sport 100, I need to count how many customers do I have. Okay, so I will simply apply a count. Then I want to apply count on territories as well, because I want to see in how many territories this particular model is being sold, because there can be scenarios that this particular model is not being sold in all the territories. Makes sense, right? Makes sense. So I want to know this, and how do I, like how I can just perform this. For this I will be using CTEs. It's called common table expression. So let me just write it for you. It's called CTEs, like common table expression, where you can just store your query as a result, and then you just query that result and then just produce another result. And you can just produce like you can just do the same thing, and obviously you can just go to n level of hierarchy within this. So let's do this using CTEs. So let me show you what do I mean with CTEs. So I will simply write with, and I will just give the CTE name. So I will simply say CTE1, simple, and then I will say as. Okay, and then I will say, I will just close this query. Okay, and then I will say select asterisk from CTE1. So I will say same thing. Let me just query it. I will say I will see the same thing. See, this is the same thing. That means now this CTE is acting as a kind of object, is acting as a kind of view, is acting as a kind of table, temporary table that you can query, and just you can just apply any logic, any transformation. So what I will do, obviously I will not say select asterisk. What I will say, I will write select, and what I want to select from this, I will simply say CTE1 dot model name. Okay, then I want to count how many customer keys that we have. So I will simply say CTE1 dot customer key. If we have customer key, yes, the column name is customer key. Okay, perfect. Customer key, and I will simply say total customers. Okay, then I will simply say count CTE1 dot territory key. Okay, territory key as total territories, simple. Then I will simply say from. Okay, and then I will simply say CTE1. Perfect. And now I need to just perform group by, because we are just grouping the data and we are aggregating it. So group by, and then what will be the group by condition? I can either write this name or I can only write one. Both make sense. So this is my query that I want to run now. Okay, let me just show you the results, what it gives. Okay, perfect. This is what I wanted. Actually not, because I just forgot to mention distinct here, because it will just give me the count and I just want distinct count. Okay, so I will just add distinct keyword here and here. Distinct, and then I will just give distinct here. Let me just rerun this query. Is everything fine? Distinct, yeah. Just rerun this query. So now I will get the result that I want. Perfect. So as you can see, this is my model name, LL Mountain Tire. So total customers for this one is like 763 and total territories are 7. But we have Sport 100 bike, or let's say anything it is, we have 5,620 customers for this and it is being sold in 10 territories. Okay. So let's say I want to just use this result and I just want to fetch those customers, or let's say only those model names which are having more than 1,000 customers. Okay, so what I can do, I can simply apply one more condition here and I can say having CTE1 dot total customers. Okay, or I can just simply copy it from here. Just simple. Okay, greater than 1,000. Let me just run this now. Oh man, just remove the CT1. What are you doing? What are you doing? Let me just run this. So perfect. So now as you can see, I'm only having those model names which are having more than 1,000 customers. 1,000 customers. Okay. So I want to just create a view because I want to store this query. I want to use this for my analysis. Maybe your manager wants to just see these numbers on a weekly basis, or let's say bi-weekly basis. So you should just store this query in a view. Okay. So how we can just store this value in view? It is very simple. So what I will do, this whole long query, we do not need to remember it first of all. Okay, let me just collapse it. Perfect. So you do not need to remember this whole query. You simply need to create view. How will you will create view? Create view, and in which key, on which data warehouse you need to create? It's unch data warehouse unch dot gold layer. Then I will say view analysis. Okay, and then I will simply say as. Perfect. Then I can just run this. So basically this was the error because we were using the data warehouse name here. When I just removed it, it worked fine. So you guys also can remove it and it just needs the schema name. That's it. That's it. That's it. And when you will just run this, you will see this view analysis. What is the advantage of this? What is the advantage of this? What is the advantage of this? Basically, I can just go to new queries and I can just show you what is the advantage of it. Now, if I want to generate the same results, do I need to just rewrite the whole query? No, we have a view ready which is holding our query. So I will simply say select asterisk from gold, or let's say unch data warehouse unch dot gold dot, this is my view analysis. So I will simply run it. I will simply run it and it will generate this output for me without even writing the query again. That's called view, right? Simple, 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 right? Simple. Now, just a quick question. Now, let's say someone comes to you and he or she says that they want to analyze some data in SQL, but they do not want to just use SQL, or they do not know how to use SQL. What you will say? What you will say? Obviously, you will say, bro, are you kidding me? So you can say this, but now with using like if you use Fabric, you do not need to say this. Why? Like what I'm trying to say, you can analyze data, you can just write SQL queries without even using SQL queries. What? Yes, I'm not kidding. So basically there's a new feature that is added in Fabric, especially for SQL lovers who do not want to write SQL but want to use SQL to analyze the data. I know this is like something out of our mind, but they have done it. So basically i'm just talking about I'm just talking about visual query editor. Okay, so this is the thing that allows us to analyze the data in SQL without using SQL. Okay, so if you just go there, new SQL query, So instead of pulling new SQL query, I will simply click on this drop down and I will pick new visual query. So this time I will create a script for SQL without using SQL. So I will simply click on this. So this is my SQL query and obviously it is blank. So in order to just generate anything, okay, just perform any analysis, I will simply drag the table. So simply, let's say I want to just analyze this customers or let's say products table. I will simply click on it and I will say insert into canvas. Bro, hold on. What actually happened? What actually happened? I know. I was also like this when I just saw this. Does it mean that we can use Power Query Editor on top of SQL? Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So this is your table. Okay. This is your table. This is your table. Let's say you want to split this column into two columns, right? Let's say like you want to just split a column and you know how to use Power Query Editor, right? Simply click on this plus new button and then you will say transform column and you want to, oh, let's say you want to just convert it into uppercase. Just take us like easy transformation, right? Because we are just trying to understand the query editor. Just convert it into uppercase and you will see, oh, I just picked product key. Okay, my bad. Let me just pick this product name and then I can just apply the step. Okay, and I will simply say uppercase. Perfect. You will see all the data is in uppercase right now. All the data. Did I write anything? Anything? Any code? No. Okay. Now I want to see the SQL. I want to see the SQL. What actually happened? Okay, you can see the SQL. Simply click on this view SQL. Okay, and simply click on it. And this is your SQL query written for you without even you do not even need to just know like what exactly we are doing. So see, it is applying upper function here and here and automatically doing everything. This is your SQL query. Now it's up to you if you want to use this SQL script. Who is calling me, man? Just hold on. So I was saying that I just picked the call, but no one said anything. So I just cut the call. I really get the calls. Why? I don't have any friends. So basically, it just created the query for you and it has just used upper function, right? So it's up to you now if you want to copy this query and you want to create a table on top of it, or or simply save as view, because obviously that is the most common approach, that you create the let's say all the transformations and you just need to save this as a view, because in the previous view we did all the things, right? And we then just wrote the query and then we saved it. But this time I'll simply say save as view and schema will be gold and view name I will say prod view. Okay, or like let's say products view. Simple. This is my second view. I just created a view, man, without like using anything. This is so cool. This is so cool. So I can also expand it. Like it is also expanded. Like I can just collapse it. So I can just also expand it. Okay. So these are like all the steps that we can just download, and even we can visualize the results as well. If we want to just visualize the results, just click on this and then we can just do drag and drop and we can just build some charts, like temporary charts, see, using Power BI. So it will just bring this query here automatically and then you can just use everything and you can just build a chart and you can save this as a report. Oh man, this is crazy. This is crazy. So you can just do quick analysis like this without knowing anything, without knowing any SQL code. Come on, man, I can see the future. So this was all about data warehousing, and let's now quickly cover one important chapter. It is called data science. Let's cover that. So all my data scientists will feel happy. Oh, we have data science in Fabric as well. Yes. I still remember those days when most of us started our career in data by looking at data science only, because because of the hype, right? Because of the hype, like it was like so much in hype. I'm not saying that it is not in hype right now. Data science is like very much in hype, and obviously like data science was the only focus for everyone, right? But slowly they started other options as well, and that's what happened with software engineering as well. Whenever just starts their, let's say, career with BTech, like bachelors of technology, they just see software engineering. Then they see like positions such as back-end developers, front-end developers, UI UX developers, right? Full stack developers, software developers, web application developers, software engineers. I know all are linked. Similarly, all the data roles are linked, but yeah, there's a niche that people pick. But if we say what is the broader term, it is generally called software engineering. So similarly, in the data domain, we used to just say data science, right? But now we have like LLM, large language models, ML engineers, data engineers, right? Data scientists. So lots of evolution. Basically, I love data science available in Fabric. Why? Because everything is automated. Everything is automated. Everything is automated. Let me just show you. Let me just take you to the Fabric workspace, and like I will just show you, bro. It is so amazing. So if we just go back to our Fabric, so you will see this is our workspace, obviously, right? And I will simply click on this button and I will simply pick data science. And then these are the recommended items to create. So one is ML model, second is experiment, third is notebook. Obviously, if you are familiar with data science, one possible way of just creating ML models is just starting from scratch and just build your own model, right? Model. Just build your own model. Just feed the data to that particular machine learning model. Just prepare the test scenarios and just find the you can say, what is that, confusion matrix and all, right? So this is one way of doing it, but Fabric has automated so much in data science. Let me just start with ML model. I will put let's say unch, or just say model unch. Model unch, right, nice model unch. So it will just create a model for us, and let's see. So this is basically a new ML model version. So it has created a machine learning model for us. And within this, we can start with a template, start with an existing notebook if we have like code written within it, and we can just start continuing with that. Start with a new notebook, then start with an existing experiment, or start with auto ML. This is the automated thing, and they have just done everything for you. Everything. Okay, so let me just click on the start template first. Okay, and let's create a notebook. So it is just creating a notebook for you. Okay, so as you can see, it has created a notebook for us, track machine learning experiments and models, and it has just written down a generic code for us that we can use. It is a kind of template that they have created. You can definitely set experiment and your experiment name, and then all the required libraries they have already imported for you. They have just written down the code for like logistic regression, and then obviously numpy libraries, and this is a score. So this is a kind of template. It's called notebook template, right? So that you can just feed your own code, your own names, your own data points, everything. But why it is handy? Because you do not need to write everything again. You can just tweak, you can just make tweaks in this. Plus, by the way, I'm gonna show you this feature as well. Don't worry, data wrangler is lovely, man, lovely. So this is all about that. We have a template, a kind of template in machine learning model. Obviously, we are not trying to build a new model. It takes a lot of time to just build the model, train the model, test the model, just get the score for that model. I'm just showing you what functionalities do we have within data science in Microsoft Fabric. Okay, sir. Okay, because we as data engineers, we are more inclined towards the other side. Okay, yeah, but still we should have some knowledge like what we have in Microsoft Fabric, because now it's an integrated and unified solution. So now you should have some knowledge. Okay, perfect. That's why I will cover a little bit about Power BI as well. That doesn't mean that I will teach you how to build line chart, how to build bar graph. No, no, no. we gonna learn something about storage modes. Either we can use import mode, direct query, and there's a new addition. It's called direct lake. So we're gonna talk about that thing only in Power BI and why it is important for us to know, bro. Direct lake is a new mode, and it doesn't matter if you are a data engineer or anyone. You should know that thing, right? Because you are learning Fabric. You should know most of the stuff available in Fabric. Obviously, there are like new additions, there are like new services being introduced, but still, you should know all these things. Okay, good boy, good girl, good girl. Okay. Why? We should say good girl, right? Why are you laughing, bro? Oh man, come on, man, come on. So now let's. So this is our notebook that they have created for us, like LR model version and all. Okay, so if I just go back to my workspace, okay, and if I just search my model launch, I can just click on it, and now I want to show you start with AutoML. This is the amazing thing. So I will simply click on start with AutoML. Then it will just create the AutoML for us, and then it will say what should be your data. What should be your data? So I can simply pick, let's say, Ansh Lakehouse. Okay, then click next. Then I will simply pick, let's say, sales data. Okay, sales 2016 data. Why it is not allowing me to pick? Why? Because I cannot see next button. Is there anything wrong with this? Uh-huh. Oh, that's why we were seeing that error in the previous chapter, because it is saved as .cvsv. I don't know if you can see or not, because I just dragged it right now and just see the glimpse. So I can just, I think I cannot expand it because I just saw, and it is saved as .cvsv. Wow, that's why you were seeing that error. No worries. Okay, let me just pick this one. It is for products, and this is for 2016. It is for 2017. I think this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. Let's click on next. So these are basically the models that we have. First of all, binary classification. So if you do not know about binary classification, basically what we do, we basically deal with true or false conditions, or let's say 0 or 1 conditions. So let's say you have a data, right, and you have like multiple columns. Bro, you should know all these things, so do not feel like why I'm just showing you all these things. Let's say you have all this data, okay, and one of the very famous dataset that we used to work with, Titanic dataset. Okay, Titanic dataset, and then I think fraud detection dataset. So all of these, like all of those datasets fall under this category, binary classification, where we have some columns, let's say age, height, weight, BMI index, and so many columns. Then we have the column that we need to decide, let's say the gender. Let's say gender, okay, like the person is male or female. So either it will say yes or no, like yes can be for male, no can be for girls, or yes can be for girls, no can be for boys, right? So it will just define that either it is a boy or a girl. So it will decide that information, like decide that result using the information. Okay, and what will be the information? All these columns. So we consider all these columns as X, okay, and Y as our decision column. Okay, so this is just the fundamental that you should know. Then we have multi-class classification, in which we can say clustering. So let's say we have so many fruits available. Okay, so many fruits, like I can just take orange and apple and mango. Okay, and we have a data set for like fruits, and we have like columns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the columns. Perfect. Then we have the decision column here, and you can say fruit, right? Fruit. So it will just contain, let's say, radius. It will just contain the weight. It will just contain the color index. Okay. It will just contain, let's say, anything like height or width or anything or roundness. Then it will just create that category whether it is a let's say apple, mango, or orange, or grapefruit, or anything, right? Okay, then we have something called as regression, in which we want to know like how the trend will go in the future. Let's say you have a data, okay, sales data, like you have like sales on a daily basis, right? And at the end of the day, you have the total sales column, like how much money did you make today? Okay, so in that scenario you can simply say price, and price can be your prediction column that you need to predict. Or let's say, because I still remember that I just completed the project during my college days, so I just built a laptop price predictor, okay, in which I use the columns such as not column yeah columns such as processor, okay, RAM, storage, windows, and then screen size. So there were like so many columns. I used all those columns as my input, or let's say as my information source of information. Then I predicted the price for it. Okay, then I predicted the price that comes under the you can say category of regression. Okay, I know that is still a static data. There we cannot predict the continuous flow. Okay, the best scenario for this is, let's say you have sales. So this is your category, this is your product name, this is your subcategory, this is your region, this is your blah blah blah. Then you have a price, let's say $100. Okay, so you can just create a chart. You can just create a chart, and you, let's say you get the chart like this, like this, like this. Now you are here. Now you want to know how my chart will look like after this. Okay, then maybe according to this data model, or let's say a machine learning model, it will say it will go like this. It will go like this. So this thing is your regression. This thing is your regression. Okay, then obviously forecasting, where it predicts the future values from the past. And I think it is similar to the example that I have just explained for the forecasting, that is more inclined towards forecasting, and regression is more inclined towards the, let's say, price predictor that I created. So I just mixed forecasting in that as well. That makes sense, right? That makes sense. There's a very thin line between both, because obviously at the end we are just predicting the future. So forecasting, I think that falls more towards like the prediction thing, that box thing. Okay, then let's say I want to create a regression model. I will simply click on it, and I just get the modes. So choose a mode that best matches your goal. Each mode is pre-configured with algorithms and maximum run duration, everything. So you can just say 2 minutes or less, 30 minutes or less, or 1 hour or less, or 2 minutes or less. So I will simply pick quick prototype and then simply click on next. Okay, and then it is saying choose your prediction column. So as I just mentioned that during my college days, I built the project called laptop price predictor. Okay, so obviously I do not have that data set. It is available, I think, on Kaggle, I don't know. So just click on this drop down. Okay, just click on this drop down, and I want to, let's say, predict order quantity. Let's say, because I'm just having order date, and I want to pick order quantity, like how many quantities I can get tomorrow. Let's say order quantity, and then we can just click on this prepare data. So it will automatically apply the featureization, and you will know the featureization in the code that I will just show you. Click on next, then click on next for one more time, and then everything is ready. This is your summary. And now you'll so now you will say, bro, before actually creating it, can we just view the code? Because you will say that you as a data scientist know a lot about, or let's say you are just transitioning your career from data science to data engineer, or in your organization you are wearing multiple hats as a data engineer, as a data analyst, and data science as a data scientist as well. So you know how to make tweaks. Yes, you can just view the code. Simply click on preview code, and bro, here is your complete notebook. Everything is coded already. You do not need to worry about anything. But obviously you can go through it. You can just read it, because you are an expert, right? You know like how to do the things, right? We are nothing. So obviously First of all, we will just read the data. So it has automatically read the data. How? Because we chose that data, we picked that data. Then it will just rename the columns. It will just apply all the logic, all the things that we apply while creating the notebooks. Then it will just import the pandas. Then it will just say fill any if there are any like nulls, everything. I just told you, it will just do everything, everything. Then it will just create the X train that is for like my, see, date time or category, because obviously we need to just train the X, that is like number of columns. You can just add columns in this as well, like I just told you, you can just make tweaks, right? Then you have X test. Then you have Y train, that is your deciding column, like that will just produce the results. Then you will just create Y test, then logging related. So it has also added the comments. Even if you do not know much, you can read the comments and you can just feel okay, this code is responsible for logging. It is just logging the information about the runs. Is it cool? Bro, obviously, bro. Just click on create. So it is just creating your model. And see, this is your notebook. Low code automated ML. Bro, everything is for you ready. See, load the data and then this. Then you can just make the tweaks. Obviously, you can do a lot more things. But you can say that you can spend that time while creating these basic stuff that you have to create, and then you can just devote that time while tuning your models, right? It is helping you, it is helping you to just invest your time in the better place. Okay, and then it is just adding more and more headings. See, it looks so good because it is adding headings, then it is adding texts, then it is adding documentations as well. If you just want to check something, if you have some doubts, you can simply click on this and it will just take you to the aligned documentation to this. It is so good, man. It is so good. That is like model scoring with predict in Microsoft Fabrics. Let's say a predict function is a new function, or let's say they have just launched something new in Fabric. So you can just click on this and you will just get the documentation, right? This is so cool, man. Come on, man. Come on. See, model name is Medallion. See, obviously you can just change the name. So this is all about data science and Fabric. And trust me, bro, if you are a data scientist, if you have a like, if you are just performing the role of a data scientist as well as in your company, and that can be a scenario, right? You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. Got it? Now I can just show you the data wrangler as well. Okay, so in order to turn on the data wrangler, you first need to turn on the session. And in order to turn on the session, you can just simply run any code or anything. Let me just create a new cell here, and I can simply say code, and I will simply, let's say, print hello model launch. Okay, let me just run this. So it will just turn on the session, and then I will just show you data wrangler. Data wrangler is a magic for you. Trust me. So now see, it is enabled because it started in 6 seconds. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So now. Simply click on this data wrangler, and before even clicking on this, just read what is written. Easily explore and transform your data using common operations, generating code in real time. Yes. Just click on this data wrangler. It will just generate the code for you in real time. It will just do all the conversions from pandas to PySpark. Because obviously, being a data scientist, you will be working more with pandas. But if we want performance, we have to use PySpark. And then, oh, it is saying no data frame found. I can just quickly create the data frame. No need to worry. So I can simply say which lakehouse is connected with this one. I can just simply check it's Ansh Lakehouse. Okay. And which is the file, this one. I can simply create a data frame for you. I just want to show you spark dot read, or I can just leverage Spark, bro. I can simply click on this and load table, upload. Oh, no. Wait. Click on this and then click on this and then load data, Spark. Perfect. See, this is the use case of it. I saved my time, bro. Simply run this. So it will create a DF, because obviously if we want to do anything with data frame, we should have a data frame first. So I was saying that data wrangler Oh, it is just a date column, bro. But you have imported, man. Come on, Ansh. Come on. Okay, no worries. I can just import another thing. Raw data, ADLS. Perfect. Let me just run this. Perfect. Now I have like this particular data frame. So if you are a data scientist, obviously, or if you just perform some activities of a data scientist, you would be much familiar with pandas. But if we want performance, we want our code in Spark, right? So it will just generate your code in PySpark in real time. So let me just click on Data Wrangler now, because now we have a DF. Now it is saying these are the data frames. Obviously, it is called DF, so it just showed only one data frame. Just click on this. Then this is your data wrangler. Basically, if I just conclude what is a data wrangler is your data transformation buddy that will just write the code for you, similar to Visual Query Editor, that will just generate the SQL code for you. Similarly, it will just create and generate the PySpark code for you. Simple. So as you can see that it has given us some statistics like 124 distinct values, return date 476 distinct values, like everything. Okay, then if we want to perform any operation, let's say this is the one. So I have numeric, I have sort and filter, I have format. Let's click on this format. Then capitalize first character, convert text to lowercase, convert text to uppercase. So this is giving us all the options that we have to perform like any operation on top of this data frame. Let me just pick, do we have anything to perform? This is territory key, this is int, okay, this is int, okay, and let me just use sort and filter. Let's say let me just want let me just apply a sort filter. Okay, so it will just say sort, and I can simply write missing required parameters. Okay, so it is saying selected target column. So missing values first, obviously, but I don't think so we have missing values. So then we just need to pick what should be our target column, like on which we need to apply sort. Let's say I want to pick return date, let's say. Okay, so it is just applying the operation, as you can see. So it has written the code for you in the real time in pandas, obviously. Now if you are a like data professional but knows pandas more instead of PySpark, so what it will do, it will create this pandas code, and then if you just want to make some tweaks, you can simply make some tweaks. Okay, and this is just previewing. Okay, so this is your pandas code, right? If I just hit on apply button, then I will get the option. First of all, you will see new operation, that is this one, choose an operation to get started, because it has already applied this operation, that is sort, on my data frame. Now you have these options: add code to notebook, copy code to clipboard so that you can just make changes on your own, save as CSV, and views. Let me just copy code to clipboard, and I will just also click on this one, add code to notebook. Now this one is showing me the Spark code. This is not Pandas code, this is Spark code. It has just converted that PySpark, like Pandas code, into PySpark code in real time. Now if I want to include Pandas code as well in the notebook, I can do that. Let's say I do not want to use PySpark code, I am just dealing with small data set, right? You can just say this, right? So in that scenario, you can also include pandas code, and PySpark code will be optional. You can just keep it if you want, if you just want to work with big data. Simply click on add, simply click on add, and boom, this is your code ready. And as you can see, DF now is a Spark data frame containing CSV. It has also converted that DF into your PySpark DF instead of pandas DF. Simple, simple. Now this is your, oh, it is also written code generated by data wrangler for pandas sample. Okay, and this is your pandas code. If you want to use pandas, just use it. If you want some tweaks, make some tweaks, keep it to yourself. Okay, this is for like PySpark. If you want to use PySpark, use PySpark. So bro, I don't know if you are seeing the power of Fabric. I don't know, but this is, bro, amazing. People used to say that they need to just go to chat gpt and they can just ask the code and they can just make the adjustments accordingly, because it will not develop the code according to your data, because you cannot upload the data to chat gpt. Okay, you cannot upload your Ansh, just eat something. You cannot upload your company's sensitive data to chat gpt, but it is Fabric, it is secured, your data is already in Fabric. You are getting all the code in real time in both the data frames, bro. Pandas and PySpark, both. If you're working with big data, you do not know PySpark, fine. Even if you know Pandas a little bit, it's fine. Data Wrangler is with you. Data Wrangler is with you. I know it is very, very powerful, and love you, man. Fabric, like, how can you just express this feeling with you, bro? How? So this was all about data science. Obviously, you can just explore and play with this, and you can just generate your ML models. You can just perform, or you can just prepare the data with Data Wrangler as much as you can. So this is all about data science. And let me just cover the next chapter of Fabric, and it is data governance in Fabric. So basically, data governance is one of the most important things that we should always prioritize, and how we can just govern our data. So obviously we created all the resources within our workspace, and we just created so many data flows, pipeline, like everything. Like data was traveling from so many sources, was going to so many destinations. How we can track those things? How? And from where I did just get this visual? Okay, so let me just answer all your questions, and trust me, data governance is so important. And being a developer, you will not feel the importance in the beginning, but as you go to the higher position, when you just need to track the data, like what is the flow and what is the source and where it is flowing and what is the destination, it becomes more and more important with the time. So I would say data governance is really important. And let me just show you first of all how I just created this visual. And obviously you can just observe some things, that we have Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, then we imported this data here, then it went to Azure Lake Silver. But how did I create it? Actually, I just created this with my hands. Oh, come on, man. I'm just kidding. So I'll just show you how I just created it. So let me just take you to Fabric Databricks. Fabric Databricks. Fabric Workhouse. Fabric Data Governance Workhouse. Bro, I can't say anything. Okay. Actually, I'm really hungry. Okay, so let me just take you to Fabric Data Workspace. Okay, and this is the view. Don't worry, I will just show you how I just created this. Simply select, just go to your workspaces and select your workspace. So this is your workspace, right? Ansh Pro WS. Okay, so as we know, this was the thing that I was talking about. Let's say this is the lakehouse that we created, right? Ansh Lakehouse Silver. We know that we imported this data from Ansh Lakehouse, but only I know this, right? Only I know this. How others will know about this thing, right? About this thing as well, about data pipelines as well, notebooks, data models, data flows, everything. And how we would have that lineage. So Data Fabric has provided us the function, you can say capability, so that we can just track the lineage of the whole workspace. Workspace level lineage is available in Fabric. So simply select your workspace and then switch your mode from list to this lineage view. So this is the lineage view. Okay, so this is the list view, this is the lineage view. Just click on this and then you will see all these things that I'm able to see right now. And don't worry, I will just explain you this as well. Do not feel overwhelmed. Hey, what's that? What's that? Hold on. You will understand that what I'm talking about. So basically, Let me just start from the top. Okay, so basically before even starting it, these are like all the resources that I have currently in my workspace. Perfect, simple. Okay, let me just increase the size. So first of all, if you know, obviously you know, if you remember, we fetch the data from Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. Yes, let's talk about that only, and let's see how important it is to actually have the lineage. So this particular data, I pulled it, and it it just wait. Let me just click on this cross. Let me just click on this show lineage. I just want to know where this data is used. What are all the points? Just click on this show lineage, and then everything else will be grayed out, and I will see that I first imported this data in my one lake, okay, from Azure Data Lake. Then this data went to this pipeline called tutorial 2. Then this data again was used in the parent pipeline from tutorial 2. Got it? This makes sense, right? Because we created the parent pipeline as well. Okay, and this is all about this data. Then this data was not used anywhere else. Okay, okay. Let me just click on this show lineage for one more time to disable it. Then if I want to know my GitHub data, where it is used and what was the source for which destination, just click on it. Okay, and then just click on this show lineage. Then you will see this data was pulled into the one lake. Then it was used in tutorial 1. Then if I just scroll down, I will see another Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. And why do we have this one now? Why do we have this one? So if you remember, we created a shortcut as well when we were just trying to test like how shortcut looks like. So it can be that, and that is why we have like two Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. Okay, so just click on this and I will show you it has much broader usage. Okay, if you just click on this Azure Lake Storage Gen 2, okay, this is, let's say, shortcut. Okay, and then how we can just verify it is a shortcut. So if you just see the connection name, it is called ADLS short con and then my name, like email name. Okay, then this is being used here in my Lakehouse. Okay, and then it is being used here in your Lakehouse Silver. That makes sense. Then if you remember, we created notebook 2 to process and transform the data, right? So this traveled there as well. Then it went to SQL endpoints. Basically, whenever we create a lakehouse, I will just show you right now as well. We just get one more thing called SQL endpoints, and SQL endpoints are used to just query your lakehouse data using SQL, and it is just similar to querying the data using data warehouse. So both are same thing. So it is the by default thing that you always get. Then what is this semantic model? By the way, we still need to discuss what is a semantic model. So do not need to worry. That is our next chapter, and we will just briefly cover this topic as well, because we do not need to dig deeper inside Power BI, because everything is almost same in Power BI as it was. And we have a new thing called direct lake. We will just discuss that in detail and a little bit about semantic model. That's it. So just for your understanding right now, we can consider semantic model, and we always get a default semantic model whenever we create a lake house. Okay, I will show you, don't worry. So this is the one way of lineage. Okay, then if we just scroll down, I can see that it was using that auto ML notebook that we created for machine learning. We use this data in data flow 1. This is your like data flow gen 2. Then it is the SQL endpoint for Ansh Lakehouse. Okay, then if we go up, then we can see we have used this in tutorial 1 pipeline as well, tutorial 2 pipeline as well, and notebook 1 as well. So this is all about the what, bro? This is all about your shortcut that you have created. Okay, using Azure Data Lake. So similarly, you can just track all the all these sources and you can just check the destinations for all these sources. Yes, you can just check the destination for all these sources. And I can just simply click on this button for one more time to just disable it. Then if you just go down, you will see Ansh warehouse Ansh. This is my data warehouse. Where it is being used? Nowhere. If I just click on this, nowhere. It is just connected to its default semantic model. That's it. Because we actually didn't pull this data. We actually didn't connect this data with any pipeline. We actually didn't read this data using our Spark notebooks. No, that's why it just has like one destination. That's it. That is semantic model. That's it. So at the end, we have this model Ansh. So this obviously doesn't have any kind of semantic model. So that's why it doesn't have any kind of lineage, no links. If you just click on this, you will see just this. That's it. So these lineage, like this lineage view is really important when you need to just track the data movement, resources movement, not like resources movement, like how resources are connected with each other, right? And how the data is flowing from higher hierarchy to lower hierarchy, right? Right. Okay. So now I also want to show you one new thing in data governance that we have, and let me just tell you what's that. I will just take you to the Microsoft documentation page. So we have something called endorsement. Endorsement. What is that? Basically, we have like a new feature, endorsement, where we can just generate more trust among the developers. More trust? Yes. So let's say in your fabric, we have so many items already, but we just did the demo. We didn't even do anything which is right now production ready, right? Let's imagine like how many resources we would be having, how many workspaces we will be having. So how we can just manage everything. So that's why we have something called endorsement. What is a endorsement? Endorsement is a fabric feature that makes it easier for users in an organization to find the high quality, trustworthy, trustworthy content and data. So you can say we have like so many resources, and it will just have a badge. And what are the available badges? There are like total 3 badges. One is promoted, second one is certified, oops, second one is certified, third one is master data. Okay, master data. Let's quickly cover what are these 3 badges. Promoted. If we are saying that this item or this object is promoted or having a promoted badge, it means that item creators, that means let's say you are a developer, item creators think that item is ready for sharing and reuse. Okay, so let's say I am developing a project and I have like so many resources in front of me, and then I see only 3 are having this badge. Then obviously I can definitely use these resources without even confirming, because this is having a badge. This is having a badge, right? Similarly, we have certified badge as well, and you can say this is one level up than promoted, because in certified we need a formal way to mark it as certified. We need a kind of, you can say, dedication team or a dedicated team or dedicated person or a viewer which will say, okay, this object is certified. And what do you think, who it will be? Obviously a senior resource, right? Who is like working in the company for like such a long time, right? He or she can just say it is certified. Okay, okay, that makes sense. Then we have something called as master data. What do we need to say in master data? So master data is considered as source of truth, single source of truth. That means if we say this is master data, we have to trust this. We have to trust this. So I think it is written here as well. And one more thing, if you see, master data label can only be applied to the items that contain data such as lakehouses and semantic models. Only items that contain data such as Lakehouse and semantic models. Only these items can be tagged as master data. And one more thing, only users specified by Fabric administrator, let's say Fabric admins have just um, authorized just 2 to 3 people, right, to just say that this data is master data. They can only label data item as master data. Only those people. Because obviously, if you're just saying something is the single source of truth, there should be a dedicated person who can just say this, right? Not a junior developer. Okay, so this was all about endorsement. One more thing that we have, if you just go to domains, what are domains? So basically, this is a new item attached to Fabric. So in domains, let's say we have 10 workspaces, 10 workspaces. So how we can just group them? Let's say out of those 10 workspaces, 4 of them will be belonging to finance domain, and 4 of them belong to, let's say, HR domain, and 2 of them belong to marketing domain. So we can create something called as domains, which groups together the workspaces. It can group the workspaces, and it can just add a tag that this belongs to this domain, this belongs to this domain, and it will be easier to manage those workspaces. Otherwise we will be having like so many workspaces, right? So domain is just adding a layer of hierarchy above workspaces, so that you can just group your workspaces and just say, okay, all these workspaces belong to this particular domain. Perfect. Simple. Obviously simple, 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 simple. And now let me just show you the SQL endpoints of Lakehouse. So it's not special. Just go to your, let's say, any workspace. Okay, just go to your list view and then just open your Lakehouse. As you can see, this is your Lakehouse. They are like two things: semantic model and SQL endpoint. So this is your SQL endpoint. If you just click on it, you can actually query this. See, it's the same thing. So this is similar to the way that we pulled this Lakehouse using data warehouse, or you can just use a SQL endpoint like points as well. Like both are same. Both are same. Do not need to worry at all. It is exactly same. So now what we're gonna discuss next? It's a short topic. It's a new topic, but it is really, really worth it. And it is, so it is called Fabric Deployment Pipelines. So if you are familiar with Azure, okay, so we know that we deploy our objects, we deploy our pipelines, we deploy everything using Azure DevOps CI/CD. Okay, we know that. But this is a new feature added to Fabric, and trust me, I'll just show you a little bit about it. And I have also not discovered everything about it because it is just added. So the thing is, we can just deploy the pipelines because it was in preview, so I was just waiting for it to be publicly available. So yeah, so this feature allows you to just deploy your objects to multiple environments, and it is so easy as compared to Azure DevOps. You actually do not need to build release pipelines that we build in CI/CD. You actually do not need to take care of YAML scripts, and like so much of overhead is already removed using this deployment pipelines. So where it is, like, I didn't find it, right? Let me just show you where is it. So we obviously not going to deploy anything to different environments. I'm just showing you how you can just do that. So basically just go to your Power BI and just click on these 3 dots. Okay, and then just click on deployment pipelines. Okay, perfect. So this is your area where you can just create a new pipeline which can deploy your objects to multiple environments. So let me just tell you, what do I mean by multiple environments? So click on new pipeline and then let's say Unch DevOps. Okay, click on next. So basically these are the naming conventions that it is suggesting us, and it is fine. Development, test, production. Click on create. Okay, so now as you can see that we have 3 environments: dev, test, prod. So a quick quick introduction for those who do not know about DevOps or CI/CD. So basically, whatever work we are currently doing, okay, whatever work we have done so far, let's say we have done everything in in development environment, where we can just build new objects, we can just do some manual stuff, we can just do anything because we are developing it. Then we deploy the pieces that we want to deploy or that we feel that it can be deployed into testing environment. It is also known as QA environment, quality assurance, or testing environment. Okay, so we just send all those objects to testing environment, and there we do not do anything manually because we want to test how it is performing. Is it breaking anything? Is it required anything like that we need to develop? So it is a testing environment. Once testing is done, we need to further deploy that package into production environment. What will be happening in that environment? So production environment, as the name suggests, it will be productionized. So anyone can use that data. Anyone can use that data warehouse. Anyone can use that lakehouse. Anyone can use that report. Anyone can use that data model. Make sense? Because you will not ask your managers or let's say your stakeholders to use the data using development environment, right? You will be developing in development environment. Okay, so this is done, this is sorted, but one question, yeah, please ask. So how we can just create different environments? That's a very good question. So for that, we create a workspace for each environment. We create a workspace, let's say development workspace, testing workspace, and production workspace. So we create workspaces for these environments. So as you can see, choose a workspace to assign to this stage. Same steps are here as well. Same steps are here as well. So we need to just pick a workspace that will be assigned to development environment. Then we need to pick the workspace to be assigned to testing environment. The same thing will be for production environment. So I can just simply click on this drop down, and I can see, because I just have like one workspace, so I can simply click on this and I can say assign a workspace. So this will be assigned, and it is saying these things are unsupported, as we all know. So simply click on continue. Okay, so now as you can see, three data warehouses can be deployed to this particular workspace or this particular environment. But what it is saying right now, we couldn't find any workspace for you to assign because I just have one workspace. Don't worry, I'm not deploying right now. I'm just trying to explain these things, and I'm just showing you what are the features available within Fabric. And this is the future of deployment as well within Fabric. I don't know what will happen to your DevOps. I don't know, but this is really cool. So these are my objects that can be deployed. Okay, and do I need to take care of anything like YAML scripts and release pipelines? No. So I can just simply create a new workspace here and here, and then I can just assign it, and then I can just run this pipeline. Or let's click on deploy. That's it. Simple. And you can just simply click on show more, and you can see what are the objects that it is going to deploy to new environment. So all these things. If you just click on this, you will see all other things are zero, but only three data warehouses and these notebooks, pipelines, uh, everything, lake houses, everything will be deployed to test environment, or let's say in a new workspace using this deploy button. Simple. But currently I do not have any workspace, so like it cannot deploy to that particular testing environment. Or let's quickly create one. Let's see how we can just deploy it. Let's deploy it. Okay, so I will simply go to workspaces and create new workspaces, and I will say test Ansh. Okay, then click on apply. Okay, then I will create a new workspace called prod Ansh. Okay, then click on apply. Perfect. Prod Ansh, test Ansh, and obviously pro Ansh. Okay, now let's go back to our pipeline. Okay, now you can see we have the option to pick the workspace. Okay, it's called test unch. So as you can see, now we have the option to deploy. Okay, and now we can see the sync button, and it is saying changes were made to content since the last deployment. And what is this? Compare. Basically, if we already have some stuff in test but we do not have anything, so we cannot compare. Let me just click on this deploy button. Let me just click on deploy, and I want to say continue, and then obviously deploy. Continue deployment in case one or more items fail. Okay, new 14. Okay, just click on deploy. So now it is deploying my all the items to this particular workspace. It is called test unch, and I didn't have anything. I just created this workspace in front of you, and it is just copying the content to this workspace. So let's see how it goes, how it deploys this pipeline. And I don't know like how people gonna use your DevOps. Obviously it will be there. I don't know, man. I don't know, because Fabric is like crazy, really crazy. So as you can see, it is taking some time, and I hope that it will be completed really soon. So perfect. Our pieces are deployed to QA slash testing environment. As you can see, successfully deployed content to test. So now it is doing, now it is comparing. Let's say I just make some development, any changes. If I do add any notebook, it will detect, because now these are synced. Okay. And if you just see it, I can just show you. I can just go to where workspaces, and you will see test launch. Just click on it, and then you will see, hey, everything is deployed. What the bro? This Fabric is, I don't know how to just express myself. By the way, I need food. I'm really hungry. But I'm so happy to see all these advancements in the world of data engineering. I'm so happy. Everything is deployed to QA. Everything, each and everything is deployed to QA. Oh man. Oh man, everything. See, every pipeline, we do not need to take care of anything. Everything is deployed. Everything is deployed. Wow, man. Wow. This was amazing. Now, let me just go to workspace. Okay. I just want to show you one thing. Click on this workspace, which is the development workspace. If I just click on plus new item, if I just, let's say, add any blank notebook. Okay. So I have created this notebook called notebook 3, which is not in QA right now. I will now go to my pipeline, and then you will see it is comparing. Then it should also bring the changes. It should also bring the changes, and I can also see the deployment history. I can see deployment history, like what is the history that we have deployed. So it will just show us the history as well. Just hold on for a few more seconds, and it will be in front of you. So now, as you can see, it has picked that there are some changes. There are some changes. If I just click on it, changes were made to content since the last deployment. It is saying changes were made. I'm saying, yeah, changes were made. If I then again go to this compare, so it can say +1. There's one object which is added, and it is notebook 3. We can say plus sign here, and we do not have any plus sign or any notebook here. So we can again deploy this. So cool feature, man. I love it. I love it. So now you also know how to deploy your objects to different environments, bro. What do you want? What do you want more? So I know what you want. We just need to quickly cover one topic, that is the last topic of today's session, and then bro, done. Done. So let's quickly cover Power BI very briefly, and let's see what do I mean by semantic model and direct lake mode. Let's quickly cover that as well. Let's see. So finally, what do we have in Power BI? Basically, almost all the things are same. What new you can expect is, obviously semantic model is not new. Semantic model was already there in Power BI service, but I'm just trying to explain because semantic model is also part of Fabric. Okay. So first of all, let's see what is a semantic model, and by default we get the semantic model with all the lake houses, and we can just check that as well. Then we're gonna just cover semantic model Semantic model again? No. But then we just gonna cover direct lake using semantic models. Okay, so let's see what we have in Power BI. So let me just go to Fabric and then just let me click on this and just let me click on Power BI. Okay, so obviously these will be my workspaces and all. So let me just click on this workspace first of all. Okay, so now as I just mentioned that with every lake house we get a default semantic model Y, and with warehouse as well we get default semantic model Y. Basically all the tables that we have created within Lakehouse, within warehouse. So it will create a default semantic model for that particular warehouse or Lakehouse, and it will put all the tables like automatically to that semantic model, all the tables. By the way, there's a setting in semantic model from where you can just disable putting tables into the semantic model, and obviously you can just open the semantic model and you can just remove those tables, but you can just disable that feature. But by default it will just add all the tables into that. Simple, simple. So what exactly is a semantic model? So if you have ever worked with Power BI, if you would have ever created the relationships in Power BI, like bringing the data, joining the tables, building active relationships, inactive relationships, right? Building the basically model view. If I just talk about the previous name of semantic model, it was model view in Power BI. It is same. So whenever we create the semantic model, what is the advantage of it? So let's say this is the semantic model, right? Now this semantic model is holding all the tables, or let's say I just created some DAX measures as well, like everything. So this semantic model is holding all the logics like table, relationships, DAX, formulas, everything. So if I want to create another report on top of this model, I can just use this model and I can just create second report. If I want to use the same model and want to create third report, I can just use this model. But when we didn't have semantic models, we were creating models in each report, but now we can just share the semantic models. Okay, so if you just click on it, like this is the default one. Okay, it is saying only 10 items can be open at a time. On the left navigation bar, close an item, because I have opened so many things. So sorry, so sorry, because I was just explaining so much to you, bro. So now let me just open this. So these are the tables. See, select a table and or a column from this semantic model to view and export the underlying data. To select more than one table, create paginated report. So just get lost. Okay. So now it is saying explore data. You can just simply click on it and you can see create a report, create a blank report, create a paginated report. Okay. So now let me just tell you what is the direct lake mode in Fabric. So basically before direct lake, we had two more modes like we already have right now. So there were two modes and they were direct query and import mode. Okay, so they were like two modes. Okay, and what is the difference between two? Let me just tell you. Wait. So let me just explain direct lake while comparing direct lake with other two, and this way you will understand it. Okay, so let's say let me just draw something. Let me pick yellow for Power BI. So let's say this is my Power BI. Okay, this is my Power BI. Perfect. This is my okay, Lakehouse. This is my Lakehouse. Okay, and these are the files actually sitting under the Lakehouse, because obviously when we say Lakehouse, we are actually referring to the files, Delta files. Remember, we are discussing this in the beginning of this video, bro. Okay, these are the files. Let's say Delta files. Okay, Delta. Perfect. Now, this is you. Okay, you just Okay, let me just okay, let me just create it to like again. It will just take few seconds. Oh man, and control your hands, bro. Power BI. Okay, simple. Then this is my Lakehouse. Okay, this is my Delta. Perfect. Perfect. And let's say this is you who is sitting here and using all the modes. Let's say first of all you used import mode. Okay, import mode. And what this import mode will do, let me just tell you what it will do. Okay, perfect. So whenever we use import mode, and I say just connect my Power BI report, or let's say Power BI semantic model, Power BI semantic model with this Lakehouse. Okay, so this will go and to my connect my semantic model with this Lakehouse. Perfect. Then it will go to Delta Lake to bring the data. Okay, just look at the flow, bro. This is really important. Then what it will do, it will give all the data back, and it will push this data, all the data to the Power BI memory. All the data, let me just write all data. Okay, but this task is like, this way of creating reports is very fast, because whenever you are just making any changes in report, whenever you're just, let's say, interacting with report, you can just see the data like can be changed rapidly, because data is sitting right after you, okay, in the Power BI memory. But if you use direct query, okay, in the direct query mode, and let's say this is your Lakehouse. Okay, yeah, this is your Lakehouse. So what it does, whenever you do anything, okay, so it will go to this Lakehouse. Okay, then it will go to Delta. Okay, and it will return the query, it will return the result of that query, and it will give back directly to me. It will not put any data here, no. That is why direct query always returns the real-time data. Okay, always returns the real-time data. Now we have something called direct lake. What is that, man? What is this direct lake? So direct lake is the combination of both the worlds. What's that? Basically, it is more similar to import mode. Okay, let me just tell you what it will do. This is my Lakehouse. Okay, and this is my data. Now what it will do, whenever I'm just querying something, whenever I'm just interacting with the reports, so it will just write down the column names, or let's say all the on-demand data, all the columns that are required to do that task. Okay, it will go directly to the lake instead of the Lakehouse. Yes, it will directly go to the lake, and it will bring not all the data, only the on-demand data, only the on-demand data or on-demand columns. That's it. So now this way it is similar to import mode, but the only difference is it takes a lot of time to refresh this data set, but this will not take much time. Why? First of all, it directly connects with your Delta Lake. That's why it is also called as direct lake. It is directly connecting to the Delta Lake. Plus, it does not bring all the data. It will just bring the latest version of data. Latest version, yes. If you remember about Delta log, we just save the versions of data within that Delta log. We just covered this in our fundamental session of this video, right? So it will just read that Delta log. It will just read the metadata saved in that Delta log, and it will just bring the required data instead of bringing all the data to the memory. So this way it will not bring all the data, plus the speed is so fast. So basically this is the concept of direct lake. This is the concept of import mode, direct query and direct lake. There is only one flaw. Whenever we use row level security to data lakehouse, then it will not use direct lake, it will then use direct query. So this is a drawback, this is a flaw, not flaw, like drawback you can say. Because let's say we just applied some raw level security, right? So then it should not read the data from delta lake, right? Because we are just applying some row level security, then it has to go through this lakehouse, right? So this way, so this is all about your Power BI thing, and you can just explore this documentation. This is the thing that is written here, direct lake, and this is all about your fabric. So I hope I hope that you loved fabric 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 tutorial, and I think this is the most important, and I don't have words because I have just expressed everything that I have right now for fabric. Okay, and I'm really happy that you have gained so much of knowledge, that now you know so much in the world of fabric. What are your next steps? So obviously you want to grow in the world of data engineering, and what is the best way to grow? By doing end-to-end projects. I have created an amazing industry level end-to-end Azure data engineering project, which is 7 hours long and which will make you job ready. And trust me, this is not a clickbait. This project gonna cover all the in-demand scenarios such as incremental loading, dimensional data modeling, slowly changing dimensions, everything. So just click on the video coming on your screen and I will see you there. Love you a lot. Bye bye.